my name is Amina Jones. I'm the principal attorney and founding member of the law office of Amina P. Jones, PLLC, here in New York. I started off my career as a New York criminal defense attorney, and now I'm also practicing business law, which includes formations all the way to trademarks. Please join me for Trademark That Thursdays Summit, where I can talk to you about empowering yourself and your clients. The summit is going to be April 30th and May 1st. You don't want to miss it. It's going to be phenomenal.
Thank you, Amina. We can't wait to have you guys. I'm so excited. She's one of 13 women, y'all. Just one of 13. Who are the other people? We'll find out at the Trademark That Thursday Summit.
My name is Felicia Rigsby, and I am the owner and founder of the Rigsby Law Firm. I am here today to let you know of an amazing summit coming up April 30th and May 1st, hosted by the amazing Nina Spear. I will be one of many amazing speakers at this summit, and my topic will be on how to master the sale in business. Yes, how to show up for yourself in your sales space. As a new entrepreneur, as an entrepreneur in general, making money is a part of the game. And so in my speaking engagement, I want to let you know 3 amazing takeaways that you can take from that summit to implement in your business same day. The first thing I want to take you through is how to confidently, right? Shoulders lifted back, how to confidently ask for the sale, right? That's takeaway number 1. Secondly, I want to also make sure that you know how to sell without selling, right? There's social media. There's so many different ways that you can sell to your target audience, but I want to show you how to show up in that space and how to actually make money without having to actually ask for it. There's a technique to that, and I can't wait to share it with you. And last but not least, the third takeaway from how to confidently sell in business is to overcome the newbie pricing. And what do I mean by that? The newbie pricing is where you go through that questioning of yourself. Am I charging too much? Who will buy from me? Who will come and work with me? I'm so new to what I'm doing. And we want to show you ways to overcome these things so you can make more money in your business. So if this sounds like something that will definitely help you grow in your business, I promise you do not want to miss this summit, April the 30th and May 1st. Be sure to join us. We would love to have you. And again, my name is Felicia Rigsby of the Rigsby Law Firm, and I cannot wait to meet you at the upcoming summit. Have an amazing day.
Celicia, you did so good, y'all. I hope y'all are as excited about Celicia as I am, y'all. Celicia is being very modest, but I don't let people be modest up here. So Celicia was able to master her own sale and go to 6 figures in 6 months. I believe that's what she quoted. So y'all really do need to tune in because this is how Celicia grew her IP law firm. So if you got IP law firm and you're trying to grow it to the next level, then you really need to talk to Celicia because, I'm not learning from Celicia myself and I will be at her talk. So I appreciate you guys. I love y'all. And y'all make sure you tune in to Celicia on April 30th and May 1st for this amazing summit. And we love y'all. We love y'all. And Celicia really loves y'all because she done pull it out, y'all. She's pulling out all the stops. So I hope y'all pull out all the stops and show up for her. All right, guys. Bye.
Bye.
Hi, I'm Kamisha Mickey, Managing Attorney at Mickey Law Group in Houston, Texas. Let's talk a bit about why I became an IP attorney. Before my law career, I was in marketing and business development. My most favorite jobs were dealing with public relations campaigns for celebrities, for athletes, and also, just in general. I like all things flashy and fly. It's who I am. I always wanted to be an attorney, and the IP world gives me the best opportunity to use both my marketing and my legal backgrounds. I can work on endorsements, work on sponsorships, and I can just work on personal deals for the same individuals I worked for before. I'm excited to be presenting to you at Trademark That Thursday Summit. I'll be talking to you about niching and networking, branding, and growing your IP practice. We often don't niche or network effectively because we have fear. It's a fear of saying the wrong things, the fear of rejection, fear of being a bother, and fear of if I specialize too much, I can't do anything else. All of these things are false. And I've got some great tips on how to get past them and help your IP practice explode. So I'm excited to be presenting to you, and I hope you're excited, and I can't wait to see you all.
Yes, Kamisha, we can't wait to see y'all. Y'all better come to her talk because, y'all need to niche and network. And if you're not niching and networking, you can learn how to at this talk. And don't forget, Kamisha from Texas, y'all. So if y'all need some Texas IP work done, y'all know where to go. All right, guys. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Michael Ann McIntosh, and I am the founder and principal attorney at MMESQ Law. I am so excited that I'm going to be a part of Trademark That Thursday Summit. I'll be giving a talk titled Ready, Set, Automate, Tips for Effective Management of Your Practice. We're going to talk about how you can run your law firm more efficiently and effectively using automation for your email marketing campaigns and for your social media posts. I'm going to be there. You should be there too. I invite you to attend Trademark That Thursday Summit, April 30th and May 1st.
Thank you so much, Michael. And we can't wait to hear about automation. Y'all know, if y'all know anything about me, I love my automation. So this will be a fun talk.
Hi, everyone. This is Danielle Lynn, the principal attorney of Boss Lady Legal LLC, a Florida-based business and intellectual property law firm. And I am so excited to be partnering with Nina Spear Law Firm once again to bring you the Trademark Thursday Summit. We are going to teach you everything that you need to know to get into business law and intellectual property. And I specifically will be talking to you about how to lay the proper business foundation. That is how to pick from the very, very basic, the proper business entity for you. There are so many to choose from, but not all of them fit your specific business goals. So make sure that you join me on May 1st at 10 a.m. Central Standard Time to learn how to pick the proper business structure for you. But I won't be the only presenter. There are tons of women that are ready to talk to you and pour into you and help you to learn how to get into this specific area of the law. So make sure that you join us, okay? See you soon.
Hey everybody, this is Brittany Kay, founder and principal attorney of Anderson O'Neill. We specialize in business, intellectual property, and business immigration visas. I run a law firm that's virtual based out of St. Louis and Atlanta. I chose to go into IP because I wanted to see more people who represented me and other minority communities being brought to the table. The premise of my law firm is restructuring the elements of power, and I believe that I can do that through law and my firm for small business owners, creatives, and entrepreneurs. I'm speaking at the Trademark That Thursday Summit on May 1st. My topic is about jumping into the trademark practice, law firm startups, and trademark tips. Hope to see you there.
Woo, and we are so happy to have you, Brittany. And you guys definitely need to come to her talk May 1st, y'all. Y'all heard her here first. Trademark That Thursday Summit. Bye, guys.
My name is Shakiria Northcross, and I am the owner and managing attorney of Northcross Legal PLLC. The title of my masterclass is Go From Where Do I Start to That IP Lawyer. Join us for the first ever Trademark That Thursday Summit, breaking the 1.8% Black and IP law ceiling. Let's plan your escape to ownership. See you there.
Hello, we are live.
Yes, we are live. Welcome to the Trademark That Thursday Summit. How are you today?
I am excellent. Thank you so much for having me. Trademarks is my favorite topic. So thank you everyone for being here and for inviting me to be your keynote speaker.
Yes. For everyone watching, welcome. This is Dana Thomas Cook, our keynote speaker for the Trademark That Thursday Summit. I'm really excited for her to be here. I'm really looking forward to her presentation, what she has to offer us. So whenever you're ready, Dana, take it away.
Awesome. Well, I am going to start my presentation. I'm going to share this screen. Awesome. Welcome, everybody. I'm so loud and I'm cheering because I am just so happy to be here. Thank you for joining us today as I'm talking about building a law firm that you love. So my name is Dana Thomas Cook, Esquire, and today I am going to give you some education, some inspiration, some motivation for those of you who want to start your own law firm or who has already started your own law firm, but maybe you are not seeing the results that you want, right? So it's going to be a super awesome time. And thank you for being here. Awesome. So the purpose of this talk today, I'm going to reveal key principles of building a business and trademark law firm that you love, even as a new lawyer. I'm also going to dive into my story and tell you guys a little bit about me and how I got to where I am, right? But please take notes. It's going to be an amazing conversation that we're going to have. And let's jump on in. So first of all, I just want to congratulate and just show how excited I am that you're here. This means that you are taking your career seriously, your businesses seriously, your brand seriously, and you want to educate yourself on things that's going to help you to build a better career, a better life, all of that good stuff. And we absolutely can do it, first starting with your mindset and different things that I'm going to talk about today. So this is me. I am Dana Thomas Cook, Esquire, recently married. I own the law office of Dana Thomas, and my law firm has a unique story because I started my law firm right out of law school when everyone told me not to do it. I'm going to jump into that shortly. But because of the amazing success that I was able to achieve, I decided to put everything that's in my brain into a platform and an online course called Entrepreneurship Attorney Bootcamp. I offer that through my second business called New Lawyer Launch. And then, of course, there's 1124 Media Company, which is the publishing company for my book. You can see it on the left of that page on your screen. So please feel free to follow me on Instagram and Facebook for more tips, inspiration, all that good stuff. It's at Dana Thomas Law. All right, so I did mention briefly my course, Entrepreneurship Attorney Bootcamp. That is where I'm teaching new lawyers everything they need to know about building a successful business law firm. And I'm going to give you guys a sneak peek into some things that I teach them and things that I want you to take away from this summit in order to be a better business lawyer and to be a better trademark lawyer and also more confident. So guys, this is me when I was graduating from law school, right? I'm going to start from the beginning of my story so that you can learn more about who I am. I always wanted to be a lawyer. Even when I was younger, people would tell me, family members, Dana, you should be a lawyer. You love to argue your point. You know, you always want people to see it your way, always trying to negotiate some type of deal. And so that's when becoming a lawyer stuck in my head. And all throughout high school, all throughout college, my goal was to become a lawyer. I knew that was for me. Things changed a little bit when I got into law school. Not the fact that I didn't want to be a lawyer, but the only thing that I was exposed to before that was working for a big firm, right? Working for a big firm, you work your butt off in law school, and then you hopefully get a job at a big firm, right? And thinking that was the only way, or at least that was the way that my school was pushing me. But when I got to law school, I realized, wow, this is very robotic. You know, it's almost like an assembly line, just putting everybody through law school and trying to feed them into careers that they didn't love. And I knew that was not for me. I did not work so hard through law school and, you know, every other institution that I went to, college, things like that, in order to have a job that I hated, right? How many of you are waking up in the morning, you're going to a job that you hate, right?
if that speaks to you, I totally understand, because I was in your shoes. And I decided when I was in law school that I was going to start my very own law firm. I started interning for other solo entrepreneurs that were attorneys, so I can see what it was like to run your own firm. And it really just inspired me, motivated me, and just showed me, like, listen, I'm working so hard. I want to create a career that's beneficial for me, not a career that's making someone else rich, but one that's beneficial for me, flexible for me. And so my whole time at law school, that is what I was preparing for. I did not apply to any jobs after law school. I did not send my resume anywhere. I didn't do one interview. That's how committed I was to starting my firm, right? So the key word right now is commitment. If this is something that you want to do, you definitely have to commit to it. And sometimes that means eliminating your plan B so that you can make sure that plan A works. Despite how committed I was, I still took a job, guys. I still took a job. It was offered to me from the internship that I had in my third year. And because that little bit of fear that still lingers in your mind when you want to do something great, I took that job. And I knew that that was not what I wanted to do. I was dreading going to work. And I said, this is exactly what I was trying to avoid. That picture you see on the screen is actually the announcement from the firm that I was their new associate attorney. I worked there maybe about 6 months, 5 months, I think, after law school, until I just couldn't do it anymore because my heart was pulling me in another direction. I know so many of you are feeling that way, that your heart is pulling you somewhere else, right? So I quit that job in February of 2016. And in March of 2016, just 1 month later, I opened the law office of Dana Thomas LLC. And that was my firm, or is my firm, where I started doing business law, trademarks, copyrights, contracts, things like that. I was so excited. And I even got my first clients on my first day open. So a lot of the things that I'm going to teach you today are the things that helped me to have a thriving law practice so early in my career. So a few things that you're going to learn is how important it is for features. So as you can see on the screen right now, these are a few different platforms that I've been featured on: panelists, speaking engagements, conferences, summits, things like that. Guys, these are the things that you should be looking for as you're building your law firm, because the more people that know about you, of course, it leads to more clients and more trust. And none of these people ever asked me what my GPA was in law school. They never asked me my grades in law school. None of that, because it doesn't matter when you are going to start your own firm, which is amazing. You are in control of your own life. And just as things were taking off, I had launched my law firm. A curveball hit me, guys, which was I became a single mom the year after I started my law firm. And I wanted to share this with you because there's a lot of ladies in my boot camp who are mothers, who are single mothers. And sometimes it feels like you just can't do it on your own. But let me tell you something. My testimony is that you can absolutely do it. Having my son made me more disciplined than I was before, because before him, I was waking up at any time that I wanted to. Maybe I would work, maybe I wouldn't work, right? But once he came into the picture, it put me on a schedule and gave me more discipline, which is exactly what I needed. And just a few short months after that, on my full-time law firm salary, I was able to buy a house for my son and I. So I say all of that to really inspire you guys, right? It doesn't have to take forever to accomplish your dreams and accomplish your goals. As long as you are willing to put in the work and to commit to it, it's right around the corner. All right, so here are some things that you can look forward to of running your own business law firm. You get to determine the price for your time. You can establish your own work schedule, which is huge for me. If I don't want to work, I just don't want to work that day. You can take days off as needed. You can work from anywhere and no one ever knows. I lived in Florida for a few months while I was running my law firm out of Atlanta. It's amazing. You can work virtually. You don't have to ask permission to stay home when you're sick or just don't feel like working. That was something that I really hated. When I did have a boss, I was sick and I was scared to call out. How many of you can relate to that? Right? So you don't have to ask or wait for a raise because there is no cap on your income. You can make as much money as you want, right? But if you are working at a job or an employee, you make as much as they want you to make, right? So we need to take control of our lives, and I'm going to show you how to do that. And before we dive into it, I want to talk to you about my free playbook. It's called New Lawyer's Guide to Building a Six-Figure Business Law Firm. Just go to go.newlawyerlaunch.com to download that as soon as you can. So the URL is also in the ticker below. All right, so let's jump right into it. Building a law firm that you love. Number one, right? I'm not even going to talk about the substantive things. We want to get your mind right first. If you don't believe it in your mind, then how is it going to happen? You have to first see it in your mind, and then you'll be able to make it happen. How do we do it, right? How do we set our mind for amazing goals? Understand how the mind works, right? We have to understand how our mind processes information, right? In order to be able to get your mind to do what you need it to do, right? So here we go. Your words. Remember, your words have so much power. If you say, I can't do it, you can't do it. If you say you can do it, you can do it, right? So your words control your thoughts, which affect your feelings. Your feelings shape your emotions. Your emotions control your decisions. Decision making is key. Create your decisions create your habits. Your habits define your character, and your character controls your destination. So whatever you speak out your mouth, whatever you think and what you speak out of your mouth will be your character and your destination. So reprocess your mind to speak positivity over your life, to think positive thoughts, and to vision what you want for your life so that you can get to that destination. You also need to feed your mind inspiration and motivation. When I was in law school, preparing to start my law firm, when I'm in the car, I'm not listening to music in the car. I'm listening to podcasts. I'm listening to stuff on YouTube that's going to teach me something or motivate me. I was never listening to music in the car. The car is an awesome time to feed your mind that inspiration and motivation that you need. When you're in the shower, put something on YouTube that's going to motivate you. You need to be so obsessed with this, right? So that it becomes who you are and not just who you want to be. And I want to share some videos with you that was so inspirational for me. They're very short clips. And this one is from Jim Carrey.
You can spend your whole life imagining ghosts, worrying about the pathway to the future, but all there will ever be is what's happening here and the decisions we make in this moment, which are based in either love or fear. So many of us choose our path out of fear disguised as practicality. What we really want seems impossibly out of reach and ridiculous to expect, so we never dare to ask the universe for it. I'm saying I'm the proof that you can ask the universe for it. My father could have been a great comedian, but he didn't believe that that was possible for him. And so he made a conservative choice. Instead, he got a safe job as an accountant. And when I was 12 years old, he was let go from that safe job, and our family had to do whatever we could to survive. I learned many great lessons from my father, not the least of which was that you can fail at what you don't want. So you might as well take a chance on doing what you love.
That's amazing. You can fail at what you don't want. So you might as well take a chance on what you love. I hope that speaks to your spirit, because it definitely spoke to mine. Here is our best friend, Oprah.
As a human being. I just want to end with this. Yeah. There are no mistakes. There really aren't any, because you have a supreme destiny. When you're in your little mind, in your little personality mind, where you're not centered, where you really don't know who you are, that you come from something greater and bigger, and that we really all are the same. When you don't know that, you get all flustered. You get stressed all the time, wanting something to be what it isn't. There is a supreme moment of destiny calling on your life. Your job is to feel that, to hear that, to know that. And sometimes when you're not listening, you get taken off track. You get in the wrong marriage, the wrong relationship, you take the wrong job. Yeah, but it's all leading to the same path. There are no wrong paths. There are none. There's no such thing as failure, really, because failure is just that thing trying to move you in another direction. So you get as much from your losses as you do from your victories, because the losses are there to wake you up.
All right, guys, fear, right? Overcome those fears. Don't be afraid to fail at something. That means just pivot, do something different. We all have our calling. And if you have that spirit in you that wants to start a law firm, then I'm here to tell you that it's for you. Okay, so, and then one last one that I want to show you a short clip of this.
Everybody, jumping is scary. When you first jump, your parachute is not going to open right away. I would love to tell you that it would, that when you quit your job, you'll just have a shop full of clients. It ain't gonna happen. The chute don't ever open right away. You gonna get some skin tore off you on them rocks. At times, it's gonna feel like it's an uncontrollable tumble. But let me tell you this, if you don't ever jump, your parachute will never open. You will never soar. Now you'll be safe. You'll sit there with that parachute on your back, all them skills you got and your skills you got, and you'll have it packed away and you'll never get cut up on the rocks. Don't jump and you'll never get cut up. But if you do not jump, you will never soar.
You heard that? If you do not jump, you will never soar. So you have to take that jump if this is something that you want to do. And I'm going to show you how. Next thing that we want to do is identify your fears and tackle them one by one. We want to get these things out of our head, right, and onto paper. Here is my recommendation for doing that. Create some type of fear solution timing table where you're actually writing down the fears that you have, right? So for example, not getting clients and customers. Everybody has that fear, right? For the most part. What if I launch my firm, or what if I maintain my firm and I don't get enough clients to cover my bills? Write down some solutions. Go to 2 sales or marketing seminars, read 3 books on sales and marketing, survey target market about how they choose business lawyers, and then put your timing of when you're going to accomplish that by, okay? So make sure that you're writing down these fears, get it out of your head, and then also write down your solutions and give you a time period so that you're always moving forward. Eliminate negative people from your life and from your circle, right? Raise your hand wherever you are if you feel that and how important that is, right? We need to identify negative people that's in our lives, right? Because we are on our way to something so great and everybody can't come there, right? And that's okay. But those people who soak up all of your time and energy, who are highly critical of you, who get angry at you often, who are consistently negative or have a negative perspective, right? Who ridicule your ideas or tell you what you can't do, those are the people that I'm talking about, right? So what do we do with these people? We don't engage in pessimistic conversations about your business ideas and your goal. No one has to approve your ideas. No one has to approve your goals. People will not understand the goals that you have or the things that you see for yourself. Just like when I wanted to start my law firm right out of law school, not one person told me that was a good idea. Not one. Everyone told me to work somewhere for 5 to 10 years, get some experience, save your money, and then if you feel like starting a law firm, do it at that time. That wasn't my calling, right? Not to say that was pessimistic, but if you know something's for you, then go after it. You also want to limit and cut off your conversation with those, your communication with those negative people, right? That is in your atmosphere. You have to keep peace within your atmosphere, okay? Don't be afraid to do that. And make sure you follow your spirit and your inner voice, even with non-business related things, right? That feeling that you get of what you should do or you shouldn't do, those are instructions. Those are directions. Those feelings are what have led me down the path that I've taken. It's a feeling that you're going to get when something is the right thing to do or something is not the right thing to do. All right. So make sure you're paying attention to that. Awesome. Now that we've got our mind right, or we're getting our mind right, we need to start building something. The first thing that you build is your brand. All right. Start building your brand now. How do we do that? You want to make sure that you gain association with your practice area using social media and other tools, right? Start if you're in law school still, this is the perfect time to start. If you're out of law school, start now. Don't wait to start branding when you actually launch, because when you launch, you don't want there to be crickets and nobody around. When you launch, you want people to think, wow, I thought you already did start your law firm because of what you've been pumping out on social media and other tools, right? So here are some things that you can do to start building your brand online. Blogs, right? Create a blog for yourself. Could be a free site. Just put out information there about different topics in law. If you are not a lawyer yet, or you're studying for the bar, put that disclaimer down there that's not legal advice, or even anyone can put a disclaimer that it's not legal advice. But get your writing out there, because that's a way to teach people. Live and virtual events, sharing articles, webinars, right? These are all ways that you can start to build your brand and get yourself out there, right? Host your own webinars. Don't wait for someone to invite you to be a speaker at their event. Host your own, right? Even if you're the only person that is delivering the content. Books, and a book doesn't have to be long. My book is right here, right? I wrote this in 2016, the same year that I started my law firm. It's a thin book, it's a handbook. So it doesn't have to be a huge daunting book that's gonna take years for you to accomplish, right? It can be something, a small book, but it helps to build your brand, because you'll be able to call yourself an author, right? Freebies, right? Such as the playbook that I'm giving away, and social media posts, all excellent ways to build your brand online. Do all of these things, not just some of them. All right. You also need to teach about your services. So how do you get clients? You get clients as a trademark lawyer, or as a business lawyer, by teaching them what trademarks mean, teaching them, how important it is to protect their business. Tips for teaching your services. Create a PowerPoint presentation that you can reuse over and over and over again for events and online webinars, okay? You can use the same PowerPoint every time. Offer to speak at meetings for groups or organizations that consist of entrepreneurs. Find those people online. Create a one-pager that teaches key aspects of what you do, and you can share it online as your freebie. So those links that you have for your on social media, that should be something that's offering some type of value to people. All right, post short videos teaching about topics in business. Don't worry about it being perfect. Just take your phone, simply just record on your phone, and that's all you need to do. Inspire your potential clients, right? Tell them stories about your startup or other people. They need inspiration that they should start their business, or they should invest in their business so that they become clients for you. But do not ask people to contact you for services, right? Because that sounds too salesy. If you're teaching them something and then you want to say, click contact me if you want to file your trademark, yeah, that's a possibility. But at the end of the day, it doesn't seem as genuine, because it just seems like you're saying it so you can get something out of it. The goal is just to help people, right? And it will come. The clients will come. Clean up your online presence, right? So you're building a new brand. At some point, you need to fake it until you make it. So if you just started, everybody doesn't have to know that you just started, right? So clean up your online presence to be the professional and the person that you want to be. So what are we deleting? We are deleting photos with revealing attire, negative posts, even if it's true, posts that don't show you in a positive light, posts with curses, posts about other areas of law. If you want to practice trademarks, you shouldn't be posting about family law, right? Don't confuse people. You want them to reach out to you for the services that you offer. Posts that are way too personal, right? Or posts that are overly emotional, posts that are too radical in opinion, right? Or posts with poor grammar. You're building your brand, and this is going to be who you are. You are your business, right? And these are the things that you want to keep. Photos of celebrations, birthdays, graduations, anniversaries, selfies. Selfies are cool at showing who you are with positive captions. Some photos of friends and family, right? Posts that are about law and business related, and photos at professional events that you go to. Get pictures with the speakers or at the event, and post, of course, with a positive message. Okay, so everything that you post should have intention, whether it's for them to get to know you better, to teach them something, to inspire them. It should all have a purpose. All right, so establish a strong and intentional online presence. How do we do that? Google business reviews. Every one of you who have your own law firm or in the process of starting your own law firm, you need to go to google.com/business and get you a Google business account. That way people can leave reviews for you, and make sure you're sending people to the same site for reviews. We don't want some reviews on Instagram on your comments, and some on Yelp, and some on Facebook, and some on Google. Put them all in one place. Direct people to one place so that you can start to build a huge catalog of reviews. Of course, you need to have a website, right? Avo is a site that a lot of people go to look for lawyers. I'm not too active on Avo, but I do have a profile there in case someone's looking. Yelp, right? Yelp is another online platform for your name. Overall, the more places your name is online, the more credible you're going to be, the more invitations for speaking events you will get, okay? And the better, bigger brand that you'll be able to build. Share your successes, right? Okay, people. I know that sometimes we feel a little weird when we are saying something good that happened to us or some type of success. But let me tell you something. Now is not the time to be shy. Now is not the time to be modest. Any itty bitty little piece of success that you get, whether it's related to, kind of building your brand or success for your clients or potential clients, whatever it is, share that online. People are watching. Even if they never say anything, they are watching, and build this brand as this wonderful person who's accomplishing all these wonderful things, because people are going to want to align themselves with you, especially clients. So what are we supposed to be sharing? Awards, any awards and recognitions that you get, positive feedback and 5-star reviews, screenshot them and post it. Interviews and features along with speaking engagements that you're a part of. Post the flyers. If they don't have a flyer, create a flyer for yourself. Successful deals that you've done and trademark certificates that finally came back and you're so excited about it, right? Share these wonderful things, because when people are seeing that you're winning, they're going to want to align themselves with you, especially if you're winning with other clients. They're going to say, you know what? This lawyer always posts about the trademark success that they have. I'm going to go with this person because they know what they're doing. All right, so don't be shy to share your success. It's critical, right? And there's no need to be perfect to inspire others. Let people get inspired by how you deal with your imperfections, okay? So you don't have to be perfect just to inspire people. You can do it right where you are. Everyone has a story. All right, number 3, you want to educate and invest in yourself. I'm telling you, law school did not teach you everything that you needed to know in order to become a lawyer, right? You have to educate yourself outside of law school, especially when you're building a business. I would say it's more important to learn about marketing and structuring your law firm rather than doing the law itself, right? Doing the work itself. You will learn that doing the work, but a lot of businesses or some businesses don't work because the marketing. You can be the best lawyer ever, but if no one knows about you, right, how are you going to get clients? So here are some things that law school did not teach you how to do. How to get and keep clients happy, right? How to get clients and keep them happy. Effectively communicating with potential clients and current clients. Email communication is critical when you're running your law firm. How to conduct consultations and follow-up. Consultations, critical again. A lot of times this is the first time they're going to be speaking with you. So they are, figuring things out. How to price your services, how to form business entities, how to perform comprehensive trademark searches using search codes, right? How to analyze documents and filings in the USPTO database, right? And how to successfully file a trademark application. I don't know about you, but these are all things that are critical to my law firm. And I did not learn this in law school. I had to learn on my own, which is a reason why I created the Resource Entrepreneurship Attorney Bootcamp, so you don't have to do it by yourself. More things. Law school didn't teach you how to make sure your clients own their branding content, or how to file a variety of copyright applications, how to use search engine optimization, or how to set up efficient business practices and automate recurring processes for a law practice, right? You want to automate as much as you can, and you grow to that, because these automation tools cost money. And my thing is, keep your expenses low in the beginning, as well as how to brand your law firm or get 5-star reviews. So one part of this is we have to recognize the areas that we have to grow in, right? And you don't have to be perfect at all of these or even any of these to start. Don't let anything stop you from launching, because you will learn these things all along the way. So how do you learn all of this without years of experience? Many different ways. Conferences, right? Books, read articles, read blogs. My particular favorite are the ones on the right, webinars. As you're on Facebook, you're getting these ads for free masterclass and free webinar and things like that. Don't just scroll past it. Click on those things, watch those webinars, watch those masterclasses. You don't have to buy anything that they're selling, but usually that first connection with them is something that's free. Collect a lot of information so that you can learn more. Podcasts, listen to podcasts in the car, Okay? Stop listening to music in the car. If you have a goal that you want to accomplish and you have not accomplished that goal yet, stop listening to music in the car. The car is a wonderful place to just be in your moment, right? And to learn things, right? Always in the car. Even now, I'm constantly listening to something that's motivational and inspirational in the car. And of course, online courses. People have created courses to help you do the things and accomplish the goals that you want to accomplish. All right. So don't be afraid of these things. Nothing worth it comes easy. Right. And so invest in yourself, which is our next one. Right. Invest in yourself. You want to make sure that you're investing your time, and it will cost money. I think more so for the educational piece rather than, you know, building things for your law firm. And I'm going to talk about what you should spend money on and what you should not spend money on. Right. You have to know the difference between expenses and investments, right? Expenses do not make you more money or do not help you make more money. Investments do help you make more money. So what should we not spend our money on? Do not spend your money on a physical office when you're off and when you first start your law firm, if you're launching. I made that mistake and I had to pay extra money to get out of my lease. Don't do that. You don't need a physical office. You can run your whole law firm virtually. I have staff from my law firm. They live in about 4 different states between them, 4 or 5 different states between them. All right. So you definitely don't need an office when you're first starting out to practice business law or trademark law. You don't need a new computer. Use the same one that you have now. You don't need a new phone or a second line. Use a Google Voice number if you want to have a different number, and that's free. Lawyer club memberships. You're not looking for other lawyers. You're looking for clients, right? So no need to schmooze and whatever, you know, with other lawyers. You'll meet other lawyers naturally, right? So just keep that in mind. Fancy clothes or expensive software. Don't need any of that. As you are starting in the beginning, keep your expenses low. You don't need to spend money on expensive software. Nor a logo designer. Canva.com. Create yourself a logo. I have created all of my law firm logos. The one I originally had, I created on Canva. Or I might even have created that on Word. And then the one that I currently have, I created on Canva, right? Go ahead and create your own logo. I would also say create your own website, but I put a star next to it because if you really, really, really are not tech savvy, have someone else do it. But if you think you have some sort of creativity and you can piece things together, you can get some inspiration from other websites and piece it together. I use Wix. I think Wix is pretty user-friendly, right? So that's what I like to do. These are things that you should spend your money on. Practical education. Your mind is your biggest investment. You should invest in your mind to help give you that confidence, how to market, how to get clients, right? That stuff doesn't just come to you. You have to invest in yourself with time and money in order to get that education, just like how you did for law school. Professional photos. Take professional photos. These are things that's going to be on your website, perhaps on your business card if you have a physical one, and on your social media. Quality business cards or electronic business cards, right? Nowadays, people are not using as many physical business cards, but there are super cool electronic business cards that you can take advantage of. A professional email address, right? DanaThomasLaw@gmail.com is not cool, right? My email address is a professional email address, and you should have one as well using your domain for your law firm. Okay, yourlawfirm.com, not anything at Gmail or Yahoo. And of course, your domain name. You need to have a web page and a URL or the website. All right, moving right along. I'm so excited. I hope you guys are rocking with me, right? Because I'm really giving the juice and the things that you guys should keep in mind, right? As you're building your law firm. Some of you already have your own law firm. Some of you have an idea of starting your own law firm. Some of you are in the process of actually building it. I'm here to tell you and to motivate you to do it. You absolutely can, right? Follow these ideas that you have, and I'm going to help you to fill in the gaps for the rest. So let's talk about moolah, right? Moolah, financial goals. Setting your financial goals. First, you need to know your current personal expenses. How much money do you need to make every month, right? So you need to know that. How much money you need to make every month so that there's no mystery about what services you should promote or how much revenue you need to make. You also need to know your startup and recurring business expenses, right? Not just knowing it, but writing it down. Putting it in an Excel spreadsheet so that you can see how much money you have to make for yourself personally, your personal bills, right? And then also for your business expenses. And then you also want to know your bi-weekly revenue goal. So how much money do you want to make every 2 weeks, right? Every month is an option, but I think every 2 weeks keeps you more on your toes, okay? So you have to know these numbers, because how can you get where you're going if you don't know where you are or even where you're going? Here's some tips. List and organize all of your monthly personal and business expenses in a spreadsheet. Write it all out, okay? Eliminate and reduce expenses frequently. When I got that list, I started eliminating. When I first started my law firm, I stopped going to the hairdresser. You know, I started doing my hair myself. I cut my cable, right? No more cable for me. I had to Netflix it, right? Because I didn't want to have to stress myself out to make money for luxury things. Cable, I'm calling it a luxury. We don't even need cable, right? I don't even have cable now because it's not even necessary. I have Roku TVs in all my rooms, right? So eliminate things that you do not need, right? You can always get it back later, but you are in grind mode when you are starting your firm. And make a list of client names and fees paid for each month. So once I started to make a list, and I'd have one page in my notebook, and it would say April 2021, and it would say a person's name and how much money they paid. And I would keep adding to that list throughout the whole month. So that way, at any time, I could take a glance and see how I'm doing that month. All right, make sure you don't undercharge out of desperation. You just started, right? You have little experience, but it doesn't mean that you don't have value. People need to pay for your mind. You went all the way through law school, right? You have value. Do not undercharge because you're desperate for clients. Charge a consultation fee. No free consultations. I don't care if you just started your law firm, it's your first day open, no free consultations. And that's because people who are looking for free consultations will waste your time likely, and it's very possible that they do not have the thousands of dollars to pay you for the service. Because if they're not willing to pay $100 to $200 or $250 for a consultation, what makes you think they're going to pay, $1,800 for a trademark? Very unlikely, right? So you need to qualify people. People are qualified if they're willing to pay upfront, especially for a consultation. And if for some reason you decide not to charge a fee, maybe it's your best friend, right? Or your mom's best friend, or whatever the case is. Even though I have a rule about those things, in exchange for the consultation fee, you need to ask for a 5-star review on Google, right? So if they're not able to pay you, if you decide not to charge them for whatever reason, get something out of it, at least a 5-star review on Google instead of money. But that is the exception, not the rule. And then you always want to write out what is included in your service fee. So let me give you an example of what I mean. When you're writing emails to clients, right? Someone reaches out to you, Michelle reaches out to you, she says, how much is a trademark? I'm interested in getting a trademark. This is what you should not do. Hi, Michelle. Thank you for reaching out to the law office of Dana Thomas. Trademarks are $1,800. Please let me know if you'd like my assistance. Send. That's a no-no. Don't do that. Michelle is not going to respond to you. Okay? This is what we should do. Hi, Michelle. Thank you for reaching out to the law office of Dana Thomas! ! I would be happy to assist with securing your trademark. Please find more information below about my trademark package. Right? And then it has the fee, and then look at all those bullet points of all the things that are included, all the services that are included. That way people can see, wow, she's really doing a lot of work. This probably should be more than $1,800, right? So people have to see visually of what is included in the service, not just the trademark search and filing, but bullet point every piece of thing that you're doing. You also want to ask them, right, what questions so that you can engage. What is the name or logo that you want to protect? What type of business do you have? Is it for apparel company, the apparel company on your website, right? So notice that I went to Michelle's website. She might've had it in her email address or maybe in her signature, right? Please let me know if you would like to move forward with securing your trademark, and I'll send next steps. And of course, I'm happy to answer any questions you have. Thanks, Michelle. All my best. Talk to you soon. Big difference from this. And that's why writing and emails is so important to securing clients. Michelle will definitely feel special here, and you took some time to kind of get to know her by looking at her website and engaging her in conversation by asking her questions, okay? Number 5, you want to provide impeccable service, right? You could do all the marketing, but when someone comes into your law firm, you want to be able to be the best lawyer that you can be. Does that mean that you have to know everything and be perfect? Absolutely not, right? You might charge someone, if say it's a contract and you charge them because you just started $600 for that contract, right? Maybe your hourly rate is $200 an hour. You charge $600 for the contract. You expect 3 hours, right? Because it's a 5-page contract. It might take you 20 hours to figure that out, right? To figure out what are the clauses that I need to include, what is the background information on this, going over it over and over again, looking for templates, right? That might take you some time, but you know what? You have to know that by the time you're done with that contract, even if they paid you for 3 hours, that is your best work, right? And you did the best that you can do with that contract. And I'm positive that you can, because in law school, what they have taught us is how to research. That is something that we know how to do, is how to research. I've researched how to do so many clients. Take on the client. If it falls within your practice area, take it on and figure it out after, okay? There will always be a first time for everything. Don't be scared. All right, so number 1, you want to know how to provide your services, okay? So here are the most common services needed by entrepreneurs, creatives, and small business owners. LLC formation, something that you'll need to learn how to do. Contract drafting and review, something you'll always be learning how to do, right? Your contracts in your 3rd or 4th year of practice is going to be way better than the contracts in your 1st year of practice. But you know what? Everybody goes through that. You have to get through year 1 and year 2. Okay, so don't let that make you nervous. Trademark searches and registrations. Just about every entrepreneur, creative, or small business owner needs a trademark, right? And so you have to teach them why they need it, and then of course provide that service, copyright transfers, and registration. Okay, so entrepreneurs and creatives, they're constantly creating things, right, that need protection, and that's where you come in. So if you had a law firm and you only provided these 4 services, you can have a thriving 6- or 7-figure law firm. You really could, because these are the main things that entrepreneurs need. Here's tips for providing your services. Have a process. What is your process, right? Write it out. First, consultation, then follow-up email, then payment link, so make sure you're writing out the whole process so that you know what happens with your clients. After your consultations, you want to follow up in writing with the services that you recommend and the fees, right? So even though you may have said it over the consultation, normally I don't share fees during the consultation. I would tell them that I'm going to look through my notes and follow up with more information. But make sure you follow up in writing after your consultation. Never give fees without saying what it includes. Sometimes people will ask you how much something is on the phone. If that's the case, right, and they want to know now, go through what it includes first and then say the fee. Use forms for intake information. Start from templates. We don't need to start from scratch. In my boot camp, I provide 14 email and contract templates, so they're not starting from scratch, right? So we never really need to start from, I don't think I've ever started a contract from scratch, like a blank white page. Set expectations. Let your client know about how long it's going to take for you to draft the contract or when they're going to hear from you next, okay? And then connect your services with solving your client's current and potential problem. You are a problem solver, right? Someone has a brand. The problem is they don't want someone else to steal it. Trademark, okay? That is the solution. Know how to communicate with your clients. Communication is key, right? Your clients really need to feel like you're a part of their team. Your tone and your word choice in your emails, okay? Call them by their first name. Don't say Mr. Smith or Mrs. Jones. Call them by their first name. It makes it more familiar, and let them call you by your first name. I don't let anybody call me Attorney Thomas. I feel like it's too impersonal, right? And as entrepreneurs, we go by vibes and spirits and things like that. So make sure to be conscious of your tone in your emails, very kind, lively, encouraging, inspirational, and your word choice. Your layout and your organization. Clients don't need big paragraphs in their emails that they have to read through. break up your paragraphs, use bullet points everywhere that you possibly can use it, so it's easy to direct them to important information, right? Underline things if it's important, if it's something they need to provide to you. And then familiarity and connection. Your clients need to feel familiar with you. They need to feel like you have their back, right? Not that you're some lawyer that is untouchable, right? And you're superior to them. No, like they need to feel like you're on their team. That is what makes entrepreneurs feel comfortable, right? That's what they're looking for in lawyers, not just someone to do the work, but someone who cares about them and cares about them, you know, accomplishing their goals and their dreams, okay? So when you get on consultations with people, help them to loosen it up. Okay, if they're kind of nervous in the beginning, talk about something to build rapport. And then be confident and believe in yourself, right? You went through law school. Oh my gosh, you have the same degree that I have. You have the same degree that the Supreme Court justices have. We all have been deemed by our state that we are competent and eligible to practice law. So go off and do it. You don't need somebody else's permission to do what you're already licensed to do, right? Remember that. And then also, if it's in your heart, if you have this calling or you feel like I really want to start my law firm, right? And maybe you haven't done it yet, you have that feeling for a reason. Or maybe you already started your law firm and you're not seeing the results that you want just yet. Keep at it, keep at it. You know this is what you really wanted. So if you have that feeling, that means that you are on the right path, or you need to get to the right path if you feel like you're stagnant in where you are. And then also the money, right? There's no income cap when you have your own law firm. No one can deny a raise for you, right? No one can deny that. If you want to pay yourself more money, you can. If you want to get more clients, beef up your social media marketing, and you can, right? If you want to offer discounted services or a special for Mother's Day or whatever it is so that you can get more clients, you can. You have limitless possibilities of making more money instead of waiting for someone to pay you a check every 2 weeks, right? So you absolutely can do it. Okay, here we are wrapping up. Here is our strategies, right? So we went through 5 strategies today for you guys to start your law firms, build your law firms to the wonderful 6 and 7 figure success that you have in you. Believe me, you do. Strategy number 1, you got to get your mind right. Okay, get your mind right. Watch motivational videos in your car, listen to YouTube podcasts, forget that music in the car, right? Listen, be obsessed with it. Pump positive things constantly in your mind, right? And eliminate those negative people from your lives and your circles. Build your brand now. If you're still in law school, that's the best time. If you haven't started your law firm yet, it's the best time, right? If you have started your law firm, keep building that brand, right? You want people to see you as a person that you want to be, not necessarily the person you are now, but who you want to be. And that will become who you are, okay? Strategy number 3, educate and invest in yourself. No one can do this for you. You have to do it. You have to be willing to put the time and the money in order to make this happen for yourself, right? Invest in your mind, invest in your law firm and things that is going to teach you how to do this and how to accomplish your goal. What's the point of life if you're not going to be following your goals and your spirits and you're just going to be unhappy, right? Do it. You absolutely can. And there are resources for you. Set your financial goals. Number 4, know how much money you need to make. Eliminate those expenses that you do not need. You can always add them back later, all right? And then, of course, provide impeccable service once you do get that client. So learn how to provide those services. Learn how to do trademark searches. Learn how to file LLCs. Learn how to file copyrights. Learn about understanding contracts, right? So these are the strategies that I want you to learn and do. And of course, I have taught you today what to do. There are resources to teach you how to do it, right? One thing that I mentioned was my entrepreneurship attorney bootcamp. We have about 100 lawyers in there right now, which I'm super excited. And we are like totally a family, right? Nina's my family because we were connected through entrepreneurship attorney bootcamp, as well as other members of the course. So if you're interested in that, you can go to course.newlawyerlaunch.com, and that teaches you more about New Lawyer Launch. So I am so happy that you guys are here and that you gave me your time. Thank you so much. I just want to let you know that you absolutely can do it. If I can do it, you can do it. I didn't have any handouts, anything special. My parents didn't live here. They lived in a different state. My parents lived in a different state. I was a single mom, you know, and so you guys can absolutely do it. Thank you for your time. And we are going to jump into some live Q&A.
I'm just here for a second. Shayna is going to ask Dana some questions live, you guys, since I didn't see anything in the comments yet. But you did so great, Dana. And I just wanted to let y'all know, like, Dana is my mentor, so I couldn't like not say anything during her live. But I just want to let y'all know, if y'all need someone who really does listen and makes it important for not only giving impeccable service, but living out what she says. Like, impeccable service isn't like, okay, now you've paid me and you only get what you paid for. You get so much more than what you're paid for with Dana. And that's how I mirror my services for my clients. And I've always been that way, but it's nice to meet people that teach me how to be even better than what I was. And that's really Dana. Like, she will sharpen you. So that's all I got. But I'm going to come out the feed and it's going to be you and Shane.
Awesome. Nina, I just want to say to you, you are amazing. I'm so proud of you for putting this together and just for being an excellent student and an excellent mentee of mine. And your future is so bright and you are just shining. So thank you for having me. Awesome. So we can jump into Q&A, Shayna.
All right, fantastic. Thank you, Dana. Like, honestly, like I haven't made my journey to law school yet, but you know, I'm over here taking my notes. So when I get ready, it's time for me to get in there. So thank you. Just one thing before we get started, I did want to actually say thank you because I can hear the intention behind what it is that you're saying, and it's authentic and it's genuine. And I do appreciate you being here today and talking with us about this.
Thank you so much. My favorite topic.
Absolutely. So we actually have a comment from Karen Wilson who says, great presentation. Definitely picked up some tips that I will incorporate in my practice.
Awesome. Thank you, Karen. Thank you for that feedback. That is wonderful.
So one of the questions that is probably on a lot of individuals' minds is, we're still technically in the middle of a pandemic. And a lot of things have changed, especially just going from being in person to everything is cyber, everything's technology and Zoom. So what has your experience been in that field, and how would you recommend someone who's about to start this journey? How do you recommend them to navigate the new world that we live in now?
Okay, so I will say this. COVID happened in, for the most part, 2020. That year was the most money that I'd ever made in my law firm. And the reason is because due to COVID, unfortunately, the negative aspect is a lot of people are getting laid off. But at the same time, there's a blessing behind a lot of our challenges in that a lot of those people wanted to become entrepreneurs, right? So they were working at a job that they probably did not love. And, you know, they started. And once they, you know, weren't working anymore, they said, this is the time. I'm home. Let me work on my goals. Let me work on my passion. Let me work on my dreams. And so that actually created more clients for us, because now, due to the pandemic, there are more people who are launching businesses, right? So it's not necessarily businesses where we gather, like brick and mortars and things like that, but a lot of online businesses. There's more coaches. There's more, you know, different businesses that people are having online. So don't let anything stop you. When I tell you that you are in control of your life and your destiny, I'm not saying that because it sounds good. I'm saying that because it has totally been the foundation of my adult life when I started to learn this, and my career. So if you're interested in launching, this is a great time. You don't have to gather, right? You don't have to spend time getting dressed and going to a meeting. So I would say don't let that discourage you. People are looking for you, looking for your services, because they are learning how insecure having a job is, right? In this COVID time, having a job is not secure at all, right? And they're learning that. And so here you are to help them to build businesses that they love, all right? Just like your law firm.
Thank you, Dana. Very insightful and encouraging. I know a lot of people can really take that to heart, so thank you.
That was great.
Absolutely. And we actually have another question.
Sure.
The question is, since you recommend charging for consultations, Would you suggest applying the consultation fee to the client's retainer if they hire you?
Michelle, great question. Yes, I do, right? Because that's like a win-win for the client, right? So they have a consultation, say the consultation fee is $150, right? Yes, that can, what are they losing? If it's an incentive for them to hire you for the service. And then once you do send them that invoice, just having a minus, 150, it makes them feel really good about it. So yes, I would absolutely recommend crediting it towards their service fee. Great question.
Fantastic. Thank you, Dana. So I actually have a question myself.
Mm-hmm.
I know the general message was, not to let anyone stop you, to tune out the negativity and such, but how do you realistically do that when it's someone like really close to you and very like influential in your life? How do you take the reins to be able to tune out that negativity and focus on your goal? Because I know that's something that I've had struggled with myself.
Right. Like it could be somebody's mother or father, right? Which often it is, because parents, they think they know, right? This is the thing. You have to keep in your mind, like mom, like if I'm just gonna pull it somewhere, if it's somebody's mom, right? For one, don't expect your mom to understand, or your dad. No one is going to understand. No, not one person is really going to understand how you're feeling, right? And sometimes it doesn't feel great if like this one person that you really want to support you doesn't support you, but it's only because they don't know, right? It's not because they think that you're incapable. Our parents don't know this life. This whole social media thing that we're in, and virtual conferences and starting your own business, they don't know that life. The only thing my dad told me, he was like, make sure you get a pension. Pension is out of it for me, right? We don't get no pension because of starting your own law firm. But they're only saying that out of the fact that they do love you, right? But it's just they don't know, right? So keep it in your mind. For one, you don't have to discuss your business plans with your parents, right? Or whoever that person is that's close to you, right? You can have a community of people who you do talk to about it, but it doesn't have to be your spouse, or it doesn't have to be your parents, because they're not going to understand. But also, the best feeling ever is when you finally do it and you reach that success, and then your parents or whoever that person was that doubted you now gives you your flowers, right? I remember when my dad said to me, because my dad is really skeptical about things, right? And so he believes in saving your money and not taking risk and all that. So I remember maybe it could have been several months ago. He sent me a text and he just said how proud he was, and he thought that you had to crawl before you walk, but I proved him wrong, and he's so proud. You guys will get those messages from people, so they're not going to understand what you're doing or why you're doing it, and don't expect them to, right? And you don't have to talk to them about what you're doing, but do find a community that's supportive, and that's what we have, in our bootcamp course.
All right, fantastic. Thank you, Dana, for that. I appreciate you. So we actually do have one more question.
Sure.
I'll show it on the screen. It's diversity is important, but what do you do to be more inclusive and encourage others to as well?
Okay, so that diversity is important. So in my law firm, we're pretty diverse. We have a staff growing to about 8 right now. And we're not all Black, right? We are pretty diverse. So, but not only diverse in race, right? Not only diverse in that way, but diverse in experience, right? I started my law firm 5 years ago. I have 2 people that work in my firm, one that's been doing trademarks for 15 years and one that's been doing trademarks for 20 years, right? That is diversity, right? So, and then I've also had people that worked at my firm that are interns, that are in law school or just graduated law school. There's diversity in so many different ways, right? So it can be something that you are focused on at a certain level. When you first start your law firm, don't worry about diversity. You need to worry about structuring your law firm, and you need to worry about getting clients and building your brand, right? Things like diversity will come as you start to hire later on, right? But just to be real and frank, like you have to have tunnel vision when you just start, all right? So diversity is key, it's important, but that does not come until later down the line when you have staff, right? Because in the beginning, probably for a couple of years, it's just gonna be you, right? And at that time when it's just you, your brand is what's most important, right? Your brand on social media, in your emails, when you communicate with your clients. So that's my take on it.
Totally understand. Got to keep your eye on the prize, and we can get to We can get to that soon, but we got to build the foundation first.
Got to build it first, right? Build something to have diversity in.
Right.
Right.
So we actually do have another question from Mandisa Styles
Hey,
Esquire.
Mandisa.
Yes. And her question is, she's a fellow boot camper.
Yes.
And she says, her question is, how do you deal with potential clients who get sticker shock after receiving the email with the price breakdown after the consultation?
Easy answer, you don't, right? So that's a great question. So pretty much Mandisa is saying you've sent someone an email, you tell them a price about something, and you feel like you've adequately sent them an email breaking down what the fee includes. Not everyone's going to be a client, right? Not Mandisa for you. And that doesn't mean that you have to reduce your fee to make them comfortable. They might go away for a little while and come back a couple months later when they've been able to save. So there's really not anything that you have to do to convince them. What you can do is explain, right? So someone might say, wow, $1,800 for a trademark, that's a lot. I don't know about that. So if you can respond, say, hey, I totally understand. As a new entrepreneur, every dollar matters. That's just like when I was starting my law firm. So I totally can relate. I want to tell you more about what's included in our service, where we're actually going to be doing this, and this. The trademark process is about 8 to 12 months, and I'll actually have your back that whole entire time, right? So that your trademark can be successful. So there's some things that you can take away from what I just said. One, you have to show some type of empathy with what they're saying, right? We're not just trying to show like, oh, you're cheap, right? You're cheap, you don't want to spend money. It's hard to determine where is this dollar going to go, because I just started my business. I want to do it right. So have some type of empathy. I totally understand, that every dollar matters, every dollar counts, right? And then also go into, again, what those hours are spent on, right? And what the time and the attention that goes into it. So I would say for something like that, don't go back and forth with people. After I send that response that I just kind of verbalized to you guys, if they're still not comfortable, I'd write a nice email and say, I totally understand. I look forward to helping you with your business. Feel free to reach out to me here when you're ready. I'm ready when you are. ! Boom. Right? So it doesn't mean that you reduce your fees. There's only so much that you can do. But that was a great question, Mandisa.
Awesome. Thank you, Dana. So we actually have one more question. Eden Jackson wants to know, are the slides available? Is your material available for further?
Okay, so a lot of the information that's in this slide is in my playbook, right? So pretty much in my playbook, I rearranged it a bit, but a lot of the same information in the playbook. So you can see the ticker on the bottom, go.newlawyerlaunch.com. So that is a PDF, pretty much an ebook, and it's written. Pretty much everything that I said here is just in written form in the free playbook. So you can study it whenever you need to, okay? Also, if you go to go.newlawyerlaunch.com and you get the playbook, I'll also be sending you guys additional resources to teach you about how to conduct your consultations, how to do trademark searches, things like that. Thank you, Josiah.
Thank you, Dana. So that looks like that's all the time we have for questions. So how do we get in contact with you after the summit?
Absolutely. So same link, go.newlawyerlaunch.com. That's going to put you on the list so that when you do get that playbook, you'll be able to reply to it and shoot me an email. Okay. So once you get the email that comes with the playbook, just reply to it if you want to reach out to me. So thank you so much for having me. I hope you guys are educated and inspired. Like starting my own law firm right out of law school was the best decision that I have ever made in my life. And if you're feeling that for yourself, there are resources for you. Please reach out and make the hard decisions. Entrepreneurship is just a series of hard decisions that other people are just not willing to make. So they maintain where they are, in that unhappy position, but that does not have to be you, and that will not be you because you're here today. So thank you for your time.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dana, for your time as well. And until next time, I'm going to go ahead and close it out and prepare for our next speaker. So thank you again.
Bye, guys. Thank you for having me.
Take care. Bye.
Bye.
you are at the making, Trademark That Thursdays first of a lifetime experience. I hope you guys are enjoying the ride so far. We're going to go straight into the presentation. So I hope you guys got your seatbelts on because we're going to go on a ride. So I'm about to take on a very serious issue today. Modern day society has been divided because of it. World peace is even at risk. Pineapples on pizza. Governments have been talking about potential bans. People debate on the internet and take polls in the thousands on BuzzFeed discussing the tastiness of this choice. I know, 60,000 people voted on whether or not pineapple pizza was tasty. Crazy, right? To take a quick poll on this issue, put a 1 in the chat if you are a pineappler, or 2 if you are an anti-pineappler. Pineapplers are people who love pineapples on their pizza. Anti means the opposite of that. Don't worry, I'll wait. Okay. So there is a clear divide here that we didn't see before, but we are still able to sit here without forcing pineapplers to become anti-pineapplers and vice versa. Now that this issue is visible, we do not allow these unexplained differences of pizza toppings prevent us from inclusion. In fact, if we pay attention to the polarizing effect of being in this special category of pineapplers, we learn that one's main desire is to be free, to be different, and to have our choices respected. Because pineapplers, we need love too. I'm not a pineappler, guys, but still. For me, the pineapples on pizza choice highlights the polarizing effect that can take place when someone doesn't like the thing that makes you different. In my case, my differences, as you guys saw earlier in the picture, is that I'm both Black and Indian, and that I speak French fluently. The one thing I learned about myself growing up was that I had a profound and unmatched appreciation of cultures different from my own. Thus, I could not understand valuing and not valuing could be an issue, why people could even be closed-minded when it came to valuing the experiences of other people. I wanted to do something about that. I didn't know how to do that at the time. I decided to volunteer any chance I could get, learn more about my why. I worked jobs that paid little to develop my skills in the field. Along my journey, I learned early that there is huge value in being a person who can redistribute the knowledge that I gained in doing people's busy work. I took experiences and used them to help others maneuver that same path. In fact, I remember being told that I wouldn't be given an opportunity to apply for a job just because they didn't want to take a chance that I would fail the bar again. However, I didn't fail the bar the next time. And even the one employer I had said that I deserved more. And it was just a volunteer job. And they still told me to seek out more. Within a month, someone else said, start your firm. And I did. Telling my story is difficult because it requires a level of transparency that most people won't give you in the job interview room, especially when after I came out of law school, straight out of law school, and passing the bar, I was still jobless, guys. I even started my own firm and only made $80 my first year from my law practice. One day, after a long and trying day, I found myself in Starbucks in need of my cherished favorite hot tea. Y'all know I had to put Starbucks in here. Y'all knew. I didn't know that I would meet someone that would send me to meet a judge that looked out for aspiring women lawyers like me. She did this because I took the time to encourage her, because when I saw her law school course books, I remembered that I needed an encouraging message. And it didn't matter that she was white and I was Black. All that mattered was that I saw those course books and I remembered that there was somebody who once encouraged me. Now, why am I bringing all this up? Well, let me tell you, all the hours I spent Working minimum wage and volunteering prepared me with the confidence and the skills to continuously build my empire. I went to all, and I do mean all, y'all, of the networking events, courtrooms, and lawyer brunches I could find until I met people who, like that girl, wanted to see me win. The key to retaining these diverse people that you guys have at the big firms, right, is that you need to help them succeed, excel, and maybe even collaborate for excellence as a prerequisite, even when it's easier for someone to learn by fire. It did not feel good when people told me I had to learn it the hard way back then, and it still doesn't feel good to learn it that way now. Yes, it might be the only way people learn, but it shouldn't be the only option you have. It doesn't mean much to walk away with a degree if you can't use it to make a better life for yourself and your loved ones. Because that's what we do all of this for, right? We don't do this so that other people can cheer us on or Instagram can like us. We're trying to provide a better life, a life that extends beyond you and me, but the legacy we're going to leave behind. So let's talk about some inclusion tactics, 3 to be exact, that can help you make meaningful shifts. Number 1, allowing people to have a safe space has been the most difficult process for people. When I can join a Clubhouse group or a Zoom room and a person who doesn't like me just because I'm Black can ruin my Zoom presentation by hacking it with racist propaganda, then is this virtual space we're in really safe? Is the world that we're living in now really safe? I don't know. You tell me. Because this stuff, it really happened on a live stream with esteemed law professors and with myself. And even in a small room when all we were talking about was being Black in the sports IP field. That's it. But that was enough for someone to hack a meeting meant to be shared with the world, given for free. But it was hacked just like that. We teach people how to hide who they are, to be polished enough to be hired. And that is where the true harm happens. You will see major shift if you learn how to provide a space where people can be comfortable as they are. Look at those innovative startups with relaxed work from home approaches and even casual wear as an example, and compare it to the Gallup's news article stating that only 7% of Black women reported that they felt they could be themselves at work. There is even less than that in the numbers in the IP space to begin with. This IP space that we're all in right now, only 1.8% are minority lawyers in this field. And that has got to change. But we have to start by allowing people their free space to be who they are and not who we want them to be. Speaking of that, the biggest thing, number 2, I want you to take away from this talk is that you have to create actual leadership opportunities for the people that you are hiring that don't normally get hired. People know when they are being treated as expendable and being used like a pawn in a larger chessboard. You know, get that minority PR, get that minority press release out there. People know that. Now, I understand pretty well for business that you can't give everybody a $75,000 salary starting off. However, the people, including us, IP lawyers, that came to me, that come to you as a trademark lawyer, come because they were never given an opportunity to leave and have the ability to do something leadership for the company, something of value, something of substance. And so they leave, right? The big firms, they lose their top IP lawyers, especially the minority ones, because they were never given something of value to lead. They leave, right? Those people are leaving. And it's not just you and me, it's Black, white, Hispanic. We all leave because you don't create an opportunity for me to be in leadership, for me to shine. You don't create a summit like this or do anything of that nature to make it seen that you guys not only value it, you celebrate it, right? Instead, your company just gave you busy work. Their company gave them busy work. This happens to your clients all the time, which is why they come to us, trademark lawyers, to kind of build a new brand for themselves. People don't come to companies to remain stagnant especially not companies where they hold a degree in the field that your company serves. You will see major shift when you recognize the irony in the fact that people that look like me, who work the hardest, don't get the promotion. 78% of employees who responded to a Harvard Business Review, HBR to be exact, study said they work at organizations that lack diversity in leadership positions. That's why I'm asking you, create actual leadership opportunities for your unconventional hires, because we know that sometimes you bend the rules, you hire someone that the organization doesn't normally hire. Doesn't mean that they're bad, just means they don't meet your normal standards. But that doesn't mean that they get any less treatment. Give them leadership opportunities day one, and you will see a lot of difference. In the famous words of James Evans on the hit show Good Times that aired when I was little, if you've never been where I've been, how can you know where I'm going? You know what I'm saying? Number 3, I went out to do my normal charity work for Martin Luther King Jr. Day this year. And we, like many other organizations, gave out food to homeless communities across my city. This thing a man said to me forever changed how I want you to look at giving back to communities. He said, no one ever asked what we need before they bring it. I thought long and hard about what he said to me. And for a second there, I got offended, like most of us do, because how dare you tell me that me bringing food wasn't enough? Because I did what I was supposed to do, right? Wrong. What he was telling me was so much more. I learned that what he was asking for was just a hot shower so that he could smell nice so that he can go into a job interview. He's asking for a hotel room for him and his buddies to go shower so that when they go to their job interviews, they don't stink. In fact, people did what they needed to do and made this a replicable program in San Francisco called Lava May X, where they actually have mobile showers in San Francisco all over where they help their homeless community. People stepped up, and instead of throwing money at the problem, they did what they needed to do to solve and create a systemic issue solution. They can't be fixed systemic issues in one day. You have to root out the issues that lead to not having access to the same things that you and I take for granted, like a hot shower. Until you actually serve in the community, there will always be people receiving help that misses the mark of what they actually need. It is easy to give people money, right? But it's hard to break bread to understand them. How many times do you give food in the homeless community and then sit down to eat the lunch with them? Probably not. I want you to think about this. People like Oprah, as Dana mentioned in the last presentation, were once overlooked. And now she is a multi-billion-dollar brand. You never know what just serving in the community can do for your morale. Oprah was overlooked by our organization, but so many other people are overlooked in your organization, right? And they don't have to be without a home, but you never find out what they're going through. You never find out what they value. And because you don't find out what they value, you don't find out what they want to do. They want to do more than just work for you. They want your company to care about the world around them. They really do. If you don't believe me, try it. Go out in the community and find something that they can do for that company, for that world environment that you guys are housed in, for the better, and see what happens. Now, when we don't make inclusive decisions in these areas, you will see issues persist that should have never gotten in the way of picking a quality candidate. Issues like this. You see my hair in this picture? You see my hair now? I made a very big point to my photographer that I wanted my natural curls to be highlighted. Now, usually people get the hair straightened, pressed out, make it look all smooth, sleek, and, well, European. And that was not the image I was going for. I also didn't want a suit. I wanted to make it so that my clients could see me on the street and know that, hey, that girl, she not only is a lawyer, but she's an approachable lawyer. Because my clients call me Nina. They don't call me Attorney Spear. And if they do, I correct them. I learned that from my mentor, Dana, and it has been very helpful to a very good many of my clients. A lot of them didn't know that they could. I never really thought that that was something that was important to them. But when I started making that shift, that change, and I just made one shift like she recommended, clients came in and they stayed, and they wanted to stay longer, and they wanted to have a conversation. And I had to get to a point where I had to cut conversations down because they were sorry about that. For some reason, my internet did something crazy. But I'll get the presentation back up to you guys momentarily. Awesome. And that's perfect. All right. So back to what I was saying. So there's no reason why I should feel pressured to stand here in front of you today with my hair straightened or pressed out to look more European. But I do. In fact, Black women say that they felt pressured for decades to use excessive heat, chemical relaxers, and weaves to conform to European standards of straight hair. This often means that they spend hundreds of dollars a month and countless hours in hair salons. According to Nielsen, Black consumers spent about $473 million on hair care in just 2017. A source, USA Today. Why do they do that? Or why were they told to do that so young? Because their schools and their companies have told them that their hair is a political statement or it's aggressive and it doesn't fit in. And that's not going to work anymore. We are taking back our hair. Luckily, with the Crown Act that happened in California, there was some hope, but there shouldn't really have to be a rule, right, for me to be able to wear my hair in our natural state. But that puts it into perspective, right? They had to make a law so that it wouldn't be a deterrent for careers. And that happens to so many people. But you never thought about that, right? Because it's never happened to you. So next time, before you make an assumption, I want you to try to sit down and try to understand these three fundamental truths about people with visible and hidden differences is that they want safe spaces. Safe spaces meaning that they can tell you when something's going wrong. They can tell you when there is a problem at work and it won't become some big issue where somebody gets a slap on a wrist and nothing happens, which is what happens so many times, guys. So I want you to think about, are you really making it a safe space? Are you making it a place where they can come tell you the issue? Or are you telling them it's okay to tell me the issue, but we're not going to do anything about it? Or we're just going to watch another video, because that also happens, guys. The other thing is that they want you to see, they want to grow. They want to grow at your company. They want to grow at your IP law firms. They want to handle the big clients, that multi-million-dollar brand clients. They want to handle those things. And a lot of people and a lot of companies don't let that happen because a client is used to a certain image, and it's up to you to break that image, right? At your firm, at your establishment. And lastly, they want to show you their world. They want to show you that working for you is a wonderful privilege, but they want to see that you invest back into them and care about where they come from, what their roots are, how you can help in their community. Because they didn't just come to work for you. They came to make a better life for their family and loved ones. And if you don't know who their child is, what their child's name is, if you don't even make any type of attempts to connect to your employees, you're going to miss out on the most amazing people that you have working for you. And yes, they will leave you. Start their own firm and do very well. You want to know why? Because anybody who has the grit and chutzpah to start their own firm, myself included, $80, y'all, my first year. That's it. I got an $80 consultation fee. It was a business client. It was a consultation, and I definitely raised my prices after that, and it became a lot more fluid. But I will tell you this. Anybody who's got the chutzpah to start their own firm, they're going to do well. Just because you are a big name doesn't mean they can't be a big name. You want to know how I know this? Because there are so many women who are coming in after me. When they speak, you will understand that they also started without anybody knowing anything about their trademarking name. And they were able to build up their business like that with some tweaks, some different maneuvers, and just building up clientele is hard. So the fact that they're able to do this is beautiful. So don't think that your IP law firm is the only place they have to go. They can always branch out and start again because there is a whole community of us willing to help them. So in the world, y'all, pineapple pizza can cause people to be upset by a choice, right? People were upset when they found out you like pineapples on your pizza and they didn't like it, right? They were like, why? Tell me what's going on. Why would you ever put that on your pizza? I want you to remember the way that you felt when someone found out that you liked pineapples on your pizza and they didn't. The way people reacted and shocked and questioned your choice and wanted you to justify something that you like and how that made you feel. Now, y'all, diversity is not like a pizza choice. It's not simple. But we can learn a great deal from this great global divide. Nevertheless, if we stop trying to pick sides and instead celebrate diverse people in our rules, promotions, and progress, then we can all sit at the table to discuss our differences in a lighthearted, inclusive, and heartfelt approach. All it takes is openness in your leadership to say, we will create spaces that are safe and encourage people to share their story and grow there. And then you got to mean it, guys. You can't just say it. So we're going to get into some trademark firm tips. As we go through this, I know you guys have probably been wondering how we can talk about it. How do we broach this conversation? Don't worry. I've broached it with many a lawyer before, and this is some topics and these are some conversations that you can start having right now as you move forward. So these are some trademark firm tips from the beginner to the expert trademark law firms, okay? And we're going to go through that quick sheet. Here are some resources that are going to be provided. You can screenshot this, but the headers of each of the sections are in this sheet, okay? So I want you guys to think about it from this perspective. Let people feel that they can be themselves. What does that even mean, right? I said it, but what does it mean? It means bringing your whole self to work. What does that mean? This is some tips. Prioritize what makes people feel comfortable in your office environment. Asking those questions. You have to have active and engaged conversations with others in the firm. That means that you set aside time in your week, right, to be able to have that information present. Have the conversation, make it a coffee hour, something. You have to set aside time and it has to be active and engaged. You can't make it optional. It can't be an optional meeting. You come to this meeting or you might not be eligible for XYZ when check stuff comes through. You make sure that their money is attached to them showing up for these meetings. Ensure that people are actively engaged. Don't just let the same people raise their hands. Call on people. Make it like it was back in law school. Socratic method people, okay? You're going to have to talk about the hard stuff. And then you need to be aware of environments that may feel limiting, like client pitches, where looks and traditional stereotypes come into play. And these are just a few issues that you can broach. Also, I hope you guys know what my CLE code is because it was mentioned earlier. So if you don't know, I'll let Shayna share it one more time, but y'all should write that down. But I'm letting you guys know that these are questions, these are conversations that you can have, and these are some strategies that are important. But the one that I think was really good was that being aware of the environments that may feel limiting, like those client pitches. Don't let your clients dictate how your person should look. And if that is what's happening, and that's the type of firm environment you're creating, you can always fire a bad client. What you can't do is get back a good lawyer. You can't. If they leave, they're gone. But you can fire a bad client and get a better client. You can also set your clients' expectations day one. This is how we're doing things. I appreciate your input, but this is how she does it. And she's very good at what she does. Thank you very much for your insights. We're going to keep on pushing. You got to set that client expectation before anybody else. And I know you got clients that you just kind of have to appease, but there's a way to do it. There's always a way to do it. I want you guys to check in with your associates. That TMEP is dense, and even going through case law, okay, is dense. And if you're not looking through each and every trademark application on a regular, you won't even see some of the stuff that the examining attorneys are throwing out there, right? If they're not in a group, if they don't have any collaborative conversations about this, then you need to find a class or a community for you guys as a firm to enroll in that makes them feel supported, that makes them feel like they can have that. If you don't know what communities they are, minority communities for lawyers, you just saw one of the women out there who's creating minority communities for IP lawyers, okay? If you would like to do that, you can make sure that your firm pays for a class. Y'all pay for the license and all that other stuff. Help them get to know the basics if they don't know it. And this is a really good technique, guys, and that's why I put it in purple and I bolded it. You can show them how to file their own trademark. You can help them do this for themselves, okay? So this doesn't have to be difficult. It doesn't have to be hard. It's just something that you guys can do for yourselves. All right. I know that everyone uses alt legal, okay? And until you're able to get alt legal, you know, and they do have a minority scholarship that we did share information about before. But if you have, if you're a minority, they have a minority scholarship for you to try it out. But until you get there, right? Trello is free. And Trello is a good way for you to have your own docketing system, and you can build it, right? And figure out what it is. Now, it's not live docketing like Alt Legal does, where it automatically does it for you, but it does enable you to basically keep track of what's going on, and you can build them out for your clients. So if you guys do decide to go and get a Trello, I have my own basic Trello board, and I will have Shayna share that with you guys after this presentation is over. But this Trello board, if you accept the invitation, and it'll be in the comments section, but if you accept the invitation to this Trello board, you should be able to kind of see how I build stuff out for my clients, my search progress, and what I send to my actual clients. So it's important to make sure that you have your own docketing functionalities that maybe you can't pay for that docketing software right now, or they don't know how to use it. But start with something basic like Trello, and then lead them to how to use Alt Legal. And that's a little bit less overwhelming. So that's a good technique for you guys to use. Of course, I want you guys to get comfortable with telling your clients the search will take 2 weeks. A lot of people don't know how to deal with clients that are like difficult. Like that was a big issue in one of our conversations. They don't know how to deal with clients that don't understand. Clients who like think that trademarks come out in a month. They're like, how do you talk to clients that don't get it? Like they just don't get it. And they think that you file the trademark and then you get it in a month. Like, one thing. They don't know it's an 8 to 12 month process. So tell them about how long your search is going to take. Giving that type of care shows your associates and shows your firm as people who care, because there's a lot of people who are ignorant about this trademark process in general. They don't even know that an extensive search is necessary in order to give their application a best chance. So you could also be being destructive to your clients, right? Because you could be getting irritated that they don't know about the process, and then you're not going to tell them because they should know, or they should read your materials. Maybe they didn't read it. I have people who don't read my emails, and we harass them a little bit, but we just try to make sure that every single option that we can connect with them on, that they got that information, because I try to make sure that they don't have a situation where they didn't get my email, but they were expecting me to text them or call them with information, and we didn't. So I send the same messages via text and email to them via the office, and it is a lot easier, okay? Making sure your clients also feel loved and respected can be a very important thing for your associates to watch, because if you have no patience with them, you're not going to have any patience with your associates, especially if they take longer on the search process than you guys normally do, okay? Also, you guys have to listen more in your consultations. A lot of times, even when you're doing a, how are you doing progress meeting or anything like that with an associate, you're not listening to what they're saying. You're not listening to what it is that they are looking for at your firm. You're always telling them, well, you're doing this well and you could do better here. You're not listening to their goals. The same things that you do for your clients, you've got to do that same thing for your associates. So you guys should be listening more to your clients in your consults if you're not already. That shows your associates what it's like to work at your firm from a different perspective. I do this in my consultations. I let them talk. I very rarely say much in the consultations until the very end, and I've listened to their whole story, because their story matters to them just like it matters to you. So I want you guys to be aware that what your associates see you do for your clients matter, okay? Also, these follow-ups, you should do this for your clients as well, but I want you to schedule follow-ups twice a quarter, okay, with your associates. This is an 8 to 12 month process. If you give them 10 or so trademark applications to file, they may need some help. They might have encountered a examining attorney that is making their life so difficult, okay, with the filing, okay? If you have the understanding of that, right, for clients, and you tell your clients what's going on, you can also do the same thing with the people working on your client files. And that's what keeps people engaged. They want to know that you treat them like you treat your clients that pay you money, right? Because even though they don't pay you money, they make you money, right? Because they help you take on more clients. So you have to start thinking about scheduling those same follow-up calls with the person working on the application. This is my favorite one, managing our chaos, okay? The chaos is what is going on in your head, what's happening in your top, the people who are having the most difficulty telling you what's going on. This is what's happening. They don't know how to talk to clients who don't understand. We talked about that. But they're concerned about other stuff that you probably never even thought about, representing disabled clients and admitting you don't know how to communicate effectively. People who are disabled don't actually like being called hearing impaired or anything like that. And a lot of people don't know that that hurts. And people don't know how to broach those conversations. So more so than that, those are things that you might have considered about explaining to them, how to go through those processes. They might even be worried that they're not explaining something effectively. And if that's an issue, maybe you guys do some more like client samples, just like moot court and mock trial. You can have mock client meetings for them to help build their confidence so they can explain legal issues, and you can ask them the hard questions so that when they do that consultation, they feel a lot more confident. And this is stuff that you guys can do right now. And also making sure that they're brave enough to say that they don't know something, especially to a client who is asking them a direct question can always get in trouble for quoting something to a client that says something that you don't know, and you give them an off the cuff answer. Get to the point where you're like, you know what? I don't know that, but I will find out and we'll get back to you. Having that easy pivot point, coaching them on how to be able to say that and not feel like that they have to wing it when they don't know the answer is important. And also being willing to say to someone and hear from someone that an action or response hurt me, either from a client or from your associate, goes miles. Because a lot of times when you tell people that they got hurt or something you did hurt me, they do not listen. Why don't they listen? They don't listen because they believe that they didn't mean to do it that way. Whether or not we mean to do things, y'all, it can hurt. And if it hurts and someone says it hurts, you say, I'm sorry that I hurt you. I don't want to hurt you. Let's work on solutions. Not, I'm sorry I hurt you, but I didn't mean to hurt you. I think you took it the wrong way. That makes people feel that you don't care if something that they said to you matters. Okay, that is important, and it happens so often. So when we're managing the chaos, this is the chaos I'm talking about, where people are telling you stuff and you are seeing things happen in your firm and you're just letting it go because that's just the way it is. There is also an issue of avoiding certain topics for lasting peace. If y'all can't come to a eye to eye, it's okay to say, you know what? We're not going to have this conversation in this forum. We can have it offline. We can have it at a happy hour somewhere, but we're not going to have it in this meeting because I see that there is an agree to disagree issue here, and we're going to have it in another forum. Sometimes you might have to bring in outside counselors, coaches, anti-race bias trainers to kind of tay that out, but you can't have that direction or that conversation directly anymore because you realize there's no longer any lasting peace. Then I had one person tell me this, and I really do believe that this happens to all of us, that people shut down instead of telling you how they feel because it's so exhausting. I don't know if you've felt that way before or if you've had that experience before, but people do feel that way. They just won't tell you anymore. And if they get to that point at your firm or wherever you are working, then they're going to leave. It's only a matter of time before they leave, okay? Lastly, and this was a really good conversation to talk about because we were trying to talk about being more accessible, and we were talking about the socioeconomic limits, especially when people are like less able to pay your fees and, you know, basically discounting a price or something like that. And I actually gave them a different solution. I said, why not go into the community, host a pro bono clinic in the areas that you want to serve, do something of that nature, or host a masterclass instead of discounting your prices, because discounting a price means that they would have to know or even have the money to pay the price that's now discounted. Sometimes these masterclasses, sometimes these pro bono clinics that you set up, these things are how you get to the community outside of yourself. And I'm not saying you have to provide your trademark and all that other stuff for people, but you can provide access for questions and answers, and people appreciate that. People appreciate forums like this type of forum where they can ask questions live and they don't feel like nobody's listening for once. And that is how you can kind of meet people where they are, because maybe you can't fix it. Maybe you can't form the business for them right now, but you can enable them to be in a better position than when you found them. And that is the biggest part of all of this, okay? So I want you guys to take note of this conference. This conference, though it is hosted by our law firm, highlights 12 other powerful women in the trademark sphere. This does not highlight the firm, our trademark excellence, or prowess, or anything. This is all about showing love to the people who you can show love to when you can. Feeling special and informed are two key attributes that you want your client or associate to experience. Don't take that for granted. You can do this. This same summit that we just hosted, you can do this for your firm and highlight the people at your firm that are both minority, diverse, and trying to make a difference. Maybe even your newest associates can have their own summit that you feature them at, and you actually pull out the stops, get it all done professionally, and you put that time in, okay? Of course, I can't leave you guys without some type of tidbit, and I have to make it a little bit bigger, so I'm gonna take myself off the screen. But this is the trademark search plan, mind map. This is kind of how my brain works when I do my social media search. And I want you guys to screenshot this if you want to. But this is a really good clip for people. I also have this in the materials that I'll provide afterwards in the Trademark That Thursday's keepsake, so don't worry about getting it later or whatever. I got you. You know, I be looking out for y'all. But as we go through the Trademark That search plan, like I go through an extensive process, and that is just my social media search process. But you see how I kind of laid it out, how I go through the different things and I write it down. I write everything down on a sheet of paper, y'all. Like I tried to do it on a Word document, but it doesn't help me. Like it's just the good tried and true method of writing stuff out. This explaining your process like this to an associate will do wonders, because people don't know how to do that extensive search that we're all quoting. And if you're using Markify or whatever, you can. But knowing how to do it by hand, just like accounting, like I know how to do my profits and loss statements by hand before I got an accountant involved so I can check their work. you want to be able to have associates that can check the work of the computer system that you use. Because if they can't, then you're going to have a problem. The next one that I want to mention, guys, and this is, again, a smaller one, but this is the testimonials when I was doing research on this, and the sources indicated below. It's a little small, but I'm still going to read it to you guys. So there were some male responses and some female responses. I'm going to read a couple. But one was that he benefited, and this is Cooley Joseph Drayton. He said he benefited from a Black role model. He saw a prominent lawyer who looked like him, which contributed to his vision of success. What did I tell y'all? Someone who looked like him contributing to his vision for success, because he saw someone who was also a minority lawyer. That was enough to get him into the industry. Tech industry, it's uneven when it comes to openness to minority lawyers. If they don't open the pool to see what's out there, then they don't know what they're missing. And that's by Kasowitz Jonathan Waldrop. And lastly, my favorite, the Black woman NIP, which is all of the speakers for this summit, is we are still being judged, feared, devalued. And she said this beautiful line: imagine playing Monopoly with no starting money and no property, but everyone is much more ahead than you are. I told y'all I started with $80. $80. I will also share this slide with you guys as well, so don't worry about that as well. I got you. And then these are some things that I want you guys to think about. These are brands that I want you guys to consider. Like, maybe you guys could have been the firm that represented some of these brands that are well known, and then they could have seen, the impact. There is Where the Money Resides. There is the Crayon Case. There's TED Talks. There's Levi. There's Play-Doh. All of these are brands that if your company is behind, these are known and seen in the industry. People know about this. Everyone knows that Supercent made $1 million in 90 minutes. Everyone knows that Where the Money Resides became one of the hit viral phrases. And before it became super hit, he went ahead and filed the trademark. If you knew about the TED Talks, they want to know what cool type of trademarks that you're doing. The one that I loved finding out about was Play-Doh. Play-Doh actually has a smell mark. Being able to educate your associates on these different types of trademarks is important. And then Levi, y'all know the little leather patch with the red writing, they also have that trademark. So understanding that type of stuff, that your associates want to know what they can talk about in client meetings so they can easily pitch. I use Michael Jordan's issues. I use Haley Page's issues. I use all of the current events that are happening to help my clients when they have questions about what could happen. I also use the Lady A versus Lady Antebellum, the Nike and the Satan shoe with the trademark tarnishment. Every single one of these could be something that you can educate your associates on so that they are more aware of, one, current events, and two, able to be relevant to the people in your field of interest. Because if you know these stories, if you know about Where the Money Resides, Dorelli Rails, or Supercent for Crayon Case, then you can have a more fluid conversation with someone who looks different, a client that might not normally choose you, because you're actually putting out content and information about that type of stuff. And people really do appreciate that, okay? They appreciate it more than you guys know, and they know that you guys can do excellent things. All right, so we're getting to the end. I hope you guys saw this when you guys registered for Trademark That Thursdays. This is the Black and Minority Business and IP Lawyer List 2021 to present. If you click on that link on the registration page, just go to Trademark That Thursdays, click day 1 or day 2, both of that is there. You can access the live directory always, and then you can also submit your firm. You could submit yourself. If you are a Black or minority business IP lawyer, you are welcome to submit yourself. This is a list that I decided to build myself because I was not seeing enough Black IP lawyers known. And when people would ask me for referrals in different states, I didn't have them on demand. So I wanted to make sure I built that for you guys. So again, there is something that each of you guys can do and really put together, a whole network of minority successful attorneys, because your firm can work with those solo practitioner lawyers. You don't have to always do it yourself. There's always a solo practitioner out there that wants to help. And if you guys have some contract work or some remote work that you can give off to them, or you guys can take some overflow clients and refer it to another IP attorney, I promise you the referral process works both ways. Okay. I'm telling you, think about that as you guys build. You know, there are leaders in the field, and though your firm is a leader, referrals is the key to lawyer good business. Okay. That's good business lesson number one. Refer, refer, refer. And it means and automatically build your clientele. People get money off of referrals, and everyone in the law field knows that we refer. Okay. Want y'all to meet me, of course. This is a great presentation for you guys. Here is my bio information. And you guys, again, I do have all of these accomplishments, but the most important thing is that my passion since I was in 8th grade was to be a criminal defense attorney in my hometown. And then I turned out to do that plus trademarks. I got into trademarks after I failed the bar exam, and I literally had to take it over. And after I failed the bar exam, 2 weeks later, y'all, 2 weeks later, I got into something called the Black Upstart Accelerator Program, where I learned about entrepreneurship and Black entrepreneurship. And I decided when I did finally start my firm, I wanted to help Black business owners. And that was just something that was important to me because I didn't know what the word entrepreneurship meant when I came there. I was ignorant. I didn't know it meant like, you know, people who create something new. Like my law firm wouldn't be an entrepreneurship venture. It would be if I created something that had never been created before. Law firms have been created. So it's one of those things where you are a solver. Uber was a entrepreneur, those types of things. So actually understanding the terminology, understanding how to maneuver the field, how to pitch investors, that's something that I was so passionate and excited about. And I really was like, okay, I can do this when I start. And I tried to do business for a little while. It took me a while to get my marketing down. I met my mentor, Dana, and then my marketing went so great. And now I think people call me for trademarks more than they call me for anything else. I think I get a trademark message almost every day, or referral, or tag on Facebook. And I kid you not, when I posted my first Trademark That Thursdays, I didn't know that it was going to become a brand, but now it is registered. It's a registered Trademark That Thursdays is a registered brand. And I just think it's cool to be able to present that to you before the summit happened. So it just all worked itself out because I applied for that shortly after I came up with it. But I spent 4 hours, y'all, on that social media post, that first one. I sat down with my mom and I said, Mama, I'm going to explain this to you until it makes sense, okay? Because I want you to understand it like a third grader if possible. And we made that thing so simple that I got a 1 hour phone call right after that from somebody who connected me to a huge group of entrepreneurs and business owners in Facebook. And I've been busy ever since. So it's not hard for you guys to start being more inclusive. And let me tell you guys, if you're thinking of trying to find stuff for your firm, here's some courses by me and others. The Trademark That Thursday Summit will be free and it will be offered annually. If you would like to speak, hit me up, okay? The information or our number is there. You can always reach out to Shayna at NinaTheLastBrand@gmail.com. Always reach out to NinaRSpearLawFirm.com if you want to be a speaker for that. But Dana, who just spoke, she has a course. Sonia Lakani, she has a course. All Legal has free and they have paid courses and webinars monthly. USPTO, which is the United States Patent Trademark Office, has free and paid seminars, weekly, monthly, and they also have a big ones, like 6 or so hours where you can get CLE credit. Okay, so this is super, super important. And of course, you know, I want to increase the number, guys, of minority practitioners numbers in IP. I would play the video, but again, I wanted to save some time for Q&A. But this is on my firm website, NinaRSpearLawFirm.com, if you want to learn more about that. The big thing that I really want you guys to see, if it'll let me, it has been my pleasure to present to you guys. And I just want to say thank you. That's all my contact information. If you need more, get more. But you got questions, I'm going to have Shayna kind of read them to me live. But this is all my information. So screenshot that. It'll be good for your soul, I promise. But This has been so cool, guys. Like, you guys have been engaging. I get stuff from the backstage so I can see all my people out here on the backstage supporting me. I appreciate you guys so much. Y'all just don't know. I was so nervous. But it all worked out. And even though the devil tried to take my presentation out, you see, we came right back on here like we never left. So I appreciate you guys so much. And Shayna, whenever you're ready to read any live questions or comments, I'm down. I'm here. Hey guys. Shane, I think you're muted.
See, they don't want me to be great today.
They don't want you to be great. That's what it is.
But the gag is I'm still going to compliment you. So no, but in all seriousness, this is diversity inclusion, especially as Black women, is so important. We had one of the comments from one of our viewers, one of the folks from the backstage, was talking about when you were talking about hair. It's so everybody knows, like with Black women and our hair, I know with me, like I have locks, so you can only imagine what that's like in the industry. So just thank you for taking the time to like talk about these things, because it's very important. Like inclusion is critical, not only inclusion just in skin color, just like the diversification of thoughts, all of that. So thank you, Nina, honestly, for this.
This is beautiful. You guys are amazing. I saw some stuff in there. Any questions you got for me, Shayna?
One of the major questions, we know that you're all about diversity and inclusion and such, and you gave a lot of helpful tips for us to be able to move forward. But I do have something just to reiterate. How do we go about realistically getting the ability to really present these types of conversations? Because I know for last year with everything with George Floyd and how that just started like a revolution of sorts, but how do we make sure that it doesn't dwindle as time goes on?
I think it's something as simple as knowing how to broach the conversation. I almost made part of my presentation like what happened at the Capitol, the insurrection, and having that conversation about the difference between the insurrection and what happened when the Black Lives Matter movement came. Now, again, that's a very, very political topic. It can get me into a lot of, like big spark debate, but I almost put it in there. But I said, you know what? That is a conversation, but that really, there were so many pictures from that. If you just post a picture from the insurrection, then you will know exactly what conversation we're going to have today. And sometimes it's just imagery. Let's talk about this image today. Like, what did this make you feel when you saw this on TV? It's, watching something every now and again and having that conversation. Maybe y'all go watch something together, not something about 12 years a slave or anything, but go watch something together that is bonding, right? Maybe some bonding materials. And then after y'all go and watch some happy, feel-good movie, then maybe y'all can have a conversation about something that's super important to you at lunch or dinner. And y'all can have that conversation in that way. Because a lot of people, they try to take their employees to like, I want you to know your history. I know my history. You need to know your history. Like, I know what happened. I don't want to keep watching it. That's why, I couldn't watch When They See Us or some of the other stuff that was out there, because it's traumatizing. Like, it re-traumatizes you over and over again. And I work in the criminal defense field as well. So it can be highly traumatic for your employees to experience that trauma over and over again. And you're not offering any mental health, no therapy. You're just like, okay, we're going to experience trauma today, but it's okay because we're going to talk about it. No, it's not okay. You need to make sure that there is something in place for trauma. There's true trauma. There are things that trigger people because they've never actually talked about it, but some of that stuff is still happening. And if you don't believe it's still happening, you got to look at the news. I mean, we are out here on pins and needles waiting for verdicts to come through because we know what might not happen. We know nothing might happen. And that is so defeating, to even be sitting and waiting for somebody else to determine whether or not the life of that person matters based off of a verdict, a jury verdict. That shouldn't determine it, right? It should be that's a given, right? Your life, my life, that should be given. But people don't understand that, like, just because it's easy to say the reverse of it, the contrary, it doesn't solve the problem. The bigger problem is that we're all facing something internally. But you deciding to say there's people out there that also have problems offsets listening to the conversation in totality, because you basically said and minimized my problem to minuscule and made the other people's problem more important than mine. And that's what happens when you take the conversation and you flip it, right? And you say, look, I don't believe this. I think I had someone say in a class one time, like they believed, and this is something they really did believe, that the prisons were full of just Black people, because look at the prisons, and that was who's committing all the crimes. But that's what they believed, right? I got a chance to hear what they believed. Do I agree with it? Absolutely not. But it was one of those situations where I could have a conversation and question someone's biases in a way in which made sense to me. But it was traumatizing to think about that, because look at all the prisons, look at the laws, look at the distribution of how criminal defense stuff is enforced against certain clients versus other people's. Look at the deals that are being made. Look at the biases that are being included when you don't listen to the criminal defendant and you automatically listen to the police report or what's written on the paper. So a lot of times that's what happens, and people get frustrated when they have that conversation because they can't ever have it in a like non-threatening conversation like most of us, because people start raising their voices. You can't have a conversation about it anymore because you don't know if you're going to be called something. But my thing is this: if you're afraid of being called a name, maybe, just maybe, you do what you're supposed to do so you don't have to worry about that at all. Because most of the times, why you're afraid of being called a name is because you know that there's some unchecked beliefs that maybe you need to talk about in therapy, but not necessarily to your Black or minority compadre. And that might help you understand or be more understanding of people. And maybe that's what can solve that issue, is maybe you need to get somebody for the people out there who are saying these things and say, look, we don't say this. Go say that to your therapist. Don't say that to her, because that's not what we do here. And you're going to have to be able to target it a lot more. We heard about in law school a person who recorded the conversations that they had, and it was like a good old boys club there, and they used to tell her that all the time, and she ended up starting her own firm and taking the money from the settlement that happened from that and building a firm. But why should I have to get that way? Why should I have to do that for you to respect me? I shouldn't. And that it just comes to a point where you have to check, what am I doing to stop this? Or am I just going to let it keep happening because that's just how he is? Does that make sense?
Yes, that definitely makes sense. And that's a very like in-depth topic, and that's very like in-depth. That's something you have to get from the root and just uplift that and then go from there. It's like breaking it down, building it right back up. So yeah. I understand. Thank you, Nina, because these conversations are very, very important. So we do actually have a question from Michelle Collins.
Hey, Michelle.
Her question is, after making only $80 in your first year, how do you stay motivated to stick with running your own firm?
That's a great question. So, Michelle, funny enough, I hit my stride after year one. So, year one, I spent doing a bunch of things that I cared about. And this is how I built some other practice areas into my law firm. So, I worked for all the civil help desks here in Birmingham, where I worked on probate work. So, I helped people draft and probate the wills and get everything probated for their family. So, I mastered some probate law while I was out here not getting paid. I was volunteering as a lawyer because I was like, oh, I got a lawyer hat on. I can go volunteer as a lawyer and not somebody just intaking, but someone who can advise on legal issues. So I learned about the proper forms and all that other stuff. While I was still doing that, I was going and meeting the judges and connecting, but I felt like crap, girl. Like it was rough. I was begging my trainers, like, you got somebody for me? You got somebody? Somebody would tell me, oh, I got a business client, send them my way. And I realized somewhere in there that I wasn't valuing myself, right? Because you saw that $80 for a consultation. I was charging $80 for a consultation. You want to know what somebody told me, and this is a mentor, and I'm going to tell this to most people. Don't charge $80 because most people know it's expensive to hire an attorney. If you're charging $80, they're going to think it's some type of weird deal, okay? People look at prices and they look at what happens in the area. Don't undercut yourself. My mentors were charging $350 starting, okay? And I was charging $80. So when I upped my price to $150 and then $200 and $250, guess what? The clients came in. They respect when I'm being competitive because there is such thing as underpricing yourself. And I didn't know that. So I got out here thinking, I'd be more competitive because I had a cheaper consultation. It didn't work. My clients came after I started having a higher price because they saw me have high value for myself. And that's something that I would recommend. Like a lot of people have a lower price and they just stick with it because their clients tell them that. But I undercut myself. Like that ain't something that you got to do. You can walk away from most of these situations by just saying, this is my price and I'm sticking with it. And it will attract the type of people that respect you for being honest and sticking to your word. And I mean, that was the hardest part, is charging what I was worth. That's how I got myself out of that rut, is I got to charging what I was worth. And then that girl I told you I met at Starbucks, she connected me to a judge. That judge appointed me for 3 cases. And then I got my starting fund so I could be able to formally make an LLC for my business. And then I went to all these other attorneys begging to do their work. I worked for Docketly. I worked for court-appointed professionals until the money started coming in and people started realizing, hey, I'm a lawyer. Hey, I'm getting better at marketing my stuff. But people just realized that I was the only lawyer they knew. And after a while, when I started valuing myself at a high value and started treating everything like business, Google Voice number. I didn't get the business email until this past year. So it does work. Okay, y'all. I was able to make, a good amount of money until I got my business email. But I will say that business email just took it up a notch. I mean, it just made it all more professional, especially when people asking me to speak. They don't call my phone all the time. They actually follow the process for consultations. So that's how I stayed motivated, is I knew that nothing starts like perfectly when you first start. I knew that I had a 5-year deadline for myself. If in 5 years this didn't work out, or I didn't make the money I needed to kind of bring me out of my own hole, then I can walk away. But I knew it was going to be hard when I started. But y'all will never believe me. I read a How to Start a Law Firm for Dummies book. Kid you not, to start my law firm. I read that book cover to cover. I found out that people at firms get paid a fraction of what the client pays. So if the client pays the firm $250, they pay the associate $25, and the firm pockets the $200. Of course, there's fees and all the other stuff, but I was like, well, why can't I just have the full $250? And when I thought about that, that put me in the mindset that I could start my firm. And regardless of, I knew there were people in my life who were also young like me, who were killing it, doing social media, just hustling, posting all the time, and doing well for their firms. So I knew that it was possible. And I knew that even if it didn't work out for me right away, that it was possible. And God wouldn't give me a dream like this, because I never wanted to do my own firm until I finally got pushed into it. God kind of pushes you through. You're just trying to go somewhere else. Like, look, God, give me a job. I applied to all the jobs, guys. Did not get a decent job offer. So I just said, I got to do it. I got to make a living. I got to pay these student loans back. And that's how I stay motivated, because I didn't want my parents to have to pay for this. I didn't. I might still live with my folks, but I didn't want my parents to have to pay for this. And that's something that I learned. I wanted to be able to be self-sufficient, to take the bills off of my parents, to make sure that I put the bills on myself. And every single time I wanted to give up, I remembered that. And I'm going to tell y'all something crazy that y'all did not know. Probably no one knows, but I'm going to tell y'all this live. When I was on hard times, that $80 a year, y'all know I applied for a job at DoorDash and did DoorDash for 2019, all 20. You can go look at my receipts. I did my DoorDash for a good minute to keep myself above water. I'm not too proud to do anything to make sure that I can do my dream. It's a dream. And if it's a dream, you don't let it die just because it's hard. You figure out a way to put stuff together so you can get yourself out of that hole. And while I was trying to get myself out of that hole, I found some jobs at DoorDash, court-appointed professionals, Docketly, all of these. And of course, y'all, I'll put this together in a document and send this to you. But again, like I found all these jobs until I was able to get myself out of water and I could afford to tell Docketly, no. I could tell court professional appointed, no. I could tell other attorneys that wanted me to show up for them, maybe. And then I could tell DoorDash, no. I got to that point. You can get to that point too. I'm not above working for some contract part-time stuff to keep myself afloat. Right now, I work for the World Games. Like I do things to make sure that even if I fall below, I still got some moving money. And then I don't know if y'all know this, but I'm going to share this live again. I also got a new job working for a like municipality here in Birmingham. So now that is guaranteed pay. So salary and everything. So like I still get to keep my firm. I work for them for about 30 hours or so a month. And it's beautiful. So again, I don't believe that you guys have to stay stuck. You can go to multiple streams of income. You just have to be thinking outside the box. I never just let the law firm be my only stream of income because I know at some point in a law firm, there are slow months and I have to think of additional sources. I made books. I made a whole book series launch just recently. It's one of those things. You have to put your best effort into understanding that investments, savings, other jobs that you might have, all of these can be income sources that can contribute to your success. Any other questions?
Awesome. Thank you, Nina. And your message is definitely resonating with the audience. So thank you for being transparent in your journey to get to where you are today, for sure.
Yes. I appreciate you guys. And I see y'all over here in my private chat. I appreciate y'all watching me over here backstage. Y'all about to make me cry. But like, I just want to say this, and then I'll be quiet. And you can ask me last questions or whatever. But y'all, this was hard. Sometimes this looks easy. Just getting to where we are right now, where you see Shada and me, like I argued for my IP rights on Fiverr. Like I always get my IP stuff, but I was arguing with people. I was doing all this stuff to get everything perfect. And nothing is ever perfect. Y'all saw during my presentation, like the internet just went out, dang devil. But I will tell you this, there is nothing that you guys can't do. There's nothing you can't achieve. And if I'm able to find people 12, okay, and we're not going on a trip. I got 12 women and we all coordinated to get on this talk live. And even if they can't come live, it's recorded or whatever, they're taking the time to make time for you. And I got 12. All of them gonna show up. I believe it. I'm just gonna speak that. All of them gonna show up. Whether it's recorded, whether it's a live session, but they all showing up. So I'm telling you this right now, don't say that stuff no more, that we can't coordinate, you can't do group stuff together, you can't collaborate, because you can. Okay? You can. You don't have to always highlight yourself. Even though it's easy, you don't have to. There are people that are doing stuff better. I will shout out, and she gonna get me for this, but I will shout out Amina. I didn't see her post lately. And when I tell you my posting game was nowhere near as cool and crisp as I've seen Amina's lately. And I'm going to shout out Michael Ann because she also here. Both of them cool, crisp. Their posts be on point in the trends. And I just be in there like, oh my gosh, I'm learning so much law. I'm learning so much information from your posts. That was me last year. And that is them now. And that's how you guys should be being. You should be better than me. Like she is on it, Michael Ann. Like Amina is on that stuff. Like the way she breaks stuff down, the way it looks, the way it's easy to read. Like y'all need to understand, like you can't just be making this to make a post on Instagram. You need to make it because y'all really, really want to teach people and help them understand. And you have to think about aesthetics. You have to think about readability. You have to think about too many words on the post and they're not going to scroll. You have to think about these things. And if you're just making posts so you can have something, some content, then maybe this is my wake up call to you. Rethink your strategy. Rethink it. But I have gone over my time a little bit, so I'm going to be quiet now. And I'm going to let Shayna fuss at me. What's up?
No, I'm not going to fuss at you. I would be far-fetched from stopping a moment of authenticity, truly. So, but we are pushing time. So last question, how may you be contacted?
Awesome. So if you guys see this nice little sticker below, it's scrolling with my information. All you have to do is text my office at 205-490-8068, your name and your email, and they'll send you whatever freebies they have for the day. Of course, because it's Trademark That Thursdays, they'll probably send you something related to the event or the summit. It'll more than likely be that Think Like a CEO playbook, or I think it's a workbook. I don't know what it's called, y'all. It's but they'll send you something real soon after that. So make sure you guys do that. But yeah, Shannon, anything else you got to do?
All right. So yes, very important. Before we go, I just wanted to let everyone know that the CLE code for Nina's talk is MW24DQ. And I'll say that one more time. MW24DQ. So once again, Nina, thank you so much for your time. Thank you to the attendees who are here and who are engaging. We see you, we thank you. So it's about that time to move forward, and we will see you all soon.
Okay, guys, we're at the midway point of this conference. We are getting everybody in sync. You guys are about to hear from Dana Blue. She is now all the way queued up, so I'm going to let Shayna and everybody get started and rocking. Bye.
Hi. Hi, Dana.
Hi, Shayna. Hello.
How are you? Thank you for being here today.
Oh, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. Super excited.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. So what we're going to do is we're going to give the floor to you, and I'm going to pull up your presentation and just let us know when you're ready to go. I'm going to jump out now.
Okay. Thank you.
Take care. Bye.
So I wanted to do a presentation on an area that I think a lot of us really kind of don't talk about because, we are faced with a lot of different objections, but the one that I found that was kind of continuous and that I personally struggled with as a new solo was the objections that I was getting about trademark mills. LegalZoom, Rocket Lawyer, Trademarkia. You know who they are. And they advertise, really rock bottom prices. And what I realized is that I really had to communicate to prospects that my value as a trademark attorney, and really have the prospects understand what the process is. I found that once I started breaking down for prospects all that is entailed in the process, and actually what I as a trademark attorney do, and the benefits of having a trademark attorney. And when they understood the process, then they understood the value of having me on their team. So I wanted to share with you guys how you can help prospects understand that they should not confuse low cost with good value. And you also have to help prospects understand the real cost of doing business at the trademark mill. And I wanted to leave you guys with a couple of tips. I call them tips for flips, so that you can flip DIY applicants into paid clients. So let's get started. A little bit about me. I'm a trademark attorney. I also practice business law. I'm based in Kennett Square, Pennsylvania. And I have a solo boutique practice with 2 virtual staff. And I have been practicing law since 2015. I actually just went full-time solo last year. And so it's been a great adventure. I'm an entrepreneur, so I have a lot that I can relate with my clients. And I work with entrepreneurs, empire builders, side hustlers. And my goal is to help them protect and grow and scale their businesses with confidence. So let's see how we can help you overcome trademark mill objections with confidence as well. I always say it's important to make sure the prospect understands your value, and that the low cost offers that they see are really, you really want to expose what those offers are. So the way to do that is to educate the prospects. We as attorneys know that trademark mills promote low cost rather than high value. And we also know that that is a tremendous disservice to trademark applicants. So the prospects really have to understand the application life cycle and the scope of work that's involved to appreciate and value your knowledge. The next point is articulate. You really have to articulate your hidden values and benefits. And the way to do this, and I'm going to show you a little trick that I did, is to write down every task that you do throughout the trademark application process, even the small ones, because the small ones can be a big deal, and I'm going to show you. But when you write out the task that you do, you're going to see your value. You're going to say, listen, this is worth $2,000. This is worth $2,500. And let me tell you why. And when you're able to do an apples to apples comparison, or apples to oranges comparison, because what you're offering is nowhere in the league of what they are, it's very, very apparent to most prospects that they are going to get their money's worth with you. And my next point is incorporate. You want to incorporate those, the best ones from your list that you picked, the best little known benefits of working with you. Incorporate them into your sales consultations, incorporate them into your emails, incorporate them into your welcome new client packets. And, you know, I have a couple of examples of these things. Could be, you know, if you review design codes for design mark applications to ensure the accuracy after the examiner has, you know, noted the codes. If you provide an opinion letter, if you offer custom descriptions of goods and services. I'm sure you work with your clients and discuss with them class selection strategy. So these are all things that you do probably just, you know, as an ongoing course of business that really are standout things that should be, you know, pointed out to your prospects so they can understand your value. So with educating the prospect, I think it's really important for them to know that there are stages to this process and you are working every stage. And I'm not just talking about the stages within, you know, opposition phase and publication phase. What I would recommend is you look at your trademark application process, your experience with the client, and break it into 3 different categories, which is pre-submittal work, post-submittal work, and post-registration or notice of allowance work. And when you do that, you are able to show the client or prospective client that you are working throughout the life cycle of the application. And you are, through every turn, you and your team are supporting that application. And so let me show you how I go about doing that. So I talk about the application pre-submittal work. And, you know, I think that oftentimes we overlook this work because it's just what we do. We have our consultations and we talk about these things. And I know, at least I do. I talk about strategy. I talk about, you know, their logo in color or not color. I talk about whether or not, you know, it's a strong mark or a weak mark. And then I explain why. So all of that, they don't get that at the mill. They do not get that at the mill. You know why? Because that's legal advice. And the mill does not offer legal advice. So but instead of saying that, obviously you could say that to the prospect. You could say, you know, the mill is not going to be able to give you any legal advice. But let's translate that for the prospect. What does that really mean? And so what pre-submittal, what we're doing, working on behalf of the client, we are determining if a chosen trademark can be legally protected. We are explaining to the applicants the scope of their trademark rights and the best way to enforce them. We give guidance on mark ownership, determine the appropriate filing basis for the trademark application. We prepare the application and file it, making sure that we have completely and accurately identified goods and services. The selection of the specimens, we make sure the specimens are correct and that they are showing use in commerce. Selection of the proper mark format. How many people are filing their logo and their design mark and word mark together, thinking that they have protection on them individually or separately, right? Can't get advice on that when you are working with the trademark mill. We also work with them with devising a registration filing strategy in some cases. We conduct the trademark clearance search. And here's another thing. I added on there up to X classes. Now, I don't know if you guys use Markify or not. I'll tell you, LegalZoom does. But if you use Markify, you have up to 5 classes. I have seen attorneys and other outfits where they charge per class on the search. So simply by illustrating to the prospect, hey, how much is if they're charging you for a search, how many classes are included in that search, giving your prospect questions to think about in terms of what you're offering versus what a competitor is offering. I guess the real problem is that your prospects don't know this stuff. They don't know about classes. And so they don't know to ask how many classes are included in the search, or there are any additional charges for additional or more than one class. So I'm really educating the prospect on this process. It's a legal process. I let them know that from the beginning. This is a legal process. And the USPTO will tell you that as well. I will send them, and I'll show you guys that too as well, in case you don't have that in your arsenal. But the USPTO recommends you use an attorney, so I'll send them there too. But at any rate, I want them to know all the things that I do or can do as a trademark attorney. And I want them to know that, listen, you might have gone on that application. You might have gone to the USPTO website and tried it yourself or looked at it, and it looks deceptively simple. It does. I mean, and I'm not going to say you can't get through it, because in some cases people have. But you don't know what you are selecting and how that impacts your rights. Does that narrow your protection? Does that broaden your protection? Are you following in the right classes? This is a legal process, and they need to understand that there is subject matter expertise to this. If you want it done right and you don't want to waste your money, here's why you need to hire a trademark attorney, because these, even before you submit the application, these are all the things that we need to uncover and prepare so that, one, you have less of an uphill battle with office actions. And 2, because we want to make sure that we are sending out an application that has a good chance of getting registered, and that you're not infringing on anyone else's rights. You don't want to set yourself up for failure. So the way to do that is to work with someone who is going to give you legal advice and going to help you prepare an application for success. So that's all pre-submittal work. We haven't even gotten to post-submittal work, which is, let's talk about post-submittal work. They don't know about this either, because on their end, it's kind of like their application goes off in an abyss, and then you just wait. Yeah, there's a lot of waiting going on, but guess what? We're working. Not the mills, but we are. So we are able to respond to questions and refusals, to register the mark. That's obviously just office actions. And some of us charge for them. Some of us don't. Some of us charge for, for major substantive office actions, and some, do minor for free. However you work that is, up to you and ultimately your decision. But know for sure that the mills charge for it. It's right on LegalZoom, charges between $199 and $799, which it's interesting, because the things that they charge for minor office actions, $199, $399, $599, $799. And one thing that I always like to point out to my prospective clients is that I don't charge for minor office actions. And looking at the minor office actions, these are what they are. These are typically application errors. There's something maybe overlooked on the application. Something needs to be fixed. It's a technical error. If it's a technical error, I'll fix it because that's my error, right? But you're not going to get that when you go to a trademark mail. They are going to charge you for even their mistakes, which I find to be interesting. But that is that's the case. They're going to charge you for mistakes that they made on your application because there's no connection between the prospect or the applicant who is entering the trademark. They're entering the trademark mills standard form, entering the form, and that form mirrors the trademark application. So whatever the applicant is entering, that gets transposed right onto the USP2 application. There's no legal advice. There's no, am I doing the right thing? There's no, hey, you might want to, that should be a design mark application instead of a word mark application. There's no help. There's no help. And you're literally kind of feeling your way around the dark. And that's a great way to guarantee losing your money. The money that you pay to the trademark mill as well as the fee. So make sure that your prospects understand this, that you are putting yourself at a very high risk of losing your money and your time because it's literally whatever you put in their form, it's going on to the trademark application with no guidance or advice. So that's risky. But what happens after the application is submitted? Attorneys can respond to office actions. They can evaluate your design codes that have been assigned by the examiners for accuracy, procedural amendments to applications, correspondence with the examining attorney. You guys know they reach out to us. It's in an email. They'll say, hey, got something here. I can make a quick change on it. Do you want me to handle it? And we take care of those things for our clients. We application tracking and monitoring. We provide status updates. And we also correspond with our clients. And that is important because let me tell you what. I mean, if you go to a trademark mill, there's not going to be a point of contact. They'll get a customer service rep. And I think, someone will probably be able to tell them where they are in the process, but they are not building and developing that relationship, that business relationship with the attorney. And, to have the ability to reach out via email and know that you're going to have a response back from your attorney or their team directly and not have to go through customer service and deal with someone who's reading off a script. There's a lot of value to that. So let's make sure that we communicate that value. So that is application post-submittal. And then you know what else? Let's not forget about what happens post-registration, because there is still activity after the registration or when you get the NOA. So there may be if it's a intent to use application, they're going to have to file a statement of use. How much is the competitor or the trademark mills charging for statement of uses? And specimen preparation or assistance. Request. They may need to request more time. They haven't gotten their product to the market yet. They need a request for an amendment. Are they, that would be an additional, what I call a la carte type service they'd have to go back to the mill for. I know for myself, I mail my clients the registration certificate once it's issued. And then there's also the maintenance of the trademark. So I make sure that prospective clients know and understand that a trademark doesn't live in forever in perpetuity. It's not filed once and then go on about your life. No, a trademark has to be maintained, and there are additional registrations and filings, or I should say filings, that have to be done at certain intervals in order to maintain your ownership. And trademark mills are not going to remind you of that. And trademark mills aren't going to be able to answer many questions that you might have about the about defending your mark against challenges that you want to bring against others or that have been brought against you. You might also even once you have a registered trademark, you might get a post-registration office action. So the point of letting the prospect know about these things, not that they might encounter them or even have them, but is for them to have an understanding that this is a legal process. This is not just a file, wham, bam, thank you, ma'am type thing. And it's important that you build a relationship. If you're building a business, build a relationship with someone who has an invested interest in your business and who wants to see you be successful and who wants to work with you to make sure that you are moving in the right direction and you aren't making silly errors and wasting your money. So I think it's really important to just educate the prospective client on all the things that you do so that they understand the value that you provide. Because we'll jump to it, but they can't do half of anything of what we do. And the reason why there's a disconnect is because the applicants, the prospects, they don't know what needs to be done. So we just got to tell them. So hopefully that breakdown of the steps within the process will help you communicate more of your value to these DIYer prospects. All right, my favorite part, what you don't get at the mill, okay? It's a lot because they can't give legal advice. They cannot give legal advice. So, and when we say that generically, I don't think prospects understand what that really means. When they think, oh, they can't give legal advice, I think they think it means, really intricate matters, being sued or infringement or no, it's not. It's whether or not you are claiming color. That's a legal matter. And if I can't tell you how many folks just claim color because they think that's what they should do. And anyway, let's talk about what you don't get at the mill. As I mentioned before, you're with the mill applications, they are pretty much in mirror image, or the fields mirror the fields on the USPTO application. So essentially, and I'll admit it's a bit clever, this is a way to get DIYers to pay you to do it themselves. Because they are literally doing their own application. They are just paying the third-party service, the Trademark Mill, to submit it, really. So a Trademark Mill, they cannot represent an applicant if the application is rejected by the USPTO or challenged by another party during the opposition period. They cannot provide legal representation if the registrant is ever sued for trademark infringement, or if they want to pursue a lawsuit against someone who has been infringed upon. They cannot provide legal representation in the event of a trademark cancellation is filed against the registrant's trademark. They cannot offer a legal opinion as to whether using or applying to register for the applicant's desired trademark would violate the rights of someone else. They cannot advise applicants if their desired trademark falls into one of the numerous categories of trademarks that are barred from federal registration under any circumstances. And they cannot inform trademark applicants as to the likelihood of their application being approved or rejected by the USPTO. They cannot tell you specifically what to do if a registrant discovers other parties using or infringing on their mark. And, for the trademark mills that do have, upgraded attorney add-on service, the level of actual attorney involvement and individualized attention, it's not particularly clear. It's a bit sketchy. If you listen to their words, they will say, I reached out to a couple of different mills, and to inquire about their attorney add-on services. And they would say attorney, agent, attorney, agent, attorney or agent, agent or attorney. And I'd say, well, which one is it? And they'd say, well, it could be an agent or attorney. Oh, well, I thought I'm paying for an attorney. Well, it could be a paralegal. Well, I thought I was paying for an attorney. Well, either way, ask those questions. Ask those questions. If make sure that your prospects know. You might not be working with an attorney. You might pay for it, and they might say you are, or they'll say you're working with a law firm. But get to the bottom of whether or not you will be working with an attorney or a agent of the law firm. Now, what prospects will get when they work with an attorney? Let's talk about that. Trademark attorneys, we know the questions to ask when we are preparing an application. We'll start doing our intake. We will investigate and ask the right questions of the applicant, the prospect, so that we know that we are getting the job right the first time and that we are protecting their interests, and so they're not prejudiced. So one thing that the prospect does not get when they go to a trademark mill, they do not get that experience of having the conversation with the attorney where they will be able to, the attorney will be able to ask about their scope of products and services. Listen, you guys know we have our own intake forms, right? We have intake forms, and you probably have one that says, what product or service do you offer? And they'll come back and they'll say, hair products, or let's do hair products. They'll say hair products, very generically. Now we know hair, we can, primarily get hair products into one class, but, in that conversation with the client, and I said, what kind of hair products? Oh, I have a hair oil. Oh, you have a hair oil. Oh, a hair oil. Oh, that's going to go into a different class than hair care products. It goes into an oils class, right? So there's nobody to tell you that at the mill. Nobody's going to tell you that. And then you make it through the process, and you have a registration on a hair product in the wrong class. So that's a good example on why a conversation on the client's classes and on the classes products and services, so that you can build out and help them put together a strategy, a protection strategy on all their products and services. How many clients do we have that sell products, but they also sell information? They also have they're doing trainings. They are offering, they're building an academy online because there's so many things that you can pull out from a conversation with the prospect that can help broaden their protection, because you are examining activities in other classes. Not only does that help obviously support the client's the broadening of the client's intellectual portfolio, but if you charge for additional classes, you are increasing your legal fees simply by asking questions. Okay, so they're already selling these products and they want protection for them. You got to get them in the right class. And that's something that you're able to do as the trademark attorney. A trademark attorney, we can advise applicants if their desired trademark should be available for use and registration, and that decreases the possibility of legal problems long down the line, because we are conducting that comprehensive trademark search to make sure that there's no potentially conflicting marks, and then we provide a legal opinion. And we'll tell you about the value on that so that you can share that with your prospects. If you haven't had the experience, because it's a little heartbreaking. It was heartbreaking for me, so I know it had to be heartbreaking for them. Client has built a brand and they are using that name on everything. They love that name and it is on everything. And then they find out that somebody else already has protected that name. Have you had that conversation yet with a client? or someone who calls you frantic because they got a C&D letter, and then you have to tell them that they got to change everything. They have to literally like rebrand their whole entire business. Woo, that is a rough conversation. I'm getting tears in my eyes right now. Like it's a very rough conversation. And I hate to say I told you so, because I didn't really tell them so, but I tell them I wish you would have knew to get a search. Because that $250, $500 that you would have spent on the search, I'm thinking it's a whole lot less than you're going to have to spend on rebranding everything. So have that conversation, be proactive, have that conversation up front. I find that telling prospects stories of, I call them trademark mill horror stories of when, I get application where when prospects come, call me after they have started the process and they get stuck in the middle and they find out the office action. There's a high bounty over the office action. Working with an attorney avoids all that. So the last thing I want to mention is that working with a trademark attorney is going to help the trademark owner, who the prospect aspires to be, the trademark owner, understand the legal scope of their trademark rights and advise the best way to monitor and enforce those rights. And that is so important, because how many times have we had conversations with prospects and they don't understand? They don't know anything about trademarks. They particularly don't understand the classes, and they particularly don't understand how Dove chocolate and Dove soap coexist. They never even thought about it, actually. But we need to explain that to them so that they can understand the scope, the legal scope of their rights. And when you start to impart the information to them, or when you start to share the actual information with them about the scope of their trademark rights, that's when you are really opening their mind to what we are doing here. Is we are building you an intellectual property portfolio. That's what we're doing. We're not just filing an application. We're not just, slapping some check marks and on an application and sending it up and then crossing our fingers that it registers. No, we are building your brand. We are building you and we are creating an intellectual property portfolio. So that's what you're going to get with working with an attorney, not to mention just the relationship with a business attorney. If you're really serious about being in business, do you think it's wise to make the $2,000 and $2,500 investment with a trademark attorney, as opposed to, at the end of the day, possibly having a trademark that doesn't benefit you, that doesn't even protect what you wanted it to protect, and be in a situation where you have to rebrand everything? It's probably going to cost more than $2,500 to do that. So I try to really impart the value of starting at the beginning with a trademark attorney and building that relationship. So let's talk about the real cost of doing business at the mill, because I want them to understand this as well, because I'm competing with, they have the money to be at the top of Google, and you see that LegalZoom trademark application $249, and you're like, and I know you've thought about it. How is anything $249? How is anything $249? When you find out what it is, then you really understand. You understand why it's $249, because it's $249 does not get you a search, and it does not get you any legal advice. Essentially, gets your application submitted. Whatever you enter on their input fields on their application, they're going to submit for you. And so you pay the filing fee and you pay their filing fee essentially. And that's what the 249 is. So let's talk about how we can expose to the prospects the real cost of doing business at the mill. First of all, let's talk about avoidable mistakes, because that's what they do. That's what happens. Avoidable mistakes occur all the time, every day at the mill, because no one is real. There's no control. There's no check on what the applicant puts, and if that even makes sense. It's not like they're giving the applicant a call and saying, "Hey, wait a minute, this doesn't make sense on your application. Your description says this, but your class says that." No, they're not doing that at all. So whatever the applicant enters, that is what gets submitted to the USPTO on the application. So let's look at what are the most frequent mistakes that are made that are completely and totally avoidable when you work with a trademark attorney. Insufficient search, performing an inadequate analysis of the search results, failing to properly clear the trademark against existing marks, failing to draft the description of goods and services properly, failure to register the trademark in the correct class of goods and services, and incorrect ownership. Those are all avoidable mistakes that you should explain to prospects that by working with an attorney who knows how to obviously complete a sufficient search, who knows how to perform an analysis of that search, and who can then strategize with you on the proper classes, who can make sure they craft a proper description of goods and services, make sure they understand that there is a lot of value in that. Because avoidable mistakes, I'm sorry, just to come back, they cost money. If there's a mistake and you have to come back to something, chances are you have to pay somebody to help you come back to it. And whether that's LegalZoom, or whether that's the attorney, or whoever it is, avoid the mistakes that you don't have to pay for them on the back end. Okay, so I also like to always point out to prospects that you are likely, let's flip back up to the real cost of doing business at the mill. I'm not ready for the tips to the flips yet, but that next slide up, L.A.S.T. I just wanted to come back and talk about L.A.S.T. Because it's important that you inform the prospects of the potential additional costs that are not included in the mill's big print offers. Okay, so for instance, great example. Let's talk about LegalZoom, y'all. And I wanted to provide the terms and conditions for their products, because I wanted to break down their trademark, the cost, the real cost, the fine print, the fine print cost. However, conveniently, the link on their site has not worked for 2 months. So that's how I ended up with a phone call, because I wasn't able to get the disclosure online and had to call to get some of the specifics. One of the specifics that was I uncovered is that with LegalZoom, if you, in order for them to file an office action for you, even if you have already paid them initially to file the application, you can hire them to do your office action response if you join their membership program. It's a business advisory service. It's $375 a year, and it comes with other stuff, other resources and things of that nature. But it is a requirement that you are in this membership program before they will complete an office respond to an office action for you. So that's $350 that poof kind of comes out of nowhere that you don't know until you go to file the office action. Now, the office action, like I said, they do charge for them. And you also want to make that clear to your prospects that is a high possibility that you will get hit with an office action, particularly going through a mill. And I will pull up the competitors' prices for the office action, and I'll say, look at this. These are the things that they say they will fix for $3.99. But let's read through them. Doesn't that sound like application mistakes? Don't they sound like kind of mistakes that you would correct, or that should be, the onus should be on the preparer to have those things correct? But they want to charge you for them. So you are really kind of putting yourself in a position where you're really stepping into an abyss of unknown cost here, because your upfront cost, that it's going to cost $249 for them to file whatever you input on this form. But because you don't know what you're putting on that form, chances are on the back end, you're going to encounter other issues that have to be addressed, and there's going to be a cost for that. And so I even talk about the statement of use, because there is a cost for that. I just want the prospects to be really clear about what this legal process entails, and that $249 is low-hanging fruit. It's really low-hanging fruit, and there's not much value to it. Then what I usually do is I compare. And I compare. Now, I'll tell you, at a point in time when I was charging $1,750, and I did a direct comparison of what I offered to what LegalZoom offered. LegalZoom was at $1,775 when it was all done. And the prospect was like, well, I'll be darned. Yeah. You got to add it all up. You got to know what it is and add it all up. And so it's when they see it, and it's right there on their, it's right there on their website. When they see it, there is a lot of value in actually looking at what you offer and what the mill offers, and just really articulating the value of having you as their trademark attorney, business attorney on their team for about the same cost at the end of the day. I mean, I don't know, what your guys' fees are, but I mean, even if you're more than that, all this value that we bring, I mean, it's the proof is in the pudding. You just got to show them the pudding. So you can, the last point here that I have is I want to show you guys some tips to flip DIY prospects into paid clients. And these are really interesting. And I'm these are, I don't know if you guys do Zoom consultations, but I do. And so these are where you can show, you can kind of show that these are instances where you can take the prospect themselves. You can take them and show them, this is really what's going on. So I'm sorry, I got a little tongue tied there. What I'm trying to say is that when I'm on a Zoom with a client, I will actually I want to direct them and show them what they are getting when they work with these mills. And one of the things I do is I tell them, hey, let's search LegalZoom, Trademark, testimonials. They speak for themselves. They speak for themselves. And one thing, I'm not even sure if I can, Shannon, if I'm able to show this, I'm not sure, but Trademarkia search. If you go to Trademarkia search and you play around with it, type in, I typed in Nike shoes. Nike shoes comes back available. And then you are prompted, to buy a search. Krispy Kreme. You guys, you probably think I'm joking. I'm not joking. Well-known trademarks come up as available. May be available, right? May be available. Look at that. You thought I was joking. Not joking. May be available. And then you are prompted to buy the search, right? Pay $3.99. Buy the search. and you're on your way to owning the trademark Nike shoes. I mean, right? If that doesn't show you how the validity of these searches, there is no credibility in these searches at all, none. And I love showing clients, I love showing prospects this, love it, love it. So the other thing that I love to show is that I go right on to I do a trademark search, and I go right onto the TSDR and I pull up LegalZoom themselves, because guess what? LegalZoom used a trademark law firm to file their trademark. I mean, it's like, if LegalZoom does, I mean, if they don't even trust their own selves to file a trademark, and they use a law firm. A law firm manages their intellectual property. So usually, that always, I tend to sometimes conclude conversations where I'm talking about trademark mills with prospects with that, because it's really, really illustrative of the fact that even they use a trademark attorney, right? If that's a great way of putting it. If it ain't good enough for them, it's not good enough for you. So absolutely. I would be happy to take any, if you guys have any questions. I'm actually just noticing the chat right now. I've been super focused on the presentation. So I haven't caught any of your questions, but I really think that if I know for myself that when I took out time to write out everything that I do, and I broke it into stages, pre-application submittal, post-application submittal, post-registration, and, I illustrated the process and really the details of the process that I bring value to as a trademark attorney. It's never been an issue overcoming objections about mills for someone who's serious about their business and actually, wants to build and scale their business. I do have the mindset that if, you do want to work with a business attorney, you should have, there's an expectation that you should have about $2,000 to do that. I mean, you're working with an attorney. So, and any, I think any business owner should have an expectation that they are going to, if they're going to work with an attorney and build a quality relationship, that they should, expect to pay a couple of $1,000s to do so. So, and we are not, we're not the mills. We're not. We are Saks Fifth Avenue. We are Saks Fifth Avenue. We are not the mills. And you get a whole entire, completely different experience. It's like beachfront property. Okay. You're going to get a completely different experience here than you are, by the airport. And that you just have to convey that. Once you convey that, they understand it and they get it. But I don't think that we spend enough time talking about the value that we provide. We don't really explain that it's a legal process, and you want a lawyer on your team for this, not just for the application, but for what happens after the application, and for continuing to build your intellectual property portfolio. Because chances are this is not going to be your only. This is not your one-hit wonder. You're probably going to come up with other great stuff that you want to protect because you're a creator. So really just explain to them the importance of building the relationship with you and the value in that and everything that you do. And you will overcome trademark mill objections with confidence. That's it. I think that's all about I have for you guys.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Dana. I legitimately learned a lot. I had no idea coming into this what mills were, what it had to do with trademarks. So thank you for taking the time to articulate everything so well and have everything planned out so that we can understand exactly what mills are. So thank you.
Absolutely. Pleasure to be here. Thank you so much.
Yes, for sure. We do actually have a couple of questions for you.
Okay. All right.
Okay. So one question comes from Facebook, and the question is, you may have tapped on it earlier, but does LegalZoom use their own software for trademarks?
Well, I don't think so. I mean, actually, I don't know. I don't know what type of software they use. When you say software, I guess, do you mean in terms of like how they are uploading the applications? I'm sure that they use something where they're taking the information that the client or the prospective client is inputting in their forms and transferring it over to the trademark application, because with all the mills, their questions mirror the application's questions.
Right. Okay. Thank you. And we have another question. This question is, do you call applicants and ensure that their home address is not displayed, or advise them of an LLC instead of filing as an individual?
I do. Well, the call part, not necessarily, but I do request residential address and business address. And I do explain to my clients, because at that point, they're my client. I explain to them that some information on the application is shielded because it is public record, and they will be solicited by third-party vendors for phony fees, and they don't need to pay anyone other than me. So I always tell them, I make sure, look, I'm going to take care of everything for you, but be aware that you could receive these notices, and that, your application, for instance, their email, I shield their email so that they're not, bombarded with those offers and things of that nature. So I do make them aware of that.
Okay, thank you. And we do have one more question for you.
Okay.
So, as we all know, we're still in the middle of a pandemic, and 2020 was a year of major innovation. So my question to you is, have you developed any new innovation strategies since COVID in your practice?
Innovation strategies. Well, I started my practice full time in the middle of COVID. So everything is an intervention right now. So, but I'll tell you what I did do recently with COVID in mind to build business. So I looked into a subscription for practice. It's Westlaw practice. Westlaw has a subscription called Practice Something or the Other, Practice Law. And inside of it is a whole bunch of different resources, forms, treatises. And one of the things they had were updates, COVID updates for employers. And my office is, I'm in a kind of boutique-y small town where, I'm in Uptown right now. There's boutiques outside, there's coffee shops, there's all types of small business owners, small businesses, up and down the next 4 or 5 blocks. What I did though is I made a flyer to say something to the effect like, hey, here are the recent COVID compliance updates for employers, for small business employers. And I introduced myself to the various shopkeepers, hey, I'm the new attorney in town, and here are some COVID updates for employers. And there you go, practical law. And if you want, and if you would like to continue to receive updates, monthly updates, get on my email list. So I was able to introduce myself to the neighborhood, see their shops, maybe buy a little trinket or whatnot, and offer some of my legal services, extend my legal services, at least to get them in my list and, get dripping on them. So that's that's the only COVID related thing that I've done recently. My staff is virtual. I'm here by myself. So it's funny, somebody downstairs like, oh, you a lawyer? Yeah, I am. You in 305? Yeah, I am. Like, I'm gonna come see you. I'm like, oh, are we doing that now? Because like, let me send you a link. You know, I do everything online, but I enjoy having my office space. But yeah, I haven't had to have a specific COVID things from my office, but I have definitely thought of how I can leverage the legal profession and my knowledge and my access to knowledge, practical law, to make money from COVID. So I hope that answered your question, kind of, sort of.
Yes, definitely. Thank you, Dana. Thank you. So it looks like we actually do have a question from an attendee, from Michelle Collins. Her question is, when you have a client that went through a mill, are there ever any instances where that application likely can't be salvaged? And how do you advise them that they need to start over, rebrand?
Well, yeah, there are applications that can't be salvaged. There are. You know, when I think about the number of applications that are submitted where no, that can be salvaged. So most times they can be salvaged. I will say that. It depends. A lot of them are procedural. It depends. It depends on the office action. If it's procedural things, of course, those can be salvaged. If it's a likelihood of confusion, that could depend. And it depends on the number of prior registrations, like live registrations. So if it cannot be, if there needs to be a conversation about rebranding, I like to show and explain, and I always reemphasize that when working with me, I can help you rebrand in a way that we can talk about developing a strong trademark. We can discuss what you can salvage from this name. Maybe we can be creative. So I try to use, some things that aren't necessarily like, I guess legal strategy. I try to use, when I run out of legal strategies, then I try to just, be creative and help the client think of something else that they can actually register, or figure out ways they can salvage what they have. Or, I tend to look at the glass half full. So I try to impart that on them as much as possible. But, sometimes it is just a conversation you have to have with them. And luckily, it wasn't you. It wasn't you who caused them to have to rebrand. So it's not that bad of a conversation when it's not you. But when it's you, I don't have no advice on that. That's a hard conversation to have. I heard it's 5:00, so I think that's my time.
Yes. Thank you for answering her question, Dana. So before we go, how can you be reached after the summit?
Oh, well, I can be reached at info@danabluelaw.com. That's the quickest way to reach me. Or you can always go to my website, danabluelaw.com. You can find me on Instagram. I have an Instagram page now, Dana Blue Law. You can find me on Facebook, Dana Blue Law. You can find me on Twitter too, Dana Blue Law. Listen, I got that handle, Dana Blue Law, Dana Blue Law, Dana Blue Law. Google it. You can find me there too. So I'm not hard to find if you can remember Dana Blue Law.
Awesome. Thank you, Dana. Thank you so much.
You're
For
welcome.
sure reach out to you. You have really awesome energy. So thank you for being here.
I see the code. Y'all get your credits. Get your credits.
Yes, it is that time. So for the CLE code for today, it's going to be YU1QA2. And I'll say it one more time. YU1QA2. So once again, Dana, thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate you being here. And until next time, you take care.
All right. Bye, everyone.
Bye. Bye.
Hi, my name is Amina Jones. I'm the principal attorney and founding member of the law office of Amina P. Jones, PLLC, here in New York. I started off my career as a New York criminal defense attorney, and now I'm also practicing business law, which includes formations all the way to trademarks. Please join me for Trademark That Thursdays Summit, where I can talk to you about empowering yourself and your clients. The summit is going to be April 30th and May 1st. You don't want to miss it. It's going to be phenomenal.
Thank you, Amina. We can't wait to have you guys. I'm so excited. She's one of 13 women, y'all. Just one of 13. Who are the other people? We'll find out at the Trademark That Thursday Summit.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, Amina. How are you this evening?
I'm doing fantastic. I'm excited. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. It's good to see you. I'm glad to be here.
Same here. Good to see you, Shayna.
Absolutely. So, in the meanwhile, while we get ready, why don't you tell us a bit about yourself and what you'll be speaking on today?
Okay, yes. So my name is Amina Jones. Amina Pauline Jones. I'm very serious about Pauline. It was my grandmother's name. I'm an attorney here, licensed in New York. I currently practice criminal defense as a public defender, and I'm also now doing trademarks, intellectual property, business formations, which I absolutely love. My calendar and schedule is out of this world now. But it is a blessing because I'm always helping people, whether it's criminal defense or trademarks, and I'm always helping Black people. So I have Black business owners as my clients. I did not intentionally, but it worked out that way, and it makes my heart feel so full. And as a public defender, I'm constantly helping Black people, people in marginalized communities. So I really do feel like I'm in a life of service.
Right. Thank you, Amina. Representation is definitely something that's really, really important. And I can hear the passion in your voice about that. So thank you for sharing. So whenever you are ready to go, we are ready for you.
Perfect. Thank you. I'm going to share my screen now. Okay, let's see. Okay, probably now you probably see my son, but I'm gonna start the slideshow right now so you can see. Okay, so over 450,000 since the pandemic. What am I talking about? I'm talking about new businesses that have started in the United States since the pandemic. Over 450,000 businesses. That is incredible. Okay, and of those businesses, over 124,000 businesses in the United States are Black-owned businesses. So that's important, especially because for this summit in particular, we're talking about representation. We're talking about representation for attorneys as well as clients. So how does that really play in? Today, I'm going to be talking to you about empowering yourself and your clients in intellectual property. Again, my name is Amina Jones. I'm an attorney licensed in New York, and I currently practice criminal defense in my full-time job. But I also practice intellectual property, which was very scary for me because all I know is criminal defense. All I could ever see myself doing was practicing criminal defense. So I never in a million years would have thought that I would be here before you talking about intellectual property. So today I'll be discussing with you what it means to call yourself a business or an intellectual property attorney when you're consulting with your clients about legitimizing their businesses and protecting their intellectual property. But first, I want to tell you a little bit about me because I think this part is important and it plays a role into this presentation. So I graduated from law school in 2018, and this was December 2018. I got licensed in the spring of 2019. I accepted a position as a public defender in 2019, and I opened up my practice only a few short months ago in January of 2021. And that is when I actually started practicing intellectual property. So I am I actually am still wet behind the ears, honestly. But I am very confident in discussing intellectual property consulting clients. I have a significant amount of trademark clients, and I want to tell you how to do the same, especially if you're a law student thinking about going full-time in your firm, such as our mentor, Dana, has discussed. Or if you are an attorney practicing and you're thinking about practicing intellectual property, but you just don't know where to start. I have been there. I'm still new, but I'm confident. And this is only a few short months. So if I can do it, I know you can do it. Remember, I started off as a public defender. Okay, so the common hindrances that we all face is fear. Fear is the number one thing. And I'm a new mom. My child, my baby, he just turned 6 months. So I'm really a new mom. I had my baby in October. So the first thing on my mind was money. You know, to me, it just seems so crazy to take on a new venture when I'm having a baby, right? The knowledge, I didn't know anything about intellectual property. I didn't know the differences between, I'm not ashamed to say it now because I realize a lot of my colleagues, especially criminal defense attorneys, they don't know the differences either. So I didn't know the differences between the copyrights, trademarks, what was needed for each. I just wasn't sure. The novelty of it all, it was just something that I've never studied in school. We were never taught about intellectual property. It's obviously not on the bar exam. So it's just something that I was never introduced to. So I didn't think that I would be the one equipped well enough to represent my clients. And the resources, the only types of attorneys that I know are criminal defense attorneys. They're brilliant, but they're criminal defense attorneys. They don't know anything about intellectual property. I actually was having a discussion with one of my colleagues, very well respected. He's actually running for city council. And I actually explained to him the differences between a patent and a trademark. Very brilliant, again, but this is a completely different world for us. So, you know, these were the hindrances that I faced. And I'm pretty sure that if you are in my position, or again, if you're in law school, this is something that you're dealing with as well. But I'm here to tell you that you can do it. And now we're going to talk about get into the bag, okay? And if you don't know what get into the bag means, it means get into the money, right? And this is not just for you make your money, but how can you help your clients make money? Because that's what they're in business for, to make money. So the first thing that I learned when I decided to venture into intellectual property is that it's more than just the LLC. Everyone gets so excited when it comes down to the LLC. They'll search the Secretary of State website, realize that the business name is available, and jump and click their heels because they think that's the end of it. But that's just the basic bottom line. So let's talk about business basics, right? So these are the different types of businesses. We have a sole proprietorship. We have a limited liability company. We have a corporation. We have nonprofit organization. And of course, we also have partnerships. However, there can be a limited liability partnership, which is why I didn't put it here on the slide. Okay, so a sole proprietorship is essentially, as I'm sure you already know, or if you don't, because again, if you're in a different field, this is a completely different world. Sole proprietorship is if you're in business just selling goods and or services, but you haven't registered it with the state. You just have people selling you money, cash apping you money. That's a sole proprietorship. Obviously, you have to be by yourself, hence the word sole, right? Then there's a limited liability company, which most people know as an LLC. And it does exactly what it says. It limits your liability, but so do all the other businesses, the corporations and nonprofit organizations. But the limited liability company is especially important because this is where most new entrepreneurs, solopreneurs, this is where they fit in because it doesn't have the same requirements as a corporation, but you still get to benefit from limited liability as long as you're treating the limited liability company as a separate entity. So the way I explain it to my clients is that just like my son, he's a separate person from me. He came from me. I created him, but he's a separate person from me. So same thing as the business is separate from your clients completely as long as you're treating it the right way. Right. And then the corporation, a lot of people feel so attracted to a corporation. I did before I went to law school and I had my businesses. I always wanted a corporation. I actually was annoyed by my business mentor, my SBA, Small Business Administration mentor, because he told me I didn't need a corporation. He told me to get an LLC. And I'm just thinking, who does he think he is? But a lot of your clients, especially new entrepreneurs, are going to think that they want a corporation, but it has so many requirements, such as, having meeting minutes, board of directors, and all of these different requirements that really could be a hindrance and set your client back from actually doing what they set into business to do, which was to make money. And then, of course, there's a nonprofit organization, which, of course, is formed for a social or public benefit, such as a religious purpose, charitable purpose, educational purpose, scientific purpose, right? So this is the basic of it, okay? So we want to make sure that they are protected and they're limited, and they are limiting their liability when they're making transactions, because we want to encourage the business owner to make these transactions and know that they aren't going to be on the line if they're making business deals in good faith. However, this is just the basic. This is just for limited liability. This is for court. This is not to protect the business name. This is not to protect the brand. And obviously, if they aren't acting in a manner that is going to protect their liability, then the court is going to do, the court is going to pierce the corporate veil, right? So there's a few different ways that your client can end up in court. And this is what you want to explain to them, why a limited liability company or any type of other entity that you think suits them is important, because they can end up in court. But again, you want the business to be treated as a separate entity from yourself. So there's a few different examples that I always explain to my client to help them bring it around, because especially if they're new entrepreneurs, the thing that they say to me so often is, I don't have any assets. And it's easy for me to say, well, you know, you can still go in debt, right? But I still explain to them certain instances that will let them understand that, yes, you can be sued personally, and these things happen all the time. And if you could see into the future, why are you in business? You need to go and play the lottery, right? They can't see into the future, so you need to be able to anticipate these issues for them. So a few examples that I share with my clients is that if they're selling products, a product can injure your customer, right? Or you have an attendee at an event that gets injured, they can sue you. A dissatisfied customer, they sue to enforce a contract, copyright infringement, which we'll get into, of course, trademark infringement, debt collection, right? And another thing that a lot of people can't necessarily understand is that a business can be charged with a crime. It happens all of the time. So an LLC, or the business entity, is important to limit the liability, but it's not to protect the business name. And as an example, for businesses being charged with crimes, FedEx was charged with drug trafficking crimes back in 2014. And I'm pretty sure we all remember the Wells Fargo scandal back in, I think it was 2016. I can't remember. But they ended up being taking criminal pleas. You know, this is something that I do for my clients every day, taking criminal pleas, and businesses have to do the same. So we just want to emphasize to our clients that an LLC is important, but it's only so that you can limit your liability. And we want to make sure that I'm on your team, your attorney. I'm on your team to make sure that the court doesn't pierce the corporate veil. But that does not protect the brand. The brand is down to the intellectual property, right? So we're talking copyrights, we're talking trademarks, we're talking trade secrets, and we're talking patents. Copyrights, again, if this is new to you, copyrights, I always tell my clients, think of the C. The C for copyright, create. Anything that you create is a copyright, okay? And the trademark is like a tattoo for your business, okay? That is something that distinguishes one business from another. And then a trade secret is something that you use in your business that you wouldn't want your competitor having. A simple example of a trade secret is the McDonald's special mac sauce. That's a trade secret, even though I don't think that's a secret anymore. But you get the idea. Something that sets you apart from your competitor that you use as an advantage. Excuse me, I got tongue-tied. And then patents. Patents are an invention. So as a quick story, speaking about the mills and what Dana Blue was talking about, before I became an attorney, I had a business with my boyfriend, who's now my husband. We had a business and we wanted to protect the business name. The business name was called Pretty Platinum. We decided to go on LegalZoom.com, and we filed a patent application for Pretty Platinum, and LegalZoom let us do it. Okay, I tell this to potential clients all of the time. You cannot compare me to a website at all. All right, so patents, you have to take a separate bar exam for that. So I will not be taking another bar exam. So patents, that is not it. And then to be eligible to take the bar exam, the patent bar exam, you have to have science or math or some type of major in your undergrad, not even law school, obviously, because you don't have majors in law school, in order to take the patent bar exam, right? So the first thing that I talk to my clients about is their copyrights. So the copyright elements, which I found very helpful when I first started learning about intellectual property, is a work of authorship, has to be original, and has to be in a fixed, tangible medium. So it can't be an idea. I think this will be a good idea, so I want to copyright it. It has to be something in a fixed, tangible medium. And I put the new age Queen Bee, because everyone knows the original Queen Bee is Lil' Kim. I put the new age Queen Bee here because she is a perfect example of, a musician whose work needs to be copied, whose work needs a copyright. And then I also explain to my clients over the trademark, right? So the trademark, again, makes your business unique. It distinguishes your business from another business. And it's very simple when you think of it like that, but there are licensed attorneys that have been practicing for years. Back to my colleague that I was talking to you about, who I had to explain the difference between a patent and a trademark. He has never lost a trial. Okay. And he has had very bad evidence against his client, has never lost a trial. So once you become to get familiar with the differences between a copyright and a trademark, you are a resource for your client. You are the expert for your client, no matter how long you've been practicing it for. Again, I told you I started my firm back in 2021, January, right? But my clients appreciate me. When I put up social media posts, people appreciate the information that I'm giving. And when you teach, you learn yourself. So if you're in a different field, or if you're a law student, don't feel discouraged like you can't master this. This is something, it's a very simple concept, although the steps for the trademark can be strenuous, as well as the copyright can be very overwhelming. This is a simple process, and you are an attorney. You went to law school. You've been through the worst of it. You can definitely do this, but always know that it starts off with knowledge, and knowledge is power, right? So the things that I show to my clients are common examples of trademarks all around us. When they say, a source, this is where you want to get excited about the business name, not with the LLC. My name is Amina Pauline Jones. I can name my LLC Amina Pauline Jones LLC, but that's not the name of my business. So when I come up with a great business name, like Below Zero, right? Below Zero for clothing. That is something I would get excited about if the trademark is available, not if the LLC is available. Okay, so we have Target. I would show them a Target logo. I would show them a Starbucks logo. I would show them a Louis Vuitton logo. I would show them a Gucci logo. These are examples of trademarks. And this is how you build your brand, is what I would tell my clients. And of course, you're in business to make money. You're in business because you think what you have going on is unique and is really going to change the industry. So you need to protect your brand. The LLC is not good enough, which a lot of people don't understand, right? So you need to be a resource for your clients, even as a law student who is a new attorney, or even as an attorney that specializes in a separate field that decides that they want to come over to intellectual property. So the first thing I would share with you is that you want to get a subscription to lawline.com. I've been telling everyone about lawline.com, and I'm not getting paid anything from them. It's $300 a year, and it's unlimited CLEs. Okay, obviously this is a fantastic CLE that you're attending now, but it's unlimited CLEs. You learn everything about trademark law that you need to learn, as far as the comprehensive searches, what is going to be an issue for your clients, the exceptions to the likelihood of confusion, how to overcome these different office actions. That is a wonderful resource that you can start off with, even if you don't want to necessarily label yourself as an intellectual property attorney or a business attorney or an entrepreneurship attorney. Start off here so that you really can get a good understanding as to the differences between trademarks, copyrights, even patents, because even if you don't practice patent law, your clients still may ask you. So you want to be a resource for your clients. That is where resources equal revenue. If they know that you know what you're talking about, they're not going to have a problem paying you. Okay? Take a course. So I took a course by Dana Thomas, and so did Nina and some other people here. Take a course, really invest in yourself. It is truly, truly, truly an investment. The next thing you want to do is find a mentor. So these courses sometimes come with mentors. Again, Dana Thomas, right? And then I know this may sound funny, but we have Google, okay? Google is just a search engine. You can sort through it because you're an attorney and you know you're trained in being able to decipher good information from bad, right? So if you're looking for good examples, I think Google is a great resource if you're looking for easy examples to convey to your clients, because we have a tendency of overcomplicating things for our clients, and they do not care about the complication, the specifics. They just want to know whether they can move forward or not. So in order to simplify these examples for your clients, you can definitely use Google and YouTube. Again, there's so many people that swear they are lawyers, swear they have law degrees. You actually have a law degree and you're able to sort through the information. So, you want to use these resources. Read articles. I will tell you the TTAB blog, right? So it's TTABLOG blog. You want to subscribe to that. They come out with news all the time. And this is something that you can even use to refer to when you're speaking to your clients about different trademark news, or why they need to get a trademark, or why their trademark wouldn't work. So for instance, I had a client that came to me. They wanted to trademark, let's say, for example, Manhattan Toothbrush Company, right? And in the back of my mind, I knew I read something which wouldn't allow them to trademark it, but I couldn't remember what it was. And sure enough, the blog, TTAB blog, came out with an article where a company's registration was denied because it was a source. It was merely descriptive, right? So the toothbrush company, the toothbrushes were being made in Manhattan. So that's descriptive. And then if you're discussing a geographic location, it may have been acceptable if the toothbrushes were not being made in Manhattan, but they were being made in Manhattan and she was actually making toothbrushes. So Manhattan Toothbrush Company is a no-go. You want to be a resource for your client, so it doesn't get to a point where you're collecting payment for them and you had them sign a client engagement letter, and then you have to go back and say, wait a second, no, I'm sorry, you can't trademark this. You want to be a resource from the beginning. Also, join Facebook groups. Again, the course I took, you might as well just take it. Join Facebook groups where you can ask questions. In my full-time job, our email chain is off the hook. When I was on maternity leave, I had 10,000 unread emails, and I have not gone through them. I'm probably at 12,000 now. It's all people asking questions and making sure they're doing right by their clients. You can do the same in a Facebook group. So utilize those resources made for you. And then when all else fails, or as an addition, you can create outlines. Just like when you're in law school, I made a trademark outline, and it has helped me immensely. And I know most attorneys will say there are 4 simple steps to the trademark process. I tell them that it's 5. Or I tell them that it's 5, because the first step is an assessment. Is your mark arbitrary or fanciful, or is it generic? I don't even want to take your money if it's not going to pass that first step. Okay. So create outlines so that when you're speaking to a client, these issues can be triggered, just like any other area of law. You're issue spotting for your client. So create outlines so you can remember. Obviously, you want to have more resources than just an outline, but it is very helpful because when you're creating your outline, it's helping you retain information as well. And assess the competition. This is something that I do all the time. I follow all the trademark attorneys on Facebook, Instagram. I'm joining their lives when they're having mass consultations, especially if they're free. I'm joining it. I'm subscribing to their email list because I want to know, what are they saying to their clients? What is it that I'm missing? You learn so much just about observation. And it's not to say to copy, because obviously you don't want to copy. How ironic would that be? You're holding yourself out as a copyright attorney and you're committing copyright infringement. So you don't want to copy, but you want to make sure that you're answering all the questions that your client does and has and should have. So assess the competition. There's nothing wrong with that. Just make it, and you can even use the same hashtags that the competition uses, right? Other trademark attorneys, other intellectual property attorneys. All you have to do is go underneath their pictures, see the hashtags that they're using. Obviously, they're working. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. You can use those same exact hashtags. You're not copying. You're making your own content, obviously, but you are assessing the competition to make sure that you're doing everything right and trying to see what questions that your client should have and doesn't. And they probably don't have those questions because they don't know, but you are able to become a resource for your clients by learning. And this also includes market analysis or assessing the competition. Read about the application of trademark law. So this is actually very recent. The logo to the right is Walmart's logo. The logo to the left is Kanye West's logo for Yeezy, right? So Kanye West versus Walmart. So Walmart obviously thought that this logo would be infringing on Yeezy's logo would be infringing on their logo. So they decided to file what's called a notice of opposition. The trademark office, the USPTO, thought that this was fine. However, Walmart said, no, sir, right? So they filed a notice of opposition, and now Yeezy has come into an obstacle in getting his trademark filed. And this is something else actually that you can offer your clients, trademark watch services, because you want to make sure they want to make sure they have somebody that has their back, and you want to make sure that they know they have someone that has their back. So this is just a little excerpt from my posts, my social media posts, where I basically am breaking down for my clients in a very simple manner what is happening in the trademark office, because at the end of the day, it is tea, right? It is these big companies, celebrities going back and forth and defending their trademarks. And this is another way that you're showing your client that trademarks are important. And this is how you're empowering yourself, you're empowering them, because you're becoming a resource. The best way to learn is to teach. So when you're learning, you're able to teach, and it's basically reinforcing what you've already learned, right? So just to show them that Walmart is paying these attorneys to protect their trademark. Kanye West is paying attorneys to file his trademark. Why don't you have a trademark? Kanye West has an LLC. Walmart has a business. Why don't you have a trademark, a business entity and a trademark, two separate things? A trademark is more of an investment. They're both equally important, but they're separate. And this is what you need to reinforce to your clients. So you need to make sure that you're providing value. What I'm going to say is about to be very controversial. And I know my colleagues like Nina, they are not going to agree with me, but it's something that I have done in previous businesses, and it's something that I found works for me now. So I'm going to say it. Don't be afraid to take on a client for free, right? And this doesn't have to be, I'm serving you. They can pay the filing fee. You can do a raffle where, they do a few different things for you. They pay the filing fee and you're getting the experience. It's nothing better than experience. So don't be afraid to take on a client for free or at a discounted price, okay? And this also goes to, I know I'm being very controversial, this also goes to free, discounted, or group consultations. Honestly, I have to make a confession. I have had so many consultations. I've only had 2 clients pay me for consultations. And the reason being is because I'm new. So I'm basically want to provide value to my clients. But now, and honestly, it's above me now. I'm not offering free consultations for much longer, but it has helped. I just started my business and I already have 11 trademark clients. So it has helped. And I find that it is an investment. But now I think I'm a little over it. I'm going to start doing group consultations, but I'm still offering value to my clients so they know that they aren't taking a big chance on me. They know that I have their back. So if you want to continue charging people for consultations, you don't have to do it for free. You can do it at a price that's a no-brainer, but make sure you're providing value. So I am really taking the time out to make sure I'm posting value on my page so that they can't even question whether I know what I'm doing, because anyone who knows me knows I'm a public defender. And I love doing public defense work. It is exciting. I absolutely love it. But I like intellectual property too. I actually love intellectual property because I'm an entrepreneur, have been my entire life. I come from a family of entrepreneurs, and I think it is so important that we empower our people. So if you don't want to offer anything free, you don't have to, because time is money. I know this, which is why I'm not offering free consultations so much longer. But it has helped me in the long run, because when I get on the phone with them, the sales just start. I'm just moving, okay? And at the end of that call, I do have payment information, okay? The next thing, post. If you come across something that's going to be valuable for your audience, make sure you post it. Every post that I've put up on my Instagram so far has led to a client or led to an inquiry. Some people, and I was just making a joke with my husband today, I should already know when I offer people a free consultation and they're like, oh, God bless you. Thank you so much. You're blessed. I already know they don't have money for a trademark, right? But so some people, they just don't have it. But other people, they're looking for a trademark attorney and they want someone who is passionate. And I know I've been saying trademarks, but copyrights too. They want someone who's passionate and knowledgeable, has their back. And I have clients tell me all the time, I'm excited that you're a Black woman. I want a Black attorney. I have a white attorney, but I'm about to switch over. Representation matters, just like Nina said earlier. And be confident. Be confident in your prices. Be confident in your experience. At the end of the day, you are still an attorney. At the end of the day, you still have your Juris Doctorate degree. Be confident. They are coming to you because they need help. They don't know where to go. They don't know what type of questions to ask. Be confident in what you're telling them. And if they ask you a question, don't be afraid to follow up in an email. It's okay. You can say, hey, I'm not really sure. I have to double check. I'm going to follow up with you in an email. This is what I think it may be, or I don't want to take a guess. I need to follow up with you in an email. You have a plethora of information at your fingertips, literally, because of the internet. So if you have never decided to practice IP before today or before this week, don't feel as though you're less competent than the next person. Take the job very seriously. Like the comprehensive trademark search. Don't have trademark clients hire you and you're just filing applications and you're not doing any comprehensive trademark searches, or you're searching on the USPTO as if you're on Google. That's not how it works. Take the job seriously. Right? But you can do it. You know that you can do it. Just apply yourself. Okay. And then another way that I'm able to get trademark clients and get business is I show them how they can earn or lose money with their trademarks. Again, they're in business to make money. They only care about the coin. So I'm talking to them in their language about the coin. I talk about them losing money, right? So losing a brand. Why would you build a brand that you don't own? You have the LLC, which is great. Again, it limits your liability so that you can freely operate your business in a reasonable fashion and manner. But if you don't own that brand, someone else can go ahead and steal that brand from you, and there's nothing you can do about it. You'll have common law trademark rights in your geographic location. However, on all other 50 states at the border with customs, you're not going to have any rights to that brand. And obviously now with the internet, everybody's in all 50 states. You don't want to lose that brand. You need to get your trademark today. Okay. The next thing I talk to my clients about is they could be infringing on a brand. You don't want to build a brand and someone sends you a letter telling you that you're infringing on a brand and you need to stop. Why? Because it leads to low customer confidence. Your customers aren't going to say, oh, well, I know Amina is just building her brand. She accidentally infringed on someone. They're going to say, what is she doing now? Wasn't she just doing, Jones Jewelry last week? Now she's doing. They're going to think that you're incompetent and you're unstable, right? So they're not going to have any type of confidence in you. So this is another reason why you need to build a trademark, get a trademark so you can build a brand on that trademark and then make your money. Again, they want to know about the coin. So you can talk to them about licensing agreements. How can you make money from your trademark if you've built a brand? For instance, I think a great example is makeup artists. So they'll come up with all types of different techniques, and people really, really do spend a lot of money in makeup and getting their makeup done. And makeup artists teach classes. So you can have like a beat technique, right? A beat technique, we'll put a name before it. So we'll put Amina beat technique. I trademarked that. I'm teaching this technique. Obviously, that's a copyright, something that I'm creating. However, the name, the Amina Beat technique, I trademarked that. And now a makeup artist, because I'm in New York, a makeup artist in Virginia can use that and promote their services. And that makeup artist in Virginia can be paying me on a monthly basis. That's a licensing agreement. I'm allowing you to use the license to my trademark. That is money that you didn't even have to get out of bed to make. Another way is an NDA, non-disclosure agreement to protect trade secrets. The technique that I'm teaching you, I'm having people sign these NDAs so that you're not saying, oh, please, that's nothing. This is all she does. I'm having you sign an NDA or put in a clause in that licensing agreement so you do not disclose what it is that I'm teaching you, right? And then selling the trademarks and copyrights. Maybe I'm over the Amina Beat technique and I decide I want to go to law school, right? I don't want to be a makeup artist anymore. I want to go to law school, which is actually me. I used to do hair and makeup. I was in cosmetology school and I dropped out and I decided I wanted to become an attorney. So imagine if I own trademarks, I could sell those trademarks and move about my life, right? This is property and this is value that's being added to the business, the LLC. And then getting partners or investors. Where would they know where to start off with as far as financially if they don't know how much the business is worth? These intellectual property is property, it's adding value to the business. So when the business is assessed, these partners know how much they need to pay in order to get a certain percentage ownership in the business, as well as investors. They need to know how much they need to pay in, how much the business is actually worth, and then selling the business when there's an assessment with the business, right? Right here. And then the last thing that I do for my clients, especially on these consultations, is I show them industry leaders that have registered trademarks. That always gets them because they're like, can you zoom in, please? Can I see that real quick? What that say? Right? So for instance, if I'm talking to a musician, I'll show them, look, Beyonce has a trademark for her name. Cardi B has a trademark for her name. And I always make a joke here. I'm not sure if you can see my mouse. Okay, so Cardi B, I really don't think you can see my mouse. Anyway, Cardi B, if you see on Cardi B's trademark application, it shows the owner of the trademark is What's Poppin' Inc. So I always make a joke there. I said, of course, that would be Cardi B, What's Poppin', So they feel comfortable. I'm making a joke with them. I'm being genuine. I'm not being, fake about it or anything like that. But they see that these trademarks are important. I'm not just telling you this. I'm not pulling this out the sky. I'm not just trying to get a sale. These are industry leaders, you musicians, that have trademarks because they know how important their brand is. Okay, so the last thing I would tell you to do, especially if you're new, is be real with your clients. Be yourself, connect with your clients, listen to your clients, be honest about the investment, and consider offering payment plans. You don't have to, but one thing that I've had clients tell me is, oh, that's a huge investment. I wasn't expecting that much. We can do a payment plan, and we have industry leaders in the trademark industry that offer payment plans, such as my mentor, Dana Thomas. She offers payment plans. Consider offering payment plans, and then be real, be yourself with your clients. Recently, I decided to just start posting my rap videos. I've been rapping since I was a child, but, becoming an attorney, I always said, who's going to take me seriously if I'm rapping? Attorneys don't do that. And I had to really think to myself, I'm an attorney and I rap, so attorneys do that. And from my rap videos, I also got clients that hired me, not for trademarks, for contracts, which is, money is money. So just be yourself. And I've had them say, the reason why I reached out to you is because you're not afraid to be yourself. And I like to see that, right? And another thing I will tell you is, because you're new, I will tell you this because I've fallen into the pitfalls. Do not assess clients based off of their notoriety. I've had clients with over 500,000 followers that cannot come up with the money to pay their trademark. I have a client with 40 followers that have paid the trademark outright. Do not assess clients based on their notoriety. You still have to do the same amount of work. It's exciting because you think, I'm going to get put onto this platform. Other people are going to see me and I'm growing my business. But every client is just as important. So please do not fall into that pitfall. All right. And I'm going to leave off with my favorite quote. It got me through the bar, and I have it on my email signature. Our crown is already bought and paid for. All we have to do is wear it, by James Baldwin. So if you know that your purpose is to do intellectual property too, please do not doubt yourself. You are wonderful. You are an attorney. Do you know, like, people sit up straight? You know, Nicki Minaj has this line, when I walk in, sit up straight, right? People sit up straight when you tell them that you're an attorney. You're an attorney. You are competent. You are able. And it's okay if you don't know. You are a resource for your clients. Make sure that you're the attorney that they deserve. Okay, so that is all I have for you today. I hope that was helpful for someone out there. Yeah, that is it.
Awesome. Thank you, Amina. This is really informative, and it's the authenticity for me. So like for real though, like honestly, like thank you for being here. Thank you for providing your knowledge, like even going on like your Instagram, like you're very knowledgeable and it's very intentional. So thank you for being here for sure.
Thank you.
So we do actually have a couple of questions for you. What are your thoughts on the Blue Ivy brand?
So the Blue Ivy brand, I actually did take a look at that trademark. I don't feel any way about it either way. I did take a look at the trademark. I did think it was also smart for them to use Ivy Park and get that trademark as well. But I hate to be disappointed. I don't have any thoughts about it either way.
Well, it's all good. I was just curious because it just seems like one of those things, just from like an outsider's perspective, just curiosity of how do you handle something like that? Because I believe from what I remember, there was one individual who was trying to use something similar. And then, of course, you know, the Queen Bee Part 2, because we all know who the Queen Bee is, that she was attempting to trademark that. So we were just curious if you had any thoughts on it, but no worries.
Yeah, well, what I will say as far as names go, a lot of people will try to trademark their names, but you don't have to trademark your name because you have statewide right of privacy for your name. But if it's something where it's a brand or you're using one part of your name, like Beyonce, definitely trademark that, you know. Or if it's something like, oh, I see Nina put Blue Ivy Events versus Blue Ivy, you know, that, and she's using, you know, Blue Ivy to sell goods and or services. That's something that you definitely want to trademark. And then I didn't touch on this in the presentation, but the likelihood of confusion, right? So we definitely wouldn't want Blue Ivy Events to be trademarked if she has Blue Ivy as a trademark.
Right. Thank you. So speaking of, since you are an attorney, but they say you are also a rapper, there's a request from the audience to see if you can spit a couple of bars for us.
Yeah.
I had to ask for the culture one time.
Yeah. I am working on a rap, and the first line to the rap is, chances if they flexing on a gram can't afford to drop the bands. And you ain't my lawyer unless you put the dollars in my hand. You ain't my client unless you put the hundreds in my hand. So I am working on something. And then one of the other lines is, there's a lawyer in the room. We ain't using LegalZoom. Okay. So that's all I have for now.
That was enough.
I just came in to tell you, I'm sorry. I couldn't, I mean, we featuring, well, you got to turn your camera on, Michael, if you want to be featured. We doing a feature right now. That brought me out of hiding. I was hiding over here behind y'all, just trying to make sure everything's smooth. But she said, it's a lawyer in the room. We don't use LegalZoom. I had to just come on out. I just had to come out. So Michael, turn your camera on, and I got you, bro. I got you. But yeah, we put y'all on the features. Oh, she said not right now. She said one day though. She gonna get a feature on your track, Amina. So I'm going back in hiding. Bye guys.
Bye.
One time for the one time, for sure.
Right.
All right, let me get myself together. That was fire. Ooh, anyway. But no, in all seriousness, but one more thing I actually would like to ask is the purpose of this summit is to highlight diversity in the realm of intellectual property law and for trademark attorneys. What do you believe is a stepping stone that we can start in order to get to the goal of diversifying the profession?
Things like this summit and attorneys, especially empowering Black attorneys. I have a group, it's called Future Black Lawyers. So I have law students as well as licensed attorneys in the group. And, I think this is something that I want to talk to them about as well. You don't have to go for criminal defense. I think, and I have to be honest with myself, I think I went for criminal defense because it's something I've been familiar with from childhood. When you look at TV shows and stuff like that, what do we see? Criminal defense attorneys. So that's something that I said, I can do that. I can stick with that. But now learning more about the different areas of law, I can practice intellectual property and I'm still practicing criminal defense. And in a sense, it is making me a little more confident with my criminal defense as well. I feel like I have so much going on. I need to go hard for every single client, which I have been doing. But now, I had a situation where I asked the judge for a hearing. He told me no. And I said, that's all right. I'm going to do it anyway. So I don't know. I just feel a little more confident in myself as an attorney overall. So, just speaking to attorneys that look like us and talking to them about intellectual property and letting them know that this is something that they can do as well. And I think it's also important too, because we have a lot of Black businesses, Black business owners who settle on LLCs because they don't know the importance of a trademark. So, being comfortable with your client where you don't sound like you're pressed for the money. You don't sound like it's a sense of urgency to get paid. I'm trying to help you, so I definitely think that having representation is important, not only in the profession, but for Black business owners as well. This is how you build generational wealth. This is property. This is, something that is allowing your business to grow. And it's something that is increasing the value of your business.
Fantastic. Thank you, Amina, for sharing that. It's definitely important. And once again, I'm going to do my best to not keep trying to gas you up, but, thank you for what you do for real, because like I said, representation and that passion is really important. It's one thing to be in a profession, but to have the passion behind it is a whole other realm. So thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate
Absolutely.
it.
Absolutely. And one more question. How can you be contacted?
So you can contact me, Amina, it's AMIN as in November A, at AminaJonesLaw.com. You can also connect with me on Instagram, my lawyer, Amina.
All right, fantastic. Thank you, Amina. So do you have any parting thoughts for our audience? Anything you want to leave us with? Another bar? I can't help it. I'm sorry.
I just want to say that I commend each and every single one of you for being on this summit between today and tomorrow. We are learning a lot of great information. I'm learning a lot of great information. And again, you're a resource to your clients. They are coming to you because they need your help. And listen to your clients. What works for one attorney may not work for you. Again, I think a perfect example is the free consultations, which I think now is a little beyond me. But find a way where you can offer free value to your clients. So it doesn't have to be a consultation. It doesn't have to be a time. It could be a freebie. It could be an ebook. It could be a video. But just so that they know that they are hiring the right person for the job, and be passionate about your clients' businesses. That is something that I've been told numerous times. When they tell me about their business, I'm like, oh my goodness, that's so good. I love that name. I love your website. I love your design. Of course, you want to be genuine, but be passionate about your clients and businesses. It will definitely get you hired. It's gotten me hired before. And I've had, clients tell me, I spoke to so many attorneys. You don't know how many attorneys I spoke to. You're the only attorney that was actually excited for what I had going on, which is why I knew you were the woman for the job. So be a real person. Be approachable and be passionate about what you do, and be passionate about what your clients do.
Thank you, Mina. Really wise words. So gotta listen to her. She knows what she's talking about. I can feel it. So once again, thank you again. It's about that time for the CLE code for Amina P. Jones Esquires. So our CLE code is 528V, U as in unicorn, TI. One more time, 528VUTI. And once again, thank you again for your time, Amina.
Thank you.
Take care. We'll see you soon.
Take care.
Bye.
That's T1, not TI. Don't be putting TI on your sheet. Put T1. So 528 VU T1. These letters are so hard to read. So just want to make sure y'all got that for Amina. All right.
I was muted. So let's start that over. So basically, like this is Haley, right? This is her life story. You can see it kind of brought to life, right? Because the BuzzFeed article didn't do her justice, but they found like very flattering pictures and everything, just so you can kind of see what her work looks like, the design, and it goes into further information here. The big part that I want you guys to really pay attention to is that this wedding dress designer is a new lawsuit, all right? And JLM
Couture owned brand set this out, December 15th. So this is like right before Christmas, and they are claiming exclusive rights to Haley Page, the name. Now, what I will say, y'all, is I looked it up. Okay, so I'm interested in certain things when I see crazy things in the media and I want to understand. So I went and searched it, right? So when I searched it, I didn't find, JLM Couture owns Haley Page, right? But she did sign a contract that gave them the rights to that, right? So what they could say if she did try to go back and file something is that, no, you signed a contract and the contract is still valid even if you change your mind for XYZ. Now, it's usually well settled law that if you sign over those rights, right, that's it. Like, so that's the only thing that I can think of. When you type in Haley Page, the way they have it, right, even Miss Haley Page, it's not actually, it's not trademarked. Okay. And you can always trademark your name. So I try to tell my clients this, and I'm trying to make it really clear. You can trademark your name. And you can do so if nobody else has trademarked it or you haven't signed over the rights to it in an agreement. Now, I want to, or I enjoy being a brand influencer if I can one day. But that's one thing that's in these contracts. I'll show you guys. So I have something called Activate Social account. And that is really in these contracts, y'all. So like before you apply to them, you should really, really read the terms of engagement. So for example, let me pick one for skincare. Okay, so you guys can understand what they want in exchange for. Because they have very strict terms. Some of them are more strict than others, mind you. But I have an Activate Social account to kind of allow me to apply for brand influencer things. And if you don't know, Activate.social, it's something someone found out on, I guess, a Clubhouse show, and I utilized it. So I will be happy to show this to you. But it's called Activate.social/influencer. And they'll base it based off of your Instagram and how it connects to your business account. So make sure your Instagram personal page connects to the right business Facebook page. Otherwise, it won't do the correct demographics, right? But like if I wanted to be a skincare beauty Instagrammer, right? They actually have terms of this contract. And let's look at it, right? Let's highlight it up so we can see what Haley had to deal with in some of her contracts. So here are the content guidelines, right? You can't show other brands. You can't include how-to stories. Your caption, or you can include how-to stories, but look at this. The usage rights are full digital usage rights and out of home point of sale usage rights. And the duration is in perpetuity. Now, everybody's not like this, right? Some of the brands that I have seen don't actually make you commit to perpetuity, which perpetuity means that you have to keep it up forever. You can't take it down, otherwise you'll be in violation, especially if they pay you. So let's look at one of the paid ones, right? So this is a paid one. This is full digital usage rights out of the home point sale usage rights. And then they can use this for perpetuity, right? So this is something that they never have to take down. You shouldn't take down, but definitely they don't have to take down. And so that's something to understand. And you can see that I've applied to some and I've completed some surveys for some other ones. But each one of these, right, comes with a different quote, a different something, requirement, right? So this one was like, you can't talk about other brands. You have to talk about what makes something this. You must be in this. You have to do this. These types of agreements sometimes are good deals, right? They're not always bad deals, right? When you're trying to think about influencer and how can I be like the big influencer. You guys can see my information up there. So like that's something that I wanted to do, right? But I wanted to do it for plus size. But imagine being told after you look at all of this that you can't have your brand anymore. And that's what I really wrote about. And that's what I really wanted, to say and let other people know out there is that you can absolutely do everything that you set out to do. But sometimes you really do have to kind of like do a stock of what you own and what you don't own before you sign any deals. And a lot of times people don't, right? So we sign deals for logos, we sign deals for websites, and we don't actually look to see what's going on. What's our, what are our contents? What do we get if we pay XYZ amount of money? And that's not something that's really, really, good for us to not know up front. And if you don't know that up front, and give me 1 second, guys, gotta make sure. I understand how this works. Okay. I understand. Oh, Lord have mercy. I'm trying to see what y'all see. Make sure y'all can hear me right. But I say all that to say, guys, like that's the reason why, we talk about trademarks. That's why friends of mine, clients of mine, actually ask me about trademarks, is because you can be in a situation like Haley, and Haley is, she's just a precious soul, and we don't know who's right, who's wrong. I don't know. Somebody could one day have the rights to your stuff, and you could wonder, what those rights really mean. Okay, so like this is a picture that I would love to keep forever, and it'd be mine. And when I signed over the work for hire agreement, that's what I asked for. You can make that part of your request. Maybe they say no, but that's okay, right? You don't have to find people that say, yes right away. There are some people that are more amateur photographers that will write those off or don't believe in trying to resell your stuff. But again, everybody has their own way of doing it. You can do non-disclosure agreements. You can do those types of things. But reading those contracts, that agreement is imperative. And Haley, my heart goes out to you, girl, because I have been the victim of somebody like I didn't write nothing, right? I didn't write nothing down in stone. And so like the thing that I wanted wasn't really mine, was it? And so I just had to kind of take their word, and they just didn't want to change that. So everything that you guys write down and sign, you got to sign paperwork, right? Sign paperwork for everything. It might be overly cautious, but it's worth it in the long run. But Haley, my heart goes out to you. I love you, girl. And you got this. Whoa, it's time for another episode of Trademark Fastest. Yeah, baby. Yeah, I am so excited to do the follow-up. So clearly I recorded 2 in one day, guys. I did not do all of this, each week. But, there's a lot of ads on here, but they don't want you to see the true awesomeness that I'm about to show you, right? So Keith Lee. He filed his trademark to secure his ring name, and WWE, their filing was refused. Now, why do I mention this, right? That's because last week, right, we talked about it being well-settled law that people don't have unfettered right to use your personal names for commercial purposes, especially in cases where the individual signed away those rights as part of a deal. Okay, but he did not. There is no consent agreement between Keith Lee and WWE, and they knew that, right? When they filed in August, they're trying to go on the back end and protect themselves. Well, guess what? Somebody about to lose their job. They about to lose their job. So Keith said, you know what? I'm going to get me a lawyer. So that's what Keith did, get a lawyer. All right, so, we're going to go on ahead and look at this little article right quick. I dropped it in the little thing so you can go see it, right? And you'll be eyes called, bit.ly.Keith beats WWE. I just thought that was fitting. But if you guys see right here, it says Keith is to secure his ring name. Keith Lee filed trademark for the name. Keith Lee on 12/18 with the United States Patent and Trademark Office. Now, what I'm about to show you is kind of like every trademark lawyer's dream, right? Because we like protecting our clients. And first to file is usually first and right. However, first to file does not supersede consent. So you must get those consent agreements. So you guys wonder why I always ask you to get your copyright rights, your consent, because if they ever determine that this identifies a person, you have to have the consent of said person, if that's a living individual, well recognized, trademark law, and WWE should have known this, right? Because they should have already secured these things, right? But they didn't. So this what happened, y'all. So I'm gonna show y'all this behind the scenes trademark stuff. I went ahead and queued it all up for you. So yes, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I just don't know. You have no idea. I don't know which one I'm showing you first, but I know I'm showing you one of them. Perfect. I'm showing you the right one first. All right. So this one, y'all, this is his application. Okay. So look, Benjamin Lee Berdrava. Okay. The Rapac Law Group, Florida. Okay. He's from Florida, y'all. Davie, Florida. And here go his email address. Y'all know y'all got some Keiths in your life or some Keith Lees that's being taken advantage of, right? But he said, what? I'm going to put this bad boy in here. This identifies Keith G. Lee, whose consent to register is made of record. This is the consent form, okay? And you will notice all of these different JPEGs that were submitted as proof because you know what he filed the application as? He filed the application as a what? An individual. Now, I do not recommend this, but in this case, I think it might have been to his advantage because his individual name needs to be protected. So since 11/1/2008, now I don't know when Keith Lee first came out, but that's the date that he put out there. And Section 1A, that's the 1A application, that means it was already in use, okay? But this is the cool part, all right? So I showed you his application, and I'm going to show you, if I can, what happened to WWE when they tried to file 3 months before Keith. So this is what happened to WWE. All right, so WWE got this non-final office action. And in this non-final office action, you guys can see the summary of issues is what I told you. Section 2C refusal, which is the name of a particular living individual. And it says the registration is refused because the applied for mark comprises a name. For purposes of Section 2C, a name in the mark identifies a particular living individual. If you are a living individual, you do have rights, okay? You just can't go trademark a Beyonce name, as you well know. The person bearing the name will be associated with the mark as used on the goods or services because the person is so well known, right? So well known to the public, it would reasonably assume a connection between the person or goods, okay? So that doesn't mean your well-named name, okay? Because you could just easily say that that's the name you're going to call yourself and you're not well known. And this is individual is publicly connected with the business, okay? So this is trademark law. And if you need the trademark law reference, it's NRA, Neves, and Neves LLC, comma 113 USPQ 2D 1639, comma 1650 T-Tab 2015. And it's also in Ray Hoffman, okay? And there's also one in Cross Publications Incorporated. So this is what they cited, right? So here, and they did this under here, therefore I love them. This person really got into it. It was like, here, the name in the marks identifies the stage name of an individual. So this is a Keith Lee fan, right? So who is the examining attorney? All right, Guidet Quilo. I love you, girl, or girl, I don't know, Guidet. I think it's Guidet Quilo. But either way, I love you because that's absolutely the law. It's absolutely how it's supposed to happen. This is how it's going to be applied because he is well known and you're trying to use his name and likeness and it's already been established that he is well known. You cannot use it, all right? If it's well known and he's a well-known wrestler, the mark would lead to the assumption that he is associated with the applied for services. And it does not matter that you filed first. It only matters, right, that you guys have his consent and you don't. Right? That's the one thing they didn't have. So when they filed, right, went to their documents, guys, first of all, they filed a 1B already behind. And Lauren, girl, get together. All right. But if you see anything that says consent, you see any consent? No, because it's a 1B, right? And they just filed it. Mark consists of this, WWE, boom, right? Same things, right? Same things that Keith filed for. The only difference between them and Keith is guess who's going to get registered? Most likely it's going to be Keith. And the reason being is that they cannot produce consent. A lot of companies actually don't do this, right? So you actually protect it. You don't even know, right? They don't have consent to use you, even though they've had you be the brand or whatever. They don't have consent to use you unless you have signed a contract. The federal government, man, they take care of their stuff. Don't be going making stuff for them because their stuff is protected. All right. So when we work for the feds, they always own your stuff. I don't know why they want to own it all, but they do. All right. So I say all this to say, guys, at the end of every single day, you guys have the ability to make and change lives. Keep change his entire brand around, right? By doing this, right? Because by saying, you know what, I want my trademark. I'm gonna go and get, because they playing and they getting all this other stuff going on. He said, I'm gonna file it. And if you look at the timing, right? And I'll go back and look at the timing for y'all. It's not really necessary for me to show y'all. But if you look at the timing, they filed this, right? And then they had gotten an office action, right? They got an office action in December about what? About it being name consent, right? So then Keith probably saw that happen and said, you know what? I'm going to get me an attorney. Then they responded, right? Saying that they could do it, right? They could have it. They don't need names. The name shown identifies the mark. Application is in the process of obtaining the required consent. That is a terrible thing for them to be saying. Terrible. They shouldn't have responded until they had gotten consent. And when they put that out there, right? They put that out there, that was it. It was over. So y'all, Keith, boy, man, look, let me say this again. A trademark is a word, name, phrase, logo, or symbol used to identify the source of product or services and distinguish those products from others. It is highly recommended that a trademark be what? Figure out that phrase. Again, that's, I just really want y'all to know what it is. So go figure it out. Google it, look it up. Let me know. Text me the information. Maybe there's a trademark deal in there for you if you figure it out. But I say all that to say, y'all, Keith is the go. Keith the go. Keith had some good legal people, right? Because they was looking, they was monitoring that application. As soon as that response came, oh, we don't have consent. We're in the process of obtaining, which means you can't trademark it. Don't ever be trademarking nothing, period, that you don't have consent for. Because if you get that 2C and you don't have consent, you're gonna look like boo-boo the fool, because USPTO is not going to fast track your application. You're gonna be fast tracked to no track, and you ain't gonna be on the track no more. All right. So Keith, man, shout out to you, dog, man. Black power, black people taking back their IP and intellectual property, and the sports field of all places. Like y'all athletes out here, the ones working for these big entertainment corporations, right? NFL, NBA, all that. Make sure you read them contracts, okay? Because they might just be out here trademarking your name. Because they ran that through back in August. They filed in August, okay? And it wasn't just like random August. Like it was very like August 2019 type stuff. So August 2019, they filed this. He just filed, okay? He just filed that application response, okay? So he didn't respond or file anything, right? Until, well, he did his, yeah. Oh yeah, wait, I have the other one. My bad, guys. I'm over here looking at, what do you call it? That's what happened when I put the other one in the link. I didn't want to put it in. Oh, Lord have mercy, guys. Anywho, so I say all that to say, guys, like, he is the GOAT. Okay, he is the GOAT. Because he filed his in December 2020. And he is en route to having his trademark, y'all. And they filed theirs in August of 2019. So let me tell you, first of all is, right? All right, guys, we're back. Light this candle. It is the candle cupcake I found thanks to a friend or a gift. And now I'm sharing it with you. Hopefully we don't set a fire. But we're only doing this for 5 minutes. So we're gonna hope and pray that this candle lasts that 5 minutes. But yeah. Wanted to let y'all know that. Back on Raisha, we are about to have have a trademark meditation. It's starting in 5, 4, 3, 2. It don't matter who come or who don't come, because we're going to do it, right? Because we meditate. We still real. We going to meditate on this trademark meditation party. So even if it's just Raisha and myself meditating up in here, it's going to be indeed. So we're going to wait a little bit for some people, to join and all. But this got to be it. Trademark meditation party. Y'all just need to get used to it because it's great. Oh, we got a joiner. We got someone joining. Hey, Jennifer. How you doing, girl?
Hello, hello. I am doing well. I am not suitable to be on screen, but do know you got me 100%. I am here.
We are so
deeply. Just listen to your body in this moment as to what it's telling you. Feel what the body wants to feel in this moment and manifest the things that need to be manifested. We are decreeing and declaring that 2021 is the year of alignment, the year of prosperity. The chains are broken. We are manifesting the life that we want to live. That 7-figure check will hit your doorstep in 2021. That business plan will come into fruition. The right publisher will come to you. Anything attached to your name will win. 2020 was the year of preparation. Now 2021 is the year to walk into your purpose. We're going to take our last 3 deep breaths. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. And exhale. Last one, everyone. Inhale. Hold it, hold it, hold it. And exhale. Slowly open your eyes. And just allow your body just to get back on track. Just be mindful to bring love to yourself and everyone around you during this holiday season. A lot of us have lost a lot of family and friends during this time, but we still have work to do. 2020, as I said, was the year of preparation. It was the year of reevaluation, and it was the year of ending codependency. 2021 is all of our year. So just remember to bring love to yourself, no matter what, love and kindness to yourself, no matter what. Each and every day is a hard day, but bring love and kindness to yourself, no matter what that looks like. I hope everyone feels great. Hope everyone has a beautiful New Year's Eve. If you're joining in the living room like me, live it up in your living room and have fun. Ooh, there's a lot of feedback, but that's fine.
I think it's your thing.
Oh, okay. Let me see. How can I put it on mute? Because I'm driving.
Long story short, y'all are right now. Okay to still have to play catch up. What's not okay
from our past, Lord God, and that 2020 me too. I am also a praying woman. So I'm just gonna go ahead and pray. Please work with me a little bit, guys. I got my aligners in my mouth, so just in case I sound like I'm stuttering or I pronounce something wrong, whatever, just work with me. Dear Heavenly Father, I just want to say thank you for this opportunity in this time, Lord God, for allowing me to share my voice, Lord God. I just want to thank Nina for giving me this platform
for allowing me to get out of my shell and to use my gifts, Lord God. Thank you for allowing Nina to use her gifts of bringing people together and connecting us, Lord God. Thank you for this time and all the women that are on this call and men, Lord God, that might be listening to this later, Lord God. Lord God, I just want to say I am grateful for this time, for this fellowship, Lord God. You made a way out of no way, Lord God. 2020 has taught us so much about ourselves, Lord God. And the one thing that stands for sure, Lord God, that you are real. And you are real in this moment. You have been real the entire time, Lord God, because there were lessons that each of us had to learn, Lord God. And there were things that we had to break away from, Lord God. And it's sad to say that 2020 had to happen in order for us to see those things, Lord God. There were things that are assigned to us that we could not get to, Lord God, because we were holding on to things from our past, Lord God. And that 2020 allowed us to not take anything or anyone for granted. And when you say for us to move and to act, Lord God, we're asking, Lord God, that you continue to let us know to move. 2020 told us it is time to move. It is time to appreciate what we have and not what we don't have, Lord God, because at the end of the day, Lord God, you continue to provide all of our needs, Lord God. Lord God, there's one thing that I hear in my spirit, Esther 4:14, we were all created for such a time as this, and right now is the right time for whatever you are walking into, whatever you guys for, whatever you are wishing to come to fruition, anything that you are manifesting, I ask and pray in God's name that it comes into fruition for you in 2021, and when the time is right. Not only in 2021, but when the time is right. There's a time and place for everything, and sometimes we rush things before God tells us to release it. So if 2021 is your year, I pray that God releases everything for you and meet and exceeds your expectations. I'm praying for everyone who has lost someone during this time, for anyone who has this right now during the holiday is a hard time. I'm praying for everyone who may be weary in their spirit to know that you are there. You will never leave or forsake us right here and right now, Lord God. Lord God, I pray that you continue to hold us, Lord God. Hold us and keep us in your hand, Lord God. Touch all of those, Lord God, who may not think that you are no longer here and you are no longer listening, Lord God, because you are always surrounding us, Lord God. Just thank you, God, for this time. Thank you for the ability to pray, Lord God. Thank you for giving me the words to say when I don't have the words to say right now in this space, Lord God. Lord God, just thank you for these women, Lord God. Thank you for anybody and everyone who will be tuning in to listen to this replay, Lord God. Just touch each and every one of them, Lord God. Touch them and let them know that you are real. Let them know that no weapon formed against them shall prosper, Lord God. Let them know that whatever they come across, Lord God, that you are there, Lord God. You will meet them there and you will get them through there, Lord God. Lord God, I pray that everyone not only prays for the promise, but prays for the journey in the process and takes pride in the journey in the process, because the blessings and the lessons comes out of the journey in the process to the promise. Lord God, just thank you for this time. Thank you for this space. Thank you for this new year that we are about to approach, Lord God. Thank you, Lord God, for this moment, because tomorrow is never granted. Tomorrow should not be taken for granted, because tomorrow is not promised to anyone. Not even a second is promised to anyone. And we thank you for keeping us and allowing us to know that we still have a purpose to fulfill. We still have a calling over our lives. Touch each and every one listening in, watch this, Lord God, that this is where they are supposed to be. They are doing what they need to be, and they are exactly where they should be in this exact moment. Thank you for this time. Thank you for this space, Lord God. In your precious name, I pray, amen, 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 amen.
Hey guys.
Hey Nina, what's going on?
Girl, you know, just out here doing trademarks and stuff. It's that day of the week, y'all. It's trademark that Thursday. I've been having fun, y'all. I'm playing with TikToks and trademarks. And people been liking these TikToks about trademarks. So I might stay with it. But y'all go find me on TikTok. Y'all know. I mean, I'm not gonna put up my little thing. If you follow me on Instagram, you probably see what my TikTok name is. But if you don't, I mean, just follow me. Follow me. I'm fun. But yeah, TikTok is not my new favorite thing for trademarks. Yeah.
It's a vibe. It's a vibe. So check this out. So, you know, we're in the middle of a pandemic. Kind of takes the time. Everybody kind of does some throwbacks. And I found myself listening to J-Lo the other day. And for some reason, I decided to Google her, right?
Jenny from the block. Okay.
Right. Right. So I noticed something that came up with her and like Glow Industries.
Oh, wow.
Her getting sued back in the early 2000s.
Oh, J-Lo getting sued for trademarks. Everybody getting sued for trademarks, apparently. What's going on with J-Lo? What do they say?
Well, apparently there was some issue between J-Lo and Glow Industries over the word glow, right? Right. What it was is J-Lo had a plan to come up with like this like skincare, like body care, like perfumes and such like that, you know, to boost her brand. But there was another company that was doing something similar. And there was also like a dermatologist who had something with skincare that had the word glow on it as well. Like I kind of looked at the news article, but I'm sure you would probably know more than I would. So
yeah.
What do you think?
What's the big question that they have, the first one that was really like pressing for this one for you?
I feel like the biggest issue was the right to use the word glow.
Ooh, man. All right, so let's break into this from the trademark perspective. So yeah, put your trademark hat on, and if you don't have one, it's cool. I got one. Shane's got hers on. So basically, I want you guys to think about words that you see common in the beauty industry. Do y'all normally see the word glow in the beauty industry? Is that what you see, Shayna? You seeing the word glow? All right. So y'all remember way back when, okay, well, long trademark Thursdays ago, okay, we had the little whoosh effect, like in TikTok, I would do the little cloudy thing. But again, like way back in trademark, that Thursday's land, I told you about weak and strong trademarks. And this is where you see it play out. So the word glow, if it's used in the beauty industry, well known and well used in the beauty industry, it is considered a generic mark. At best, it could be descriptive, but it's definitely not at the higher level, which is that suggestive level that we try to get our clients to. The reason being is because as you are doing a trademark, you're trying to find things that are not in the industry. When I was just looking over, right, just looked at Glow Industries versus J-Lo, wanted to see what was going on, I looked at the state law case and they handed Glow Industries their butt. Do you know why? Because of the word glow. And the reason why it's not going to be a trademark infringement issue, more than likely, is because Glow is going to have a hard time proving that glow, the word glow, is something that can only be exclusively used, because there are products like the Glow Male Pale. There are products like Glow Aromatherapy Oils. There are Glow Naughty Pillow Mist. I kid you not. There are Glow Soaps. There are Glow Bath Truffles. There are Glow Tub Truffles. There are Glow Bath and Body Methods. Anything with the word glow. Do you know within the state law case, just the state law case alone, they mentioned how many times the word glow was used in the industry? They use the word ultra glow, there's amber glow, there's beauty glow, all of that. Glow is generic, and the reason why you get a trademark attorney to kind of help you navigate that is if you put out a generic trademark, right, or you're trying to protect or say that you're having it infringed, because again, You don't have to have a trademark application to allege that there's been trademark infringement. You have to have first use. You have to establish that you had first use. And when you establish it, you have to show the geographic reach of your use. Now, it helps when you have the application because you don't have to establish so many things, so many factors. But for this particular case, with the use of the word glow, J-Lo wasn't actually in the wrong here, which is what a lot of people did think, right? They're like, oh, it's just a celebrity bullying some little small company. That's not what happened here. The word glow is not exclusive. And that's why a lot of people, when they go to trademark it, and sometimes, people press go on their own. And Shayna, you and I have talked about that before. People just go ahead and press grow, and they're ready to go ahead and trademark their brand, and they don't want to ask a trademark attorney because they don't want to pay one. Well, this is what happens when you don't do that, because the word glow isn't exclusive. So if you name your company Glow Incorporated and you think you're going to be able to prevent anybody from using the word glow by a trademark infringement claim, you're going to get a really tough handing to them, like they did with their case, because they cited, I believe, 9 different companies in the state law case against them. And then they also cited about 7 more companies after that use the word glow, that have products. And if I can find, and if the state law case can find about 16 different products with the word glow in it, then it's not exclusive and it's not really something that you want to trademark. Because yes, you can trademark anything if you want to. Is it smart to trademark anything is the question. And that's why a lot of people seek out trademark attorneys. So Glow Industries messed up when they tried to enforce the word glow against J-Lo, because first of all, you don't even own that trademark. If you owned it, it would be an issue, but you don't own it. So that was their first mess up there, Shayna. Any other questions that was really kind of bothering you that you really want to know more about?
Yeah, okay. So I understand that like they didn't take the opportunity to grab the trademark before J-Lo could. But I feel like I guess my main question is like, why couldn't they both exist?
Coexistence. Ooh, that's
right.
Fun.
Like,
That's a
you know
fun
what I mean?
one.
Like,
yeah, coexistence. That's possible. See, you've been doing your homework on trademark. I like when you do your trademark that Thursday's homework. I appreciate it. But coexistence is what you're asking about. And yes, good for a lot of people if everybody operates in good faith. As you read in the case law, and if you go look into Glow Industries Incorporated versus Lopez, it was a lot of drama up in there, okay? But the reason why coexistence or coexistence agreement wasn't put in place is because coexistence really doesn't do anything but dilute the brand if the two parties that operate in agreement, right, at first, good faith, they end up going into bad faith. And that's what Glow Incorporated, Glow Industries Incorporated, and J-Lo would have had happen. Because if you do a comprehensive search, then you know what not to go ahead and trademark or what not to try to get a coexistence agreement in, because you're not going to build your brand around something that's already established or something that everybody has claim over. You want to trademark in something that no one has claimed. Who claimed Google before Google? Who claimed Xerox before Xerox? The different parts of the world, that's usually this coexistence issue. So the fact that J-Lo wanted to create it for her makeup and her perfume line, that's on J-Lo. But the fact that you had a glow kit and you were selling kits in the industry about, trying to make your face all clean, that doesn't mean that you want to create a coexistence agreement. Coexistence means that you can both operate doing your own thing and that your products are distinct, but it's splitting the baby. So I operate over here in Illinois and we good, but you operate over there in California and we good. I don't want to restrict myself to Illinois. I don't want to not be able to market to people over in California, because that's what those coexistence agreements are. One good example that I like to refer to is Apple Corps versus Apple Corps, the record label that was created by the Beatles. They were allowed to coexist in the same field. I kid you not, with the same name, Apple Corps and Apple Corps. Both of them own that trademark. However, one was for electronic devices and one was for record labels. unless you're going to have something that distinct like that, where there's no overlap in the industry, coexistence isn't really to your benefit if you're both in the beauty industry. That's where the intersection was going to happen here, because even though they didn't sell perfume, beauty industry sells perfume. That's something that's promoted in the beauty industry. And what if I wanted to sell perfume? What if I wanted to make my own perfume? And I would not be able to do it if I had a coexistence agreement. So a lot of people don't do it. And then also, the trademark office will invalidate something that's against public interest. So coexistence agreements, if they are against the public interest or they create some type of antitrust violation, then you're going to have a difficult time enforcing those over time. So the biggest thing is to get a good comprehensive search done day one, and to trademark in an area in which you don't have to coexist, because no one has your trademark. No one has made up words. No one has more but stronger trademarks. And that's something that a lot of people prefer, because coexistence is not guaranteed. It's not guaranteed that that other company is going to want to coexist with you in order to dilute their brand and for them to merge away from you. But it can happen, but I wouldn't have recommended it in this case.
my name is Celicia Rigsby, and I am the owner and founder of the Rigsby Law Firm. I am here today to let you know of an amazing summit coming up April 30th and May 1st, hosted by the amazing Nina Spear. I will be one of many amazing speakers at this summit, and my topic will be on how to master the sale in business. Yes, how to show up for yourself in your sales space. As a new entrepreneur, as an entrepreneur in general, making money is a part of the game. And so in my speaking engagement, I want to let you know 3 amazing takeaways that you can take from that summit to implement in your business same day. The first thing I want to take you through is how to confidently, right? Shoulders lifted back, how to confidently ask for the sale, right? That's takeaway number 1. Secondly, I want to also make sure that you know how to sell without selling, right? There's social media, there's so many different ways that you can sell to your target audience, but I want to show you how to show up in that space and how to actually make money without having to actually ask for it. There's a technique to that, and I can't wait to share it with you. And last but not least, the third takeaway from how to confidently sell in business is to overcome the newbie pricing. And what do I mean by that? The newbie pricing is where you go through that questioning of yourself. Am I charging too much? Who will buy from me? Who will come and and work with me? I'm so new to what I'm doing. And we want to show you ways to overcome these things so you can make more money in your business. So if this sounds like something that will definitely help you grow in your business, I promise you do not want to miss this summit, April the 30th and May 1st. Be sure to join us. We would love to have you. And again, my name is Celicia Rigsby of the Rigsby Law Firm, and I cannot wait to meet you at the upcoming summit. Have an amazing day.
Celicia, you did so good, y'all. I hope y'all are as excited about Celicia as I am, y'all. Celicia is being very modest, but I don't let people be modest up here. So Celicia was able to master her own sale and go to 6 figures in 6 months. I believe that's what she quoted. So y'all really do need to tune in because this is how Celicia grew her IP law firm. So if you got IP law firm and you're trying to grow it to the next level, then you really need to talk to Celicia because, I'm not learning from Celicia myself and I will be at her talk. So I appreciate you guys. I love y'all. And y'all make sure you tune in to Celicia on April 30th and May 1st for this amazing summit. And we love y'all. We love y'all. And Celicia really loves y'all because she done pull it out, y'all. She's pulling out all the stuff. So I hope y'all pull out all the stuff and show up for her. All right, guys. Bye.
Bye.
All right, welcome back, everyone. I would like to introduce Celicia Rigsby, Esquire. It is a pleasure for you to be here tonight. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. So this is our last speaker of the night. So whenever you are ready, we will give you the reins and we are here to listen.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Awesome. So thank you all for being here. Thank you for having me. As already stated, my name is Celicia Rigsby, and I am owner and founder of the Rigsby Law Firm. So tonight, we are going to be discussing, how to confidently charge your worth and make consistent revenue in your
business. We know as being entrepreneurs or aspiring entrepreneurs that making money is how we stay in business. So this is a topic that I'm very passionate about, and I am excited to share with you some tips and techniques that I have used personally in my business, and I have helped other attorneys use in their business. And this has truly helped us to grow our practices. So let's jump right into it. So we're going to start out with making sure you understand what the selling technique is that we're going to talk about tonight. I call it the 4 C's to selling. And so they are clarity, confidence, consistency, and credibility. These are the foundational tips and tricks you need to know if you are already in business or if you are thinking about starting your own practice. This is where it is at, right? So make sure you go ahead and write those down, and we'll go in each one and we'll talk about how each one of these will help you to actually make money in your business. So let's get started. So the first one is clarity, right? That's the first C of the night that we will be discussing. And when we're talking about clarity, we're talking about clarity over the offer, clarity over your financial goals as an entrepreneur, as well as clarity over your worth, right? So when we're talking about clarity when it comes to selling, it's the first thing that has to be very clear is what is it that you are offering to your potential clients, right? So this begins when you start your website. This begins when you start posting on social media. You have to be very clear as to what you are selling, right? Because one thing I know for sure is that confusion does not sell, right? If you have ever been into the store Ross, bless you. But when you go into that store, it's disorganized. Clothes are everywhere, things of that sort. And if you're very, you like Ross and you like the good deals, you may stay there. But one of the things that you want to do when you're talking about selling, right? You want it to be clear. You want them to know exactly what it is you're selling. How does it bring value to them? And how does it actually improve your client's livelihood, right? And so clarity is key in making sure that your potential buyers are already certain when they get on the phone with you, they already know what you are offering them and how it is going to improve their livelihood, right? And so how do we make sure that our offer is clear, right? Make sure you state it out, right? It's bullet points are sometimes works really well on your website. And then when you post it on social media, right? When you first start out as a business owner, when you first start out as a new practicing attorney, it's hard because you're trying to make money. And so you're offering all of these services. You want to do trademarks, but you may not have your first trademark client yet. So you start offering all kinds of services, right? And sometimes in doing that, it can cause you to take on clients that you may not want to work with just yet. Or it could cause you to do some things that you really don't want to specialize in per se. So you want to make sure that when you are starting out, be very clear on what it is that you do want to do and what it is that you're like, you know what? Yes, I need the money, but I also need sanity. So I'm not even going to start that in my firm. For me, I think one of the services that I provided early on that I like providing, but I don't know necessarily there's something that I want to continue, and that is business plan services. It worked very well in the beginning. A lot of people wanted it. So I was able to make money from it, but it's not something that I really had clarity around, honestly, in the beginning. So, making sure that being clear on the offer and being clear on what it is that you actually want to do and who you want to work with and how. Okay, so that's first of all, we want to make sure that we're clear over those things. And then we want to be clear over our financial goals, right? When you start in business, you want to make sure that you understand how much is it that you need to make, and then how much is it that you want to make. Right. So when we talk about how much you need to make, you have overhead costs and you know that you have bills, right? And if you are a full-time entrepreneur, there is a need number and then there is a want number, right? That need number is at a very bare minimum. What is the number that you need to bring in to cover overhead costs and actually live? Right. And then that number doubles or triples, or quadruples. And then that's the want number. But starting out, you have to know what that need number is, and you have to be very clear on how to obtain that goal. So when you are creating your offer and you're being clear on your offer, when you get to talking about pricing, you don't just price out of the air, right? Or you don't price based upon what you feel someone else's budget is, right? You price based upon a few things. Market is one of them. Need is another one of them. And then attracting the kind of client that you want is a big part of it, right? So clarity around the financial goals that you need and clarity around the financial goals that you want is also very, very important. Right. And so when we talk about clarity over your goals, I'm a writer, right? I like to write them down. So be very clear on them. At the beginning of the month, I find it very helpful to write down what is the goal for the month and what does that translate into daily, right? That works for some people. It could be discouraging from others, but you find what works for you. And daily, I'll say, okay, today I need to make one sale of, right? And if that's a trademark for you or a contract service or whatever it is that you're offering, you need to not just know I need to hit a number, but you need to also have an idea as to how to hit that number. So clarity over your goals, you may need to write that out. Another thing that I like to do is have sticky notes behind my head when I go into the office. And they're color coordinated. So I know that for the month, I said maybe I need 8 new trademark clients. So I'll put 8 trademarks, each one numbered. And every time I get a new client, I take it off the wall. It's visual, right? So visualizing the goals, making it clear for yourself, not just writing it down in a notebook that you may pick up every now and again, but you're going to go into your office. So something very in your face that reminds you that I need to make money and I have a plan on how to make money, right? And I'm very clear on what that money looks like for me. And one of the ways in which to, when you start reaching out and meeting with clients, you want to make sure that you're already prepared for the buying resistance, right? Because when it comes to being very clear on what you are offering and being very clear in talking to a prospective buyer, as a new attorney or just starting out, it's easy to get flustered. It is, right? Conquering the consultation is a real thing. And knowing how to prepare for the buying resistance in advance is very important, right? So you want to already know that you may get someone on the phone. Oh, you're using that. Oh, good. You may get someone on the phone who automatically is just like, well, I'm just shopping around, right? What is your response to that? Or like we say in the call center world, what is your rebuttal? Right? How do you rebut well, I'm just shopping around, right? Do you feed into it? How do you clearly remain calm in the call and make sure that your value and your offer is, let's say, translated well to the actual potential buyer, right? Or do you just say, oh, okay, I understand you are shopping around. Thanks for reaching out, right? Know what your approach will be to that and understand that there will always be buying resistance from anyone, even if they have money, even people with money. And so that's not even it. People just are used to saying no. They just are. They like saying no. So know that it automatically exists in all of us, right? In all of us, even though we may want something, we may rationalize why we do, or we may rationalize why we don't. And so your job when you are getting a prospect on the phone is to make sure that your clarity translates all the way through, right? Clarity over the offer has to translate in that call as well, or you will lose the sale, right? So we know we need to be clear over our offer. We know we need to be clear on our financial goals so that when we get on these calls, we already know, okay, I need to make a certain amount. I need to close a certain amount of deals. I know these things, right? And so then once we're on the call, right? Once you have the client on the phone, clarity has to show up. It has to show up consistently, right? So when you're on the phone with a potential client, you want to make sure that you're using clear language. And so what does that mean? You don't really need to use cliche language, right, to close the deal. I'm sorry to say it, but no one cares about your quality. once they're on the call, right? They've already seen something that shows you're qualified. They've already seen something that made them get on the call with you. So you don't have to waste precious time using language that is not clear as to why they should buy from you. No matter what you call your call, we call them discovery consultations, whatever you call them, it is a sales call. And so you approach the sales call as, okay, the purpose of coming into this call today is to get you to buy from me. That's it. And so I don't need to use words that don't promote that mission or that goal, right? So if we're going into a call and we know that this is a lead, a potential lead, then we go into that call knowing that we want to close the deal, right? So instead of talking about quality, right? Instead of using cliche language, I'm going to make sure they understand the value of what I am offering, because two things that prospective clients or anyone has when it comes to spending money is that people want protection and security. And what makes people buy often is a desire to gain or a fear of loss. And so you have to figure out which one of your audience are they, right? Do they need to gain something, right? I'll be honest with you, more people buy based off of fear of loss, right? If they feel like I can lose my business, oh my gosh, if I don't get a trademark, I'm going to lose my business. Okay, yeah, I need this service, right? And you have to approach it gently, right? You don't want to do the scary. You have to do it now. Can you go into the not trying to pay for consult issue? I don't know. I don't know what that means. But I sure will. Like, yeah, I will. Charge for your consult, and they can't get a consult unless they pay. That's it. That's the point blank in the period there, Nina. If they don't pay for the consult, they don't get you on the phone. So that solves that one, right? That's it. Nobody gets on the phone with me if money has not cleared. Okay, so that's it. Stand firm on that. Your time is money. All right. And so desire of gain or fear of loss are two of the things that you already should know, that when people get on the phone, that is what they need. We as humans, we thrive off of protection and security. We want to feel safe. We want to feel like, okay, this is a good investment. This is a good deal with anything, right? No matter what it is, we want to make sure that we're having some protection and security. So getting a client on the phone with you is no different. And you have to go into the call with that clarity and understanding that that is what the potential client is already looking for. They need benefit, they need value, but they need protection and security. And they need to know that if they put money in your hands, that you are going to unequivocally give them that. All right. So when you are, and we'll get into the pitch and all of that and what, some techniques there. But first things first is make sure. Step number one, when we're talking about how to confidently charge your worth and make consistent revenue in business, clarity is key. Your offer has to be clear. The value to the potential client has to be clear. Okay? Clarity. I know it sounds very simple, but I'll be honest with you. I do these things where I do review of sales pitches. I'm not going to call her out, but there may be someone here today another attorney who I have reviewed her pitch, and we kind of gone back and forth with the pitch. And I'm an attorney, right? And I know we do the same thing. And if I get lost in the shuffle of what you're saying, you can't expect that a potential client won't, right? So we have to be sure that the language is clear. We have to be sure that the offer is clear. And we also have to be sure that we don't talk to people from our knowledge base, right? So we can't assume just because they are on the phone, they automatically understand what a trademark is, or they automatically understand why they need it, or whatever it is that you're selling, right? So we need to make sure that everything is very clear, right? Money is made when confusion doesn't exist. Money and confusion don't go hand in hand. You make money when you're clear, okay? So that is point number one when we're talking about the 4 C's of selling, how to confidently charge your worth and make consistent revenue in business. You have to be clear, okay? Clarity is key. All right, point number one. If you have questions, I'm looking at the chat, drop them in. Just let me know. Clarity is key. Clarity is coin. Let's say that. Clarity is coin. You got the clarity, you get the coin, okay? All right, so what do we have up next? Well, we're clear. They know what we're offering. They know what the value is. They understand all of that. What else do I need to, what's the next layer on top of clarity? Well, the next layer on top of clarity is consistency. Now I'm going to tell you, when you start out in practice as a new attorney, let me tell you, first of all, it's a lot going on. It's a lot going on when it comes to social media, and they got the TikToks and the memes and it's a lot. It's a lot. But what I tell a lot of attorneys that I work with when we talk about how to show up consistently for their audience is pick. I say a struggle, but I say pick a struggle. Pick a struggle, right? Start somewhere. And I often tell people, don't try to start everywhere. It's oftentimes a losing battle, right? First of all, you're already overwhelmed. Like, whose great idea was it to really start a firm, right? Come on, imposter syndrome is real. Whose great idea was it to go to law school, right? All of the things are already going to be there. Prepare for what season you're about to enter into. It's going to happen. You're going to have these thoughts. It just happens. They'll pass, but it's going to happen. So when you start out, and we're talking about showing up for the audience now and being consistent in that, if you are trying to show up in 5 different places, I'm telling you, you're going to fall short somewhere. So start with what works for you. If you're already on Facebook all the time, start there. If you're already on Instagram all the time, start there. Whatever works for you, that's where you start. And then as time goes on, you can build upon it. But you need to start where you're already at. And so the message here, as we're going to break down what it means to be consistent, the way you show up for your money is the way it will show up for you. If you show up for your money 2 days a week, your money gonna show up for you 2 days a week. It's real simple. You either show up for your money every day to get it every day, or you show up every now and again and it's going to show up for you every now and again. So when we're talking about making sure that we're making consistent revenue in our business, we have to consistently show up for that revenue. And what does it mean to show up consistently? One thing is to understand that when you are posting on social media, if you're using that as a means for getting clients, getting prospects and things of that nature, you have to make sure that you are posting intentionally. Understand that you are always selling. Okay. I know being a lawyer is amazing. It's a beautiful thing. I love it. But when you own a business, your skill set is no longer the front runner. Your sales technique is, right? When you become a business owner, you are not the lawyer who sells. You are the seller who lawyers. Right? The skill set isn't going anywhere. You have that. That is honestly the icing on the cake. But the cake, the actual means to how this foundation is built, is how I connect with my audience in a manner to get them to trust me to actually want to give me their money. Right? That means I have to be consistent, because we all know that when things are not consistent in our lives, we tend to shy away from them, right? So everything that I'm going to say here today, if you just think about it on a very basic level of life, right? If something isn't consistent, you're like, okay, it's not working for me, right? And so that's the same way that money, everything is energy, right? Everything is energy. So you need to show up consistently for that. And so one of the ways you do that is by posting on social media consistently. And consistently is, every day. Every day is consistent. Now, when you get to the big, like the greats, like Dana, you don't have to do that, right? But when we're starting out, we have to do that, okay? It's a nature of the beast, right? This is where your clientele is a business. Business owners are on social media. So where are you going to find your clientele? On social media. So it's just a part of the process, and you don't have to be perfect at social media. You just have to understand that you are what you are selling, right? You're not on social media as a business owner for fun. You are there to attract the right kind of potential client, and you are there to sell. That is what social media is for. So you're a salesperson first, then you're a CEO, and then you are a lawyer. So consistently showing up. So we post every day. And then we need to make sure that we are consistently engaging with our audience, right? So that might be lives, that might be videos that you record, but in some way, another C probably should have been connection, but we'll tie connection right into being consistent, because people buy from people that they know. right? Even if they've never met you, they need to feel like they know you. So that doesn't mean you have to sit and tell all of your business on social media to your business audience, but they need to feel like they can connect with something about you. They need to feel like they can relate to you. You need to be relatable. And so you need to consistently remind them that you are human, right? Because oftentimes lawyers can we get a bad rap, right? We're expensive. We are, on a high horse. We're unreachable, all of those things. So you need to remind your audience that stigma, that way of thinking is not who you are. So you have to consistently remind them that, no, I'm human, right? Okay. And I'm here, I'm available, and, you can reach out to me. And then again, consistently, we're going to talk here about, ways in which you can show up outside of social media, right? So your website, SEO. SEO is really, really big. That means that your website should work for you, right? When you are sleeping, people who are up late at night, because we know entrepreneurs like to stay up late. So when they're online and they're searching for things and figuring out how to do things, they should be able to type in how to file a trademark, and something on your website should populate, right? Your SEO should be so well embedded in your website that, again, your website is showing up for you consistently while you are even, not available. So your website is one way, and then your email list, right? So as you're starting out, I think when I started out, I had 3 people on my email list, 3 people, right? But you start somewhere and you consistently target within your email list, and you consistently make sure that they understand who you are and what you offer. No, sometimes SEO is key. Yes. I know sometimes you may talk to your audience. You may post things every now and again. And you may think that people understand what you do. But believe it or not, someone can literally sit and listen to you, and you can say what you do, and then literally 2 weeks later, they can forget totally what it is. So inconsistency, there's also repetition. You want to make sure that you remind your audience, hey, I do trademarks. Hey, I do contracts. You want to consistently remind them of who you are and what you do, especially in the beginning, right? Especially in the beginning, because people will follow you. They may see a post, they'll follow you, and algorithms, right? We're always fighting algorithms. So they may see your content daily or they may not. And so in posting daily, you hope that maybe they see at least 2 days worth of content, because I know we've all gotten on social media and you see something from 3 days ago. Can we talk about the clients that you gained off email marketing more? People forget that. Be a little bit more specific there, Nina, and I'll see what I can do there. So consistently making sure that your audience knows what you do, and they are reminded often what you do. Okay. And I want you to also remember that when we're being consistent and we're showing up for our clients, we want to make sure that we give that consistent value, that consistent energy, right? Life gets busy, but your audience can tell when you threw a post together or when you intentionally posted it. So make sure that you consistently provide that same level of value. One of the things I most recently found out through a client experience, because we do surveys, right? Through a client experience, when I started my firm, I was alone. Right? It was just me. And then I moved to a team of 7, right? And so the thing is, when you move to a team, you delegate, right? And so whereas this particular client started with the firm, it was just me, she had a very tailored experience to the law because it was just me. But then when I had a team, things were delegated. And so she was having a hard time not understanding why she just couldn't get access directly to me. It was literally a thing. And so after talking to her, I was able to understand that from her perspective, it wasn't the same consistent value that she was used to a tailored experience solely because it was just me. Right? It was just me. And so then when you grow, you delegate. So what it showed me was that I needed to add into training. I call it the Celicia effect, right? That is one aspect of what it is. And so it's just a more tailored approach so that even if they're working with me or anyone else on my team, they get that same consistent feel no matter who they're dealing with. And so that was a learning moment for me. So make sure you're giving consistent value on social media, in the calls that you take, because clients can pick up on, again, when you're just throwing something together or when you actually intentionally thought about it. Now, let me see. Clients saw your marketing on ads like yours on Facebook and followed through. I'm gonna be honest with you, Nina. I'll be very honest with you. I have not gotten one client from a Facebook ad ever. I actually just started Facebook ads. So it's still a new world for me. I just started them. Yeah, I've never, not one. I just hired a marketing person two months ago. So it's still a very new process for me. Very new process. He's doing whatever it is he's doing. I don't know. But never, I have not had one sale from ads ever. Everything has been organic and word of mouth. So when I figure that one out, I'll let you know. But we're still testing some things out and figuring out how that may work. But I hear ads are good. So that is how, in my particular practice, we are trying to expand our reach. And so we have added in ads. But I started my firm in January of 2020, and I just started ads 2 months ago. And my business did very well without them. So you do not need some fancy marketer to make you make money. I promise you, implement these 4 C's and you'll be well on your way. And also when we're talking about selling on social media, I have to say this: make sure that you understand that the caption is word of mouth is supreme, because the caption is where you actually sell. So often I see people have like this bomb post and it's like really, really good content. And then the caption says nothing. Okay, so let's talk about that. When you are posting on social media, understand that the picture is to get them to stop. Honestly speaking, it can be anything. Anything. I literally saw somebody post $1 billion. Like that's what it said, $8 billion. Everybody stopped. And then in the comment, she sold them. You have to understand that the caption is your sales technique. And so remember that caption, you got to put the sizzle in the caption. That's right. The caption is the conversation. So also remember that the caption is a conversation and the connection piece. So treat the caption just like you would if you were on the phone with them, telling them the excitement about whatever it is that you're posting. So understand that you can have a bomb picture. You can have a bomb video. You might have even learned how to do effects on TikTok, right? You post it, it's fire. They're going to like it, but it's not going to convert into a sale if the caption doesn't tell them why whatever they are liking should convert into a sale, right? You are the leader of your firm, of your audience. If you don't tell them what they're supposed to do with the information, they're going to like it or laugh at it because it's a post. But you have to understand the caption, that's the money. That's the money maker. And then how they find you is also your hashtags, and they have to be intentional. I think we just change out our hashtags every 30 to 60 days. You got to test them, see which ones work, cancel some out, add some in, and then as relevant things are happening related to business, make sure you use those hashtags as well. So it's I call it a 3. When I train new people that comes into my firm, I train them on how to do captions. I train them on how to do posts, and it's a 3-part, right? So it has to be picture, caption, and then it also has to be hashtags. And then the caption has to have a 3-part test, right? The first thing is just like an essay. That's how I always train them. It's like an essay. That first sentence need to say something to grab your attention, because usually, when you're scrolling, you have to click see more to see the full thing. So whatever you say later is really where you sell. But that first sentence, so just like the picture, the first sentence needs to capture attention, right? It needs to say something that makes me want to click see more. Okay, so make sure. Oh, nice. So make sure that you understand exactly what it is that you're doing. So showing up consistently is great. So let's say, you're like, I post on social media all the time. What do you mean? And I'm showing up consistently. So consistent showing up isn't enough. You have to actually show up intentionally, purposefully, and it actually has to invoke an emotion to make the actual people that are seeing what you post do something. If you're just posting a video and it's trendy, they're going to laugh and like it, but it's not going to convert into money, right? So remember that. And also remember that followers does not equal money, right? I know people with a lot of followers, and it doesn't mean that they're converting them. They might post really good content and it may be funny. It may invoke an emotion of laughter or a feel good emotion. But for me over here, we need to invoke that emotion of pulling out that car, right? So if it's not invoking the emotion to say, I'm going to pull out that card, it's a business. We're a business. And so always remember that, okay? Followers does not equal the Benjamins. No. All right, so consistency. And now we're going to get into the next part, which is going to be the credibility, which also goes into consistency. So first, we've already talked about making sure that you have clarity, right? Make sure your offer is clear. Make sure you are clear on who you want to work with. Make sure that you're clear on connecting with your prospective clients. And then we discuss consistency. Make sure you're showing up consistently on social media, through your website, in your email list, and any other ways that you have found that you want to attract the right type of clientele. You have to do so consistently, right? So there we have that. And so the next layer to making sure that when we're talking about confidently charging your worth and making consistent revenue in your business, we have to make sure we don't miss the credibility. Okay. So in the posting, in the talking, all of the things, when you're starting out, it's like a little formula. I say, showing up as subject matter expert. That's what you are doing when you say you're showing yourself as credible. When you're starting out, it's easy to feel like you don't know enough, right? You don't know what you're doing. Again, imposter syndrome, all of the things. And so you're like, well, what are they going to say when I get them on the phone? What if they ask me, how long have I been practicing? What am I supposed to say? So what you say is you're nothing, right? Because hopefully you have already given yourself enough street cred that they don't even ask those questions. And so if you are getting asked those questions, that should show you a blind spot where you're not showing up enough or you're not showing up properly to let them know who you are, right? Credibility comes way before that call. They should have already found you deemed worthy of even talking to them, right? Because you have shown that you are a subject matter expert. How do we do that? So starting out, it's always good to get featured in magazines. Not hard to do at all. Get featured, do collaborations with other people. Clubhouse is a really popular thing now. Putting on your own webinars, just like Nina, she has her Trademark Thursday, things like that. So making sure that you are creating a buzz around who you are and speaking on what you know, speaking on the law, speaking on how to make a business more efficient. Whatever it is that you do, you have to set yourself up as the subject matter expert early on. So as to when you get potential clients, they don't know that you haven't been practicing any longer than somebody's been practicing 10 years, right? It's all in, we know the law, you know the law. Just make sure they know that you know the law well before they get on the line. If you are spending time during consultations talking about who you are and your credentials, you don't want to say wrong, but there is some room for improvement in how you're showing up to your audience, right? That shouldn't even be a question. They should not even be concerned with any of that once they have you once they are on the call with you. If that's a concern of theirs, that just lets you know that there's some way that you can show up a little bit better in the consistent phase. Okay. So we are showing up here not only as a subject matter expert, we're showing up here in how much we charge as well. So Nina asked, about people not wanting to pay. It's about the client. People not wanting to pay for consultations or things of that nature. So charge for your consultations, right? Charge for your consultations. I don't care how new you are. Charge for your consultations. $25, $50, $100, $200, whatever you feel comfortable with charging. Charge for your time. I will tell you, I started out and 15 minutes was free. Okay, you get 15 minutes of my time for free. When I tell you I was 15 minuted to death, I was 15 minuted to death real fast, very, very fast. And so I remember another trademark attorney, Takora Davis, she was like, if you don't charge for those consultations, and I was so nervous. Why? Why was I so nervous to charge for my consultation? I mean, I literally felt like I got rid of those free. Yes. Why did I feel like I don't know. I just felt like I was like, nobody's going to buy a consultation. Who would purchase a consultation? They don't know if they're going to get any value. You know, again, imposter syndrome, going through all of the motions. Who would want to pay for a consultation with me? Aha, but I've been showing up as a subject matter expert, right? Not giving myself enough credit, right? All of the things. And so I think I talked to her like a Tuesday. I upped my price on a Wednesday. And I was like, okay, we're just going to see what happens. Okay, we're just going to see what happens. Somebody booked I got 2 consultations same day. And I was like, okay. So charge for your consultations. Your time is money. Now, I will say though, as being a new attorney, and if you do not have a sales background or sales technique, I will say the trial and error of conquering the consultation by having so many free consultations, it did get me comfortable in talking about trademark law, because that was a new law for me. And so I will say, if you are starting and you say, I would like to, let's say 60 days max, okay, for the first 2 months, if that's something that you want to do, to charge, give free, start out with free consultations. And that's only for practice. All right. That's only for getting you comfortable with talking to clients, especially if you've never had a position before where you had to sit, or if you work for a firm and it wasn't client focused, if you're coming straight out of law school or something and you're not quite sure on, well, how are you supposed to, what do you say to these people? You might want to get in a little practice before you start charging them. Right. And that's okay. Right. Again, one thing that I want you to always remember is that anything that I say to you, take it in balance, right? You have to know yourself. And just because something worked for me and a few other people does not mean, I like that, Nina, does not mean that it will work exactly for you. But I will say that once I started charging for consultations, I started closing more, right? Once someone has already invested into themselves, it makes it a lot easier for them to continue down the path, because in their mind, although once you pay for my time, you get value, in their mind, they translate it as, I'll lose my money if I don't invest further. Again, remember, loss, fear of loss. That's real. We're human, fear of loss. And so they translate that into loss. Because again, service providers, we just, our time, they just like, well, it's just time, right? It's not like a product. So a lot of people don't get it, and that's okay. But charge for your time, and then charge appropriately for your services, right? Charging appropriately attracts the kind of clientele that you want. And it also saves you from a lot of headaches, right? Because also, when you charge too low, you've been to certain places and you're like, okay, why is this $10? Like, what's wrong? What's the defect? It's the same with service providers. If you charge a very low ball amount, I'm telling you, clients, you may be thinking like, I'm the lowest in the market. Why aren't people buying from me? That's why they are not buying from you, because you are the lowest in the market, right? So where you may be thinking like, but my prices are competitive. When it comes to being an attorney, I'm sorry to say this, but people already are in the mindset of spending money. And remember, I said earlier that we are not pricing what we are doing based upon what we feel someone can afford. That is not your job, right? There's a lot of things that goes in and factors into pricing, market, need, want, lifestyle. Come on. There's a formula that you have to create for you to make sure that you are pricing appropriately. And like when I price for my trademarks, I can tell you where for each purpose of that trademark, what does that break down into? Sending them their mail fee, right? Class fee, time. Everything is broken down to show what that number equals out to, right? I know exactly why that amount is the way that it is. And you have to do that as well. You can't just say, oh, I'm gonna charge this number. Oh, I'm gonna just charge $1,500. Why? When you break down $1,500, you need to be able to say $200 is for this, $350 is for this, so forth and so on. It has to make sense for the business, or you're just shooting in the dark. And if you want to sustain a business, you can't shoot in the dark. Everything has to be intentional and everything has to make sense. It has to have a purpose. So credibility, back to credibility, be the subject matter expert in your field. And also, credibility is where we learn that the pitch begins the moment a prospect knows you exist, right? So the last thing that we're talking about is confidence, and how to actually close a sale, techniques on how to close the sale. But you have to understand that if you believe that you pitch a client once you get them on the call, you have already missed out on half of the sale. Pitching begins the moment a person knows you exist. You are pitching every day. Remember, when I said social media is selling, you are already on the call with the client solely by being in their presence. If they know you exist, you're pitching to them, right? There's some statistics that says it takes about, I don't know, 18 touches or 20 touches with one person before they're compelled to buy. So you are always in pitch mode. You are always in sell mode. But let's translate that and make sure you don't feel that translates to desperation. People don't buy from desperate people. Okay. So while you are selling, remember, you have to sell subtle. It has to be subtle, a little gentle, right? I'm selling to you, but I'm not selling to you, right? So when you are writing your captions and you're giving them a charge, you have to make sure that it's not always buy here, click the link in the bio, grab this, do the no. Right. Another thing that I like to say is that, remember, connection. People buy from people they relate to. People buy from people that they know. So in that caption, court your audience, right? This is a relationship we're trying to build here. So court them, right? Social media is like first base. Okay. Social media is first base, right? Court them, make them feel welcomed, make them feel important, all of the things that they already are, right? If you're not courting your audience, how are you trying to get them? How are you trying to get in a business relationship with them, right? You have to take it slow, right? And let it be on their time. Don't bully someone into buying from you. No. They'll come back. They always come back. So remember that you are always in sell mode, but you have to make sure that you have a subtle art to yourself about the way in which you attract the clientele that you need. No one likes a pushy salesman, right? If you've ever been to a car dealership, you know what I'm talking about. That you probably even have the money for it, but they so desperate for it. You like, you know what? I don't want to buy anything, right? You just so in my face with it. No, like people like to be made to come to decisions on their own. They like to make choices on their own. And the best way to get someone to purchase from you, which is the goal, is to let them come to the conclusion on their own. But what are you doing in the meantime? When you start on social media, you are planting seeds that will one day turn into a consultation, and the pitch continues, right? So they start following you, they see the consultations, they see everything, but when you get them on the call, it is a continuation. So don't feel like once you get them on the call, this is the first interaction that you're having with them. If you feel that it is, you have already missed out on the whole connection you've been building, right? And so one of the ways that I find out where the connection was built is in my intake form. I ask them, how did you hear about my firm? And they'll say Instagram, what post spoke to you the most, right? Make sure you're pre-qualifying these people as well, because you need enough fuel power, which we're going to talk about on how to close. You need enough fuel power to combat that. What we already know is there's going to be buyer resistance. If you have no fuel power to overcome buyer's resistance, you're not going to sell. You're not going to sell. So credibility, show up as the subject matter expert. You can do this as being a new attorney by holding your own free masterclasses, holding webinars, going live on Facebook. You can do, that. StreamYard, as Nina is using, is a great platform. I use it as well, the free version, and doing different things, right? Creating, little ebooks or, a 2-page ebook or something in Canva. You can create things and give it out for free, create your own buzz, right? Create your own buzz. Show up as your subject matter expert. Get into magazines. And remember that the pitch starts the moment they know you exist. Okay? All right. So we have talked about clarity, right? Make sure your offer is clear. We talked about consistency. Make sure you're showing up consistently for your money, and your money will show up consistently for you. And then third, show up as a subject matter expert. As a new attorney, this is very important because it is going to help you with your nerves. It is going to help you with overcoming all of the doubt and the fears. When you show up boldly in your space, they already respect you. They already feel like, oh, I want to work with this person. So when you get on that call, you should not be trying to convince them that you are who you are. That should not be happening on the call. That is what social media is for. When we on this call, we talking about money. You ready to buy or no? Okay, that's what this call is for. This call is not about me. This is not my resume. This is not what this is about. This is not an interview for me. Okay, the interview, the courting phase, that's what we do pre-call. On the call, we're here to make money. Okay, so we're talking about now, the last but not least, how am I going to make this money? I got him on a call. What am I going to do? Like, how am I making this money? So what is the pitch? What am I saying? Ebooks are lit. What am I saying on this call? So the first order of business, when we're talking about confidence, right? You just got to exude it. Right? You just got to be confident. You just got to be confident. Even if you are struggling with it, you need to get some affirmations or something. You have to find a way to have self-confidence. You have to have that without a shadow of a doubt. Because let me tell you, these Google attorneys, meaning these clients who think they know more than you, they will try you, right? And if you're not, you could definitely know the information, but if you're not confident in knowing the information, you can lose out on a perspective just because of lack of confidence. So you have to sit up straight. You have to let them know, I am the expert. And while I do know that you've researched that on Google and I quite understand, here is what I know to be true, right? You have to have safe language. I always say have safe language, meaning phrases that you use to deter and get them back on track. This is what I know to be true, right? And that's not me saying that you're wrong, right? You don't want to say, well, no, that's not right information. Remember, clear language. And when you are trying to get someone to commit and say yes, if you're using language that comes from a negative connotation, you are feeding their buyer's resistance, because the buyer resistance is to say no. And so if you're using negative language that says that's wrong information, we have to be mindful that the language we use in the call, y'all, I promise you, this stuff is so real. The language that you use in the call, it triggers something, and you want it to trigger them to give out that money. So you can't use language that says wrong or no or things like that. No, everything has to flip into the positive. This is what I know to be true. True, that word to their subconscious already says that, oh, she knows what she's talking about. This is truthful. That's very important. So when we get them on the call, remember, self-confidence, that starts well before you get them on the call. You have to have that. The first order of business, though, is to show up in your space confidently, right? On social media, they need to see you. Over here at the firm, we say the big boss energy. That's what we live by. We let our clients know, like that's the vibe we're giving over here. Okay. And if you have trouble with showing up confidently because you feel like you may not know the law, that was something that I struggled with in the beginning, going from doing dependency law, which is all about children, come to trademark law, so opposite. I took Dana's course, the keynote speaker here today. I took her course, and let me tell you, that was it. It was over. It was over, because self-confidence is not an issue for me, if you haven't noticed. Self-confidence is not an issue, but I was finding myself having issues with showing up confidently in this new law because it was so diluted. There were so many things going on, and I'm like, okay, what is a code? Now, LMNOP, what? It was a lot. It was a lot, okay? So for me, my missing piece, like literally the missing piece for me, it was not showing up consistently. It was not showing, it literally was not being confident in the law. So I made the biggest sacrifice, and I was like, whew, I don't know what tomorrow's going to bring, but we dropping this bag on Dana's course. And so I did that. And I promise you, once I got the confidence, I watched that video numerous and countless of times. And once I got the law down, I was like, oh, it's over. It's over. Okay. So that is, I'm telling you, but it is worth it, because what it did for me is it tripled my revenue literally within 30 days. literally within 30 days, because I know how to sell. I was a telemarketer for many, many years. So closing and I get you on the phone. Oh, you buying something. You buying something unless I feel that you're not a client for me. Okay. If I feel that, this is just not a good relationship, I'm not pushing a sale. So that showing up confidently, if there is a missing piece and you're not quite sure how to get it, find it. Now, let me say, I don't need you signing up for 20 classes, 20 courses, and you implement none of them, right? Find one or two really, really good courses to give you that. Implement the things that they're teaching you at least for 90 days. And then if something isn't working, maybe look for something else. But you got to at least, you have to work it for it to work. Okay. So yeah, again, not a bunch of courses in the beginning. It does you no good. Just pick one or two. Yes. Who said telemarketer? Okay. And so then second, confidence. Okay. Got to make sure we're mindful of the time. Confidence, firepower. Okay, so when you are on the phone and it is time to make a sale, before you get on that call, you have to have firepower. Firepower is that you need to know enough about your prospective client to overcome the objection that is coming from what? Buyer's resistance. We all have it. So you need to know that it exists and you need to know that it is coming. So you need to have written. When I was working as a telemarketer, we literally had the most frequented things that clients would say and how to rebut them. Oh, I need to talk to my husband. Let me tell you something. People don't like to feel like they're not in charge. So it's, for some reason, I thought I was talking to the decision maker of the house. Oh, they don't like that. Oh, no, I make decisions. Okay, so can you make a decision to pull out that card or no? A little bit more eloquent than that, but you have to know that people are going to resist. And so once if you're new, then you talk to other trademark attorneys or IP attorneys and you ask them, like, what are some frequently things that people say as to why they may not want to purchase, right? What are some things that they say? And I promise you it's no different than just going to the regular clothing store. Oh, no, not today, or anything like that. So you need to have enough firepower, meaning know enough about them to rebut them, right? So you have some little things in place, but you also need to be listening. Remember, from social media, let me tell you, I literally have pulled out, because I prepare for all of my calls. I literally have pulled out, but remember for your birthday, you said by this time next year, your business was going to be here. So by taking the time now to invest in this is how your business can get there. Literally. And they're like, wait, how you know on my social media? Because I'm here for the sale. Okay. I'm here to make your life better. And this is what we're going to do. So make sure you have firepower. And then the pitch. The pitch is the most important. Remember that it already has started, right? It already has started. Since the time you existed, you've already started the pitch. But now that we're on the continuation of the pitch, I need you to already have at least 2 to 3 different pitches. When you are starting out in the beginning, I promise you, having a written pitch is going to help the confidence, right? If you are not a seller, if you're like, I don't really do that, you need to have something written out that says, okay, it needs to be intentional, because it is easy to allow the potential client to lead the call. If you find yourself being led by the potential client, you have lost the sale. Why? Because people like to spend their money and with people who, I don't know, kind of like it's like a little aggression that they like. They like to know, oh, you're a leader. Oh, if I put my money with you, you know what you're doing, right? If you allow them to lead you, they're like, no, I'm not giving my money. Nope, I'll be trying to do their job. I have to tell them what to do. So you have to make sure that you are assertive. And remember, everything is subtle, right? So everything that you do, you make sure that they feel they are in control, but they also recognize and respect the leader qualities that you are exuding, right? You don't want to come off harsh. You don't want to come off rude. You don't want to come off like, I know better than you. No. So you give them the right amount of control to let them understand that, yes, as my client, if you become my client, you will have say so, but I will lead you properly just as I am doing in this call, right? So you have to understand that. And so you need to plan it out, especially if you are not a seller. If it's not your strong suit, it needs to be written out and you need to practice it. If you are talking to the client for the first time, this is the first time you've ever practiced out this pitch, not good for you, especially if you know you have some nerves and you know that, you haven't been making sales like you want to. love you too, Nina. Then you need to make sure that this is what you're doing. So I'm gonna move a little quicker because of time. But if you think, plant seeds of readiness throughout the call, right? So one of the things that I do is when I'm listening to the client, remember, you should not be doing too much talking. If you are doing too much talking, that means you have not done the groundwork prior to them getting to you. And if you have to do talking, remember, make sure it's intentional talking. But if you do your groundwork right, everything that I am telling you to do, I can close the sale in probably 7 to 10 minutes. On an hour call, I'm going to only need 10 minutes, right? Because why? I do so much work pre-call. And by the time it's to the call, it's really, are you paying today with Visa or MasterCard Discovery? What are we doing? Right? But you don't have to be there. You don't have to be there. But what you do have to do is make sure throughout the call, you are temperature checks, right? So one of the things that I like to say is, does it sound like I'm on the right track? So they speak. One of the questions that I ask in the beginning is, so tell me a little bit about your business and what you expect to get from this call today. They talk, they love talking about their business. Get them talking. As they are talking, you should be taking notes on what I call buzzwords. And buzzwords are words that they use that are of excitement. Remember, positive language. So if they say, I'm ready for my business to level up, or I'm ready to take my business to the next level, you should be writing down level up. You should be writing down next level. And then when you go back to pitch them, the real close pitch, you should be including all of the buzzwords that they have used, because psychologically it's going to move them, right? You don't use your language at this point, right? You have a kind of like a script, but you plug in words that they use. And so, and in order for you to take this next level up, we're ready to help you level up your business today. And so let me show you exactly what we have for you to help you level up your business. Yes, you want to say it a few different times there. Whatever the buzzwords are, I usually take about 3 to 4 key buzzwords from the client's mouth on that call. And when I'm getting ready to go in for the money, I use them, right? Because this is what connects to them, right? It might be words I don't ever use, but if they use them, it works for them, right? And it's not about you. It's about them. Okay, so make sure you're taking buzzwords. Create the emotional word pictures while you are talking with them. So remember, language is important. Visualization. They need to see the level up. Like how exactly is a trademark going to level me up? Like, what does it do for me, right? You need to already know like how this is going to, so this the value. That's the value speech. You just say, this is how it's going to level you up, but that's just telling them the value, right? How is this going to benefit them? And then make sure you're getting feedback throughout the call. That's where you're doing temperature checks. Does this sound like something? Is this kind of like on the right track? Or when you recap? So what I'm hearing you say is you're ready for your business to we're ready to make the money, right? Whatever it is. And you get the feedback, right? And then you move from pitch to pre-close. Pre-close is where you qualify your method by having questions embedded early on to determine if they are for you or if you are on the right track. So it could be simple questions such as, and for your investment today, one of the things I like to do, and it can work, if you do it right. One of the things I like to do is talk to them like they have already committed, right? So I talk to them like they've already made the decision to do it, right? I don't speak to them in the, well, if you or when you, no. So since today, the investment that you are going to make, right? I'm letting you know that you're making an investment today. Yes, you're making an investment today because you just said you want to level up. This is how you level up. So it's kind of like, this is what you're doing. So I'm using language to let them know that we are doing this today, right? And so that's the pre-close. So you have the pitch, that's the where we're starting out with the beginning of the call. We're getting them to talk. We're getting our buzzwords. We're kind of like meeting them in the middle, understanding them. Remember, this call is about them. If you don't have enough information about them, you're not going to, when it's time to actually do your part, you're not going to have enough to do it with. Okay. So it's not about you, right? Again, they don't care about your quality and all of the things. It doesn't matter. They're already on the phone. All right. So we pre-close with the method by having questions embedded, and then we close. The best way I have found to close is with the 3 yes method, right? So before I ask for their card number on the phone, yes, I take payment right on the phone. I don't need you to think about it. How I get to the card is the 3 yes method. And what does that mean? Is that I ask them a question based upon something they've already said. And I want their brains to already get out of buying resistance because buying resistance says no, right? So if I get you to say 3 yeses in a row to 3 questions, when it's time to take the money, your buying resistance is at a minimum, and your defense is like, okay, I know I need this. So you said you want to level up. So are you ready to level up your business today? Yes. Okay. And do you see the value in how a trademark can help you level up your business today? Yes. And do you feel like this would definitely give you the security and protection for you to move just how you want to in your business for the level up that you need next year? Yes. 3 yeses. So in order to take advantage of this investment today, we have 2 options for you. One option is da-da-da-da-da. Second option is this. Which option is the best for you? Well, I like the payment plan. Great. And in order to do this today, we can take payment over the phone. And by taking payment over the phone, we give you $100 off and we take MasterCard, Visa, or Discovery. How would you like to pay today? Shut up. That's it. And you be quiet. You say nothing, right? So in selling, you have to make sure that you understand that the call is not about you and the call is not about your resume or what you do. The confidence has to show up throughout the call. And you have to let them know that you are leading, but they are in control, right? And you have to understand that dynamic because you don't want them to feel, again, it can't be pushy. It cannot be pushy. It has to be subtle. Right. And when you do the 3, I'm telling you, that 3 yes method, it pushes that buyer's resistance all the way down. It really, really does. And because they are excited, right? And remember, with the 3 yes method, you're going to use the buzzwords. You got to use the buzzwords because that's their psych, right? That's what works for them. Okay. And so then you ask for the card number and you be quiet. Once you make the pitch, the actual close, whatever your sentence is, stop talking. Don't talk yourself out of the sale. Because now I don't care if it's a 30-second, 1-minute pause. You don't say anything. Once you make the sale or the question to get the money, you wait until their words have to be the next words, not you, or you're going to sound desperate, right? So you make it and you let them say the next thing. Be prepared for a rebuttal, right? Because it doesn't work that smoothly all the time. Be prepared for a rebuttal. So whatever comes back, you already have something ready. And that's where firepower is going to come in. But if you get that 3 yes method, it's going to work more times than not. Okay. All right. It works. I promise it works. It works. It works. It works. And if you all are looking, and if you all are looking for more of this or how I assist other attorneys with this, I have assisted attorneys with getting this to click for them. We do have for Nina's audience. If you're here today, Nina does have a freebie from me to do a review of your sales pitch. And now we do work with I'm looking. Now we do work with individuals like we have a paid thing where we help you to formulate the sales pitch. We help you make it better and things like that. But I'm telling you, this is where the money is at, right? It's all about the selling. So what questions do you all have, if any, about selling, how to make the money? If you have a question about me or anything, let me know if you have some questions in the comments. I am this is what I love to talk about.
I'm speechless. Honestly, I don't even good night. I don't even know what to say. It's the thoroughness for me. No, but in all seriousness, thank you for your time. This was completely just. I got my notes, so we good.
Oh, good. I love it. I love it. I love it. Well, thank you all so much for having me, Nina. Thank you for the invitation. This was fun. This was definitely very, very fun. Nina says she got her notes.
But we actually do have a question from Michelle Collins, so I'll go ahead and pull it up for you.
Okay.
Her question is, when posting on social media, do you target your posts to a specific type of client that you want, or do you keep it somewhat general?
That's a good question. So you have your target audience, right? So when you create your business plan, you have a target audience. So at least your demographics, kind of who you want to work with. So you do. For me, my target audience is Black women. So when I post, I'm posting for Black women. Doesn't mean that I don't have male clients, but they get the pink and they're just okay with it, right? So when you post, you are posting for a target audience. To me, posting generally is, again, shooting in the dark. So I say post for your specific target, and then post in specific genre, so to speak. So for me, I feel like you should be posting for engagement. You should be posting for money. You should be posting for emotion. And then you should also be posting for kind of like that personal touch for them to get to know you, right? So your posting should have specific purposes, but who you are posting for should be for just your target audience. Hope that helped.
Thank you. Absolutely. It's like I said, it's the clarity for me. I don't even have anything to say.
Well, good. Well, thank you so much.
Absolutely. So we do have time for a couple of questions. If anyone has any more questions before we go. Alrighty. Well, quick question, Nina.
Nina, you muted.
I'll ask a question because I was over here taking copious notes. Have you ever encountered clients when you were talking about that resistance, that rebuttal, where maybe you didn't get like much information from their social media and how you still rebut them during that rebuttal phase if they don't automatically give you the card? Can you talk about that?
Definitely. One of the things is that you have to understand, while we are so different, we are also so much the same as well. So one of the things, like I said, when I was working at a call center, we had a sheet of, rebuttals based off of just the normal human psyche, right? I don't have money. I have to talk to my husband, or I'm not in a position to buy, and all of this. So one of the ways that, even without social media, my pre-intake form before you talk to me is detailed enough that you are going to fill out. And when I check that, if you put NA on anything, I send it back to you when I say, in order for your call to take place tomorrow, I need you to fill out this information so that I can best assist you, right? And if you need to reschedule, let me know. But NA is not acceptable. I don't say that, but you know what I mean? So that's how I get the information. And I also, if I feel like, even from the intake form, maybe it's like 1 or 2 words and they're really not present on social media, I send a pre-call email. Right? I send a pre-call email and I say, hey, I'm trying to I'm so excited for our call tomorrow. And I am trying to make sure that I best prepare for our call so that your time is used properly or whatever like that. And then I ask a few questions for clarity. It's the same questions as on the intake form, but I word them differently. And sometimes they'll come back with different responses. But even if I, if I don't get enough information, honestly, it really still comes back to knowing how to sell. Literally, if you know that they're on the phone, they already want something. So you have to provide what that is. And so that's why I said 2 to 3 different pitches, right? So one pitch should be, if it's in a perfect world, this is the perfect pitch, right? So that's one pitch. Then the second pitch might be, if I have no information about this client, then I'm on a fishing expedition. So what does that pitch look like? So you should be already prepared for different scenarios, and not having enough information, or so one time my acuity just stopped working, so I couldn't even get the intake. So pitch number 2 comes into play. So that'll be helpful as well.
Awesome. Thank you. That answer your question, Nina?
I think that one was Eden. I mean, Michelle, not me this time. Oh yeah, it was. I'm tripping, y'all. I done skipped to the next question. I'm already ready for the next question. My bad. Y'all don't pay me no attention. I'm out here trying to make some stuff work in the background. My bad.
It's all good. It's all good. Well, speaking of, Eden does have a question. It's a 2-part question. She's asking, when you are new, how much should I be posting? Every day or once a week?
So I can only answer for me, or what I've seen work. And honestly, it was every day. But I will say, realistically, in the very beginning, I tried to post every day. It did not work until I found out there were posting apps, and nobody told me. I was literally going on social media every day posting myself. And then I found out that there are apps to do that for me. And I'm like, now y'all have been holding out. And now Facebook Business Suite, which is completely free, will post to your stories. It will post to your Facebook feed and your Instagram feed and Instagram stories all in one sweep and you can schedule it to post every day. So where I was in the beginning, didn't know these things existed, I was sitting and creating the content and posting myself every single day. You literally can create the content one day, schedule it, and have your stories running, your Facebook feed and Instagram feed running daily, and it's not taking up too much time from your day-to-day activities. So my suggestion would be every day, but then you look at your analytics and you see if that is working for your audience. And if you see like, oh, well, all my audience is online Tuesday, Thursdays, and Saturdays between 6 and 10 p.m., then those are the days that I'm going to be posting my content. So starting out, you don't have an analytics. So I always suggest post a few different times a day, every day, start gaining analytics. Once you review those analytics and see where you may be needing to spend more time, then you can adjust from there.
Awesome. Thank you. Eden, did that answer your question? I feel like it does because Salisha, she's the GOAT.
Oh, thank you.
Truly. We do have time for a couple of more questions. If I'll talk slowly to give someone a chance. But in the meanwhile, how can you be reached after the summit?
Yes. So you can find me online at www.rigsbylawfirm.com. If you're looking for the sales pitch review, which is completely free to you all, Nina has placed it in the chat. And you can find me on social media, on Facebook, on Instagram. I am the Rigsby Law Firm on all platforms. I'm even on TikTok. Not a lot of posts there, but I'm there at the Rigsby Law Firm. So any social media platform, you can find me that way as well.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your time, Salisha. It's been a mountain of great information. I know the attendees are super excited to hear you speak. So thank you again. It's awesome.
Thank you so much for having me. Have a good evening.
Absolutely. And then before we go, of course, we have that CLE code that probably been waiting on. So the last CLE code for the night is TT123. TT123. So thank you all for coming tonight. This was great. We will be right back here tomorrow. Nina, do you want to come in and close us out? The hostess with this.
Fine. Salisha, I just want to thank you so much. When I heard Salisha tell us her story, like as she was growing, I was watching her grow, y'all. So like we were in the same cohort together, and I got a chance to watch Salisha grow, and like she moved, y'all. Like just freaking moved. And like what she's saying is what she lives. I'm not playing. I booked my little call with her. Like, so I'm not playing, y'all. Like everything she told me, like I am a firm believer in that you can always be better. That is why Trademark That Thursdays, the summit was created. Trademark That Thursdays, the brand was for my clients just to know about more trademark stuff and to ask me questions live. But the summit, I really wanted to focus on us and having more information. And when Dana had us all meet in that course, I kid you not, it connected me to women that are truly passionate about it. And there are other women that I did not meet in Dana's course that I met on all legal events and USPTO events, and we just networked. And all of this is possible because we're connected. And Salisha, girl, you did that. You did. I was over here. What card you need? What card do you need? Do you want the American Express? You want the Visa? What you want? I'll go find the MasterCard. You can have all the cards. But I tell you that because, I didn't know she was a telemarketer, which is why she's even better at sales pitching than even most of us. But that sticky note method that you mentioned earlier, that's smart, because I just put a deadline in for my own stuff and it worked, y'all. It worked. So like that caption she was talking about, I was like, let me try something new. Let me see what it like. Let me see what they like. And it works. So like what Salisha's saying is stuff that like sometimes you can discover by accident. Sometimes you can be intentional, but most times you are intentionally driven. I was coached by a social media influencer, so it wasn't accidental. It was more like purposeful accident. But anyways, I just love this. This whole day has been just beautiful, even though my presentation got cut short by the devil, but it's fine. Nobody else's presentation got short, so we good. As long as mine was the only one messed up, we cool. But we are at our 8-hour mark that I wanted to try to end by. Appreciate you guys for sticking with us all day. It has never said 0 on my live viewers. And I just want to tell y'all, whoever you guys are watching, first of all, Michelle, you've been getting all your credit for all your stuff. So whoever's, y'all forgot, there's giveaways. Like, we got real giveaways, like big ones, like Office Action Bibles. You know, we got hair products being given out. We got virtual summit stuff. Now y'all need to look at this. So see you guys tomorrow. Love you guys.
Bye. Thank you so much, Nina.
No problem.